Hello and welcome to Bushiroad Rumble Online 2023. I am here today, Outer Orange, very excited with two amazing casters. To the right of me, I have.
Hey, it's me, TIE Fighter, back again, this time for V Premium instead of just Premium. Excited to be here, and we also have...
Hi there, Fuzzy or Fuzzy Paradox as well, as some of y'all may know me. How we doing, everybody?
Very exciting, and it's Fuzzy's first time with us. Hi, let's go.
I'm not on Twitter. This is weird.
You're not on Twitter, but hey, now you're here and people can see your face. It's very awesome to have you. And of course, it's very awesome to have Ty back after going from Premium to V. We're learning more formats. Let's go. But we are here. This is Bushiroad Rumble Online. We have Cardfight, Vanguard and Weiss coming for you guys today. But before all that, let's go ahead and go into the format for all of this.
So, we have, for this weekend, 2 days for you. We're going to be going into the V Premium format, like we mentioned. Today, day one, we have the Swiss rounds, best of one. And then after today, everyone who performed well enough, we'll see you back tomorrow for our top 8 cut, also best of one. And then we will throw it to Fuzzy for our year schedule.
Absolutely. So in case you wonderful card fighters happen to miss any of the action that's going on today, or you maybe wanted to jump into something else, well, we do have other events for you throughout the entire year. So our next event will be Weiss Schwarz, happening on May 20th and 21st, respectively, of course, in all 3 regions, NA, AO, and EU. And then if you want to have some more card fight action, well, we do have that for you as well. After that, we're going to have the standard format for y'all. That's going to be coming up for you as well. And that should be, I believe, after that, we should be having the premium format for y'all as well, but that's going to be in November. So a lot of exciting card fighting to be happening throughout the entire BRO season. So it's going to be very exciting to see. But of course, we need to talk about the most shiniest of all cardboards that the people are going to be fighting for, right? So I'm going to pass it off to Orange to tell y'all about the prizing that we're going to be having today.
Oh, yeah, I'm excited to see this prizing. Look at that. First, second, third, and fourth. This is some amazing prizing here. For the fourth place prizing, you will get a certificate. For third place, you get 1 copy of the shiny Chronojet in V format edition. It's the V1, not the other 2 formats. So that's the one you'll be getting for that. And then second place, you will also be getting another 2 copies of Jet, along with some deck boxes, I believe, and also the certificate, and yes, you got deck box and certificate, so very good stuff. And then first place, so you can truly flaunt it all, you get 4 copies of Chronojet. So now you can really just make your deck super blinged out, and you also get 1 booster display along with a certificate. And that is our prizing. Now let's go ahead and check out that V Premium format video. Let's go ahead and see what that looks like right now.
Today's tournament will be played in the V Premium format, and we can't wait to get started and see all the exciting plays and unique deck ideas that the players will be bringing. Before we jump into it, let's brush up on what makes the V Premium format unique and what you can expect to see today. In V Premium, players use cards that contain this V logo found in the bottom left corner of the card. These cards were first released in VBT01 in 2018 and continue to be printed to this day through shop tournament promotional cards, as well as the clan collection booster sets. The format is supported twice per year with these booster sets, giving something new and exciting for all 24 clans. Before we get into the action of today's tournament, let's talk about some of the unique gameplay aspects of this format. First things first, decks are composed of 50 cards, and unlike the other formats, there is no G-Zone nor Ride deck present in this format. Instead, the unique factor is imaginary gifts, which are a type of marker that a player acquires when they ride a grade 3 with the imaginary gift symbol. The imaginary gifts are split into 3 types: Force, Protect, and Axel. Each of the 24 different clans are placed into one of the 3 gift types, which complement their clan's general playstyle. Furthermore, each gift type branches into 2, such as Force 1 and Force 2. However, Keep in mind that once you have chosen either Force 1 or Force 2 upon writing your grade 3 for the first time, you cannot select the other gift type for the rest of that game. Let's give you a quick explanation of what each type of gift stands for. The Force gift represents a mid-range playstyle belonging to clans such as Royal Paladin, Dimension Police, Link Joker, and others. Force 1 is a marker that is placed on a rearguard or vanguard circle, and any rearguard or vanguard in that circle will gain plus 10,000 power during your turn. You can also place multiple Force 1 markers in the same circle, giving one unit plus 20,000 or more at a time. The Force 2 marker trades the power gain for changing the base critical of a unit above it to 2. This, however, cannot be stacked, as even if you apply 2 Force 2 markers to a single circle, they will both just change the unit's critical to 2 and not increase it beyond that. Whether it's critical pressure or greater attack power, decide which Force type fits your playstyle best and claim victory. The Protect gift represents a defensive playstyle, belonging to clans such as Angel Feather, Oracle Think Tank, Grand Blue, and others. Protect 1 is a unique gift marker that does not occupy any space on your field, but is rather kept in hand, as its effect is that of a Perfect Guard Sentinel. However, unlike Perfect Guards, a Protect marker is returned to the imaginary gift pile rather than the drop zone. The Protect 2 works akin to Force 1, where it places itself on a rearguard circle after being acquired and provides plus 5,000 power to the unit above, as well as giving it an additional 10,000 shield when intercepting. Whether it be Perfect Guards in hand or acquiring both power and defense, choose your Protect gift carefully to defeat your opponent. The Axel gift represents an aggressive playstyle belonging to clans such as Nova Grappler, Gold Paladin, Pale Moon, and others. Axel 1 is a gift marker which takes its place on the field in a unique way, creating an additional front row rearguard circle, thus enabling more potential attacks than the other gift types. In addition, the unit on top of the additional rearguard circle will gain plus 10,000 power, thus being able to pack a punch despite not being able to be boosted. Axel 2 trades some of the power by decreasing the gain from 10,000 to 5,000, but instead it allows the player to draw one extra card when the gift marker is acquired. With this, the player is able to replenish their hand while filling their Axel circles. Not only that, Axel clans are the only ones in the V Premium format that have access to front triggers, primarily due to being able to buff their front row, including the units that occupy the Axel markers. In addition to the imaginary gift markers, there are a few other game elements in this format. One such mechanic is the Quick Shield ticket, which is acquired by a player when they ride over their first Vanguard when going second, and it can function as a 5,000 shield that can protect you from small pokes, or simply be discarded for effect costs. And finally, the latest addition to V Premium in the V Clan Collection Plus Volume 1 and 2, Heal Guardians. Heal Guardians are a unique type of heal trigger, which are grade 3. Instead of the usual 20,000 shield, Heal Guardians have 15,000 shield and 10,000 power, but come with a unique pair of abilities shared by all clans. When placed on the Guardian Circle from hand, if you haven't ridden a grade 3 or greater Vanguard yet during that fight, you can choose and use one of the following effects, either giving your Vanguard an additional plus 10,000 power for the entire turn, or choosing an opponent's unit and give it -2 critical for that battle. Whether you need an additional power buff to survive your opponent's powerful early rush of attacks, or you need to reduce the critical of your opponent's high damage unit, this effect will aid you in fighting various decks across the board. On top of that, when a Heal Guardian is placed on a rearguard circle from hand, if you do not have any cards in your damage zone, you can put the top card of your deck into the damage zone face up. This gives you the ability to use some card abilities even if your opponent refuses to attack and give you the damage to use them. And that wraps it up for this brief explanation of the V Premium format. Let's wish all the players participating today the best of luck, and we hope that
Hello and welcome back. I hope you guys enjoyed that video. Nice little information just so you know more about the format. And before that, we are going to be starting round 1 shortly, but in the meantime, we are just here just to talk to y'all and just talk about the format. I'm super excited. How do you guys feel about V Premium? Fuzzy, what's your take?
Oh man, there's so much to digest, right? So we just had Worlds happen about a month ago, right? And we've seen so many changes overall, not just in things like the ban list that recently happened, but we also have so many more decks that are popping up. You know, people are thinking right now, of course, you know, there's the big boogeyman in the format. We've got Steam Maidens, but so many other contenders as well. I'm excited to see, you know, what other types of variations we'll be able to see this weekend. I know Anj is definitely one of those big contenders as well. And then, you know, one surprising one that I'm actually been happy to see throughout the entire AO and the EU season is Jewel Knights. I've seen at least 1 or 2 Jewel Knights top both respectively. So I'm excited to see, some variations here. It's a good thing to see.
I'm with you on that. I also think we might see some Luard. I'm with you. I think Anj and Maidens are kind of like the top of the bar of like what decks to take, and I think after that it's like Luard and probably even you were mentioning Jewel Knights, but I think there's been some great nature that's been popping up too with Leopold. I think people have actually been like trying it out. But what about you, Ty?
So this is where it's kind of interesting for me because obviously, most of my experience with Vanguard goes towards the premium format, but I also do kind of keep some tabs on V, and it's kind of interesting because a lot of people like to talk about how premium is like V with a G deck, right? So yeah. I'm interested in seeing because obviously like was mentioned, Steam Maiden's very strong, Luard also kind of expecting to see, but one of my favorite things is just deck building. So my what I'm most excited to see is just what people are going to be bringing because we have the things that we expect to see, we have the things that are almost guaranteed to pop up, but I love seeing those kind of things, those off meta picks, the thing that somebody's been brewing in the background for a really long time. Maybe they've kept it under wraps, and then they're gonna show the sauce here today. That's what I'm really looking forward to.
Yeah, we want to see the spice, right?
Yeah,
yes, definitely.
So jumping off on that point, I'm actually really glad you brought that up, Ty, because there are people who are, to my knowledge, right, that are bringing sort of these, not necessarily decks, but also specific cards that counteract those really, really prevalent matchups that they feel like they're going to see. So I'm excited to see all the spicy little techs that we might see to combat things like Steam Maidens, like Luard. And, to see whether or not that's actually going to be able to show is very exciting.
There was a in Europe end of things. There was actually a Ghosties list that made it to top 8, and I've been low-key just like eyeballing it. And the reason being is because it plays almost exactly to Steam Maidens. It's just kind of reverse. Instead of going from like 0 to whatever grade, you're going from like 3 to 0 essentially. And they also got like the new promo recently too. So I'm like, my brain is like, I hope I see more Ghosties in NA. I don't know. I don't think I will, but it's just super exciting because that deck is actually low-key really good.
I think that kind of speaks to like what we're expecting to see too, right? Because like we said, like Steam Maidens, like big boogeyman in the format, however you want to feel about it. And so we have the meta, but we like with the rise of meta, you have an equal rise in anti-meta. So like Fuzzy mentioned, like those techs, like you expect to see Steam Maidens. So what's the little spicy text that you're gonna have to counter the meta to bring in that anti-meta, which is gonna be really exciting.
Glendios.
Yeah, Glendios, right? I think there was one Glendios that topped last season through a sea of Steam Maidens, so that was awesome. And then one deck I would want to highlight also. I think we saw it in EU. We might see it today. Who knows? But Hamskaze. Hamskaze is a really, really interesting deck for Great Nature because people assume it's only Leopold, but we also have the Hamskaze build. And I believe at Worlds too, there was a Hamskaze that bubbled in at 9th place that almost made the top 8 cut through a sea of Steam Maidens. So yeah, I'm excited. I'm just excited to see all the interesting things that might be happening today for sure.
There's honestly Hamskaze is very, very, very aggressive, and their engine kind of just keeps going. They don't really G-assist too much because their entire engine searches for itself, so they really just kind of pop off. You can't really like mess up. You can just kind of keep going, and then the Excel marker generation gets insane. So I actually think into decks like Steam Maidens and decks like Luard and Anj because it's a little faster with the generation and like the pop off. Everything's hitting over like 24. I can definitely see where that deck can start shining. So that's actually really interesting to think about.
For sure.
Is there anything you guys would like to see, like in the upcoming rounds that we have coming up? Is there any particular clans?
I wonder. I mean, me being a man of the Kagero persuasion, I wouldn't mind seeing some Kagero every now and then.
Overlord Nation.
Exactly. Me, just wanting to yell Dragonic Overlord Zaendo like the weeba I am.
Yeah, for me, I think it's probably a similar story for me being a Nova main, although I think it's probably much more cope for me with the Nova grapplers. But, who knows? Anything is possible, I think, especially in a game like Vanguard, maybe you just get on a run and then somebody's bold enough to bring something like Victor today, and then, maybe they get on a little run and then, or like a Shurikaiser even, don't got my hopes up, but if it happens, I mean, you're going to be seeing me pop off quite a bit.
Heroes, baby, let's go.
Heroes, hey, no, that's a deep cut right there. That's getting me excited for sure.
Sorry, I'm not as familiar with Nova Grappler. Wasn't there like a new card that came out for Nova Grappler? It's like an Azure Kaiser card or something that like works with the engine.
Yeah. Ashura Kaiser was doing a lot of work, and I think in premium for Nova Grappler at least.
Really?
I'm not quite sure how it does for V, just because it has a very strong. Well, maybe I shouldn't say a very strong write-up, especially compared to some things in the format. But for Nova Grappler, being able to kind of get a double ride, get 2 Excel markers in a turn, and then if your opponent's on grade 3, you can do a full board restand as well. It can be pretty potent, especially if things go your way, you get your pieces. There's not a lot that an opponent can necessarily do to stop that, which is exciting.
Look, sometimes in
Oh, you're good. You're good.
I was just gonna say, sometimes in Vanguard, all you need is that double crit.
That is true.
Exactly.
That's kind of interesting. I haven't tried Novas except for Victor and like some weird super weird decks. I don't remember all the different kinds. I tried a few, but that actually sounds kind of cool. I want to restand my whole board. I want to be cool.
Right. It's my favorite thing.
Well, you are the Nova Grappler like main, or I don't know. I don't know exactly what your main is. I think it's like Nova Grappler and Murakumo, right?
It's Nova Grappler. I play. I mean, I have too many decks. I'll be real with you.
Don't we all?
Let's be real.
I lost count. I don't know how many decks
I think we should be ready to go to deck review, and then we can start our first round.
All right, Fuzzy, let's do this.
All right, here we go.
I'm excited to see what we got. Round 1. Loading it in. Getting ready to see. I'm excited. Are you excited? I'm excited. Oh, is that Angel Feather?
Oh, it is indeed. We've got some Malkuth Malik app happening right now. That's very nice to see.
And we got a little bit of that if we were hitting this Curial Spice.
Yes, Circular Saw Curial.
For starter, yep. So let's talk about this kind of briefly. So we do have the Malkuth, as you're mentioning here, Fuzzy. I'm actually super familiar with this deck because I live with someone who plays this deck all the time. But that we have a little guard restrict going on with the Grade 2 engine going along with the Protect 2 engine, and then we have a little Curial finish. You can start off with it or you can end with it. Either way, it's double protects on the board in case you have a side boss unit. It's the perfect one to go into. What are your thoughts on this?
Oh, no, I totally agree. So this being one of the only Protect 2 strategies that I think has a lot of relevance in today's V space is very, very cool. So the fact that you're able to rely on things like the spamming of your Protect 2 markers to be able to grab a large amount of shield is so fascinating. And of course, you also have that guaranteed kill confirm in something like the Amputation Angel, which stops Sentinels, which is very powerful, especially if your opponent is trying to farm a large amount of hands. So this is definitely one of those decks that when it pops off, it can do so much.
Very exciting, very exciting. Let's go ahead and see what our Ancient Feather player is going to be facing. I'm excited to see what they're going to see here. Ooh, wow. Oh, there's Timely Burn here. This is Steam Maidens, but it's Steam Maidens with the Inglissa package.
For us. No, I was going to say, for a second, this looked like a premium Steam Maidens. Interesting list here, though.
Yeah, it is. So this is a double force marker Steam Maiden engine. Essentially, you ride to Inglissa, and then you force the whiff on the grade 2, so it forces you to rewrite back into the grade 3, generating 2 force markers if you're going first. And that's sort of what they're trying to go. They're trying to beat out the mirrors and force marker generations, because usually Steam Maidens on 3 force markers will kill. So that's sort of the goal here. Very interesting. It's got a lot of a little text here. How do you feel about it?
Yeah, like you said, it definitely is relying on sort of that multiple force marker spamming. But of course, the bread and butter is going to be that Entrahana and Gearcat combo that you see that is so prevalent right now in the Steam Maiden engine. Just that large amount of gaining advantage through just those 2 stipulations of cards is very, very powerful. And I'm excited to see how relevant it's going to be in something like, a ride-up strategy like Malkuth over here, where might not come up, but is a tech option that they have for sure.
Yes, I agree. It would be very awesome to see kind of where this goes, and it is also just gonna showcase a lot in between, because Protect 2 kind of goes around like the constant guarding. So this would be really cool. But in that, I think we have round 1 starting here soon. So let's go ahead and see our players going, see just how the game goes. I'm excited. All right.
Alrighty, so I believe we are.
You're good. Go ahead.
All right. So on the left over here, we have Armed playing that Malkuth Malik Angel Feather build. And then over on the other side, we have Drake playing the Ride Down Steam Maidens. And just making sure everything is set to go. And then we're going to be getting things underway.
I wouldn't really say it's ride down. It's more like ride up. You're forcing the ride down.
True. You're forcing the ride down. Yeah. I'm just used to seeing that combo. I'm like, it's ride down, you know?
Yeah, that's true, but it's very interesting. I don't know if some people even know about the applications of how it breaks the rules almost, because it's technically like breaking the rule of forcing the grade 2 ride down. It's very cool. But
yeah, I mean,
I'm excited.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, to expand on that, right? You're using things like that Inglisa that we mentioned earlier, and then using various ways of not soul blasting out of when you would ride down into a separate grade 2, you're going to be able to choose that order that we saw in their deck. And then as you select that target, it is not a viable ride option. So then you choose a different ride option that is in your soul to be able to force out the secondary grade 3 ride, as you said, for that force marker spam.
Yep, that is exactly correct. Very well explained there, Fuzzy. I've seen this before. Some people in the past have tried to make this work, so I'm glad that people are experimenting with it some more now, because I do think it's a very strong engine. It's almost an auto win button, especially if you're going first. It's just too much pressure. And now with the Colossus being banned with the new restrictions that we have, which means you can't play Colossus with just the guard restrict card. With that being out, you do kind of need a way to still apply that pressure, and this is definitely one of the ways to do it. It's just 3 force markers. You're attacking multiple times. You're telling your opponent they have to pretty much ditch out like 3-4 cards out of hand, and they just can't do it. They'll usually die like instantly.
Yeah, but then, of course, we also need to talk about the Malkuth Malik on the other side with Armed. Protect 2, while it may in some variations not seem as strong as something like a Protect 1, for Malkuth, it's actually amazing. So it's going to be very exciting to see with all those multiple types of interceptings that they'll have through the back row, as well as being able to gain a large amount of shield and a large amount of power as the game progresses. It'll be interesting to see how that will take into account something like Steam Maidens.
Oh, yeah. And also something to keep in mind about Malkuth is that deck, once it starts, like once that generation starts of markers and they just keep finding more Malkuths, the deck just doesn't stop. It's going to have insanely high shield value, insanely high numbers, and on top of the guard restrict, it gets very scary. Like, it sounds like a 3-attack deck can't really push through, but those protect markers stack. And on top of that, that shield stacks along with it also. And it also has like a form of resist on it too. Like there's a way that it can't be chosen or touched or something like that. So, it gets very, very aggressive. And your board just kind of stays, and you're constantly intercepting, and 50k, guard restrict, it just gets too much.
Yeah, and they have those multiple write-up options as well through being able to stack those Malkuth Maliks and then damage checking them. So yeah, it's honestly one of those decks that I think people are underlooking and has a lot of relevance for sure.
Yep, I'm excited.
Yep.
I also think, especially in the past with the Colossus, I actually thought Malkuth had a really good matchup into Steam Maidens, because the Colossus says hello, 2-card guard restrict, and then you're like, okay, I'll just intercept real quick.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, okay, 2-card guard, no problem. Here's a 40k intercept, no problem. I got you.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, you 50, here's a 50k interceptor. And then also recently they got some support too that kind of helps even more with the numbers of intercepting. There's like the grade 1 that gets intercept and all that kind of stuff.
Oh yeah, that's very true. Yeah, so they've gotten a lot of utility, a lot of more tech options. So this is really going to be really fun for sure.
Also, we mentioned Malkuth, but there's also the Curiel. She multi-attacks like crazy, so you just go like crazy on numbers.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to hopefully see that pop up in the match. And it looks like our players here are getting ready to start everything out. We're doing our, of course, 1, 2, 3 cuts, as is customary here for BRO, and making sure to see who is going first. So in your opinion, Orange, do you think Malkuth might have a more significant advantage going first, considering that, we do see that the Drake over here wants to go for that double force marker action, but that to me seems like something that might be more prevalent if you were going first.
100%. I think if Angel Feather goes first here, they'll have an insanely good lead, because they can go from Curiel into Malkuth and just start popping off that way. And that would be 4 protects at that point, while they'll have 2 and then they'll get into 4. I also think this deck specifically, if you ride to Curiel first, going first, it can actually quickly 0 to 5 you, maybe even fully kill you on first ride up. The deck is actually insanely aggressive going first. So I think here you want to go first, especially knowing the package that we saw, that Glissa package. You don't want that triple force marker to come out. That's going to be very scary. And one downside to Angel Feather's Malkuth deck is that the hand size is not that big, and it'll be really hard to guard through, even with be able to intercept, especially if you're going second. You don't have those interceptors, you don't have that shield option quite yet, so you have to rely on heal guardians there. So I think Angel Feather going first here will definitely be a very big difference for Angel Feather player to succeed into this kind of into the meta deck.
I mean, look, you're facing against Steam Maidens. We see Drake here rocking out that Chrono Jet playmat over here. He's ready to go. So, you know, we've got somebody who looks like he's quite a gear fan himself. So he knows maybe a couple of ways around this deck. And, you know.
Hey, they brought the goods for a reason.
Yeah.
they brought the Glissa goods. They didn't go basic. They went all in. Yeah, that is true. They do have the premium deck set, which is over for standard right now. That just came out over on the English side. We just got this. It's very exciting. It's actually a very pretty and very cozy mat. I like it. I actually have mine right here. I'm touching it. It feels so good.
You also have that awesome plaque, of course. Not rocking out a gear card though.
Oh, yeah, why would you have a gear card in there?
Exactly. What's the point of having a Gear Chronicle card in your Gear Chronicle plaque? That makes no sense.
It makes absolutely no sense. There should be anything else in there.
Put your Weiss Schwarz cards in there, of course.
Do it. Someone has. People do it. I think it's great. Every time I see a different card in there, I get even more excited.
Absolutely.
I love the meme. Looks like we are still setting up here, getting rounds ready. Just in case you guys are wondering, there is a lot of camera checks and just double checks. It is round one, so you want to make sure everything's going smoothly. There's a lot of players in round one. You know, it starts getting a little bit smaller, so we're just kind of holding a little bit here before we get started. No worries, guys. We will be getting started soon, and we'll have a very wonderful match. I think this match is going to be insanely good. We'll have to see, but as someone who tests into this matchup a lot, as a maiden player and an Anj player, this Angel Feather gets very annoying to face sometimes.
Oh, yeah, that's one thing I think we could both relate to, right? I think we're both like to play Anj in this type of V-Space at the moment.
True. Oh, yeah. Have you been playing Anj?
I have indeed. Yeah, that is my main pickup at the moment.
Good stuff to hear. I absolutely love that deck in V right now. I think it's so fun to play.
Although, I will say, fun fact, as crazy as it may sound, I do not own 4 copies of Relenka, so I do not play Relenka.
Oh, my gosh. It's okay. I don't play it either. Tira too good.
Yeah, exactly.
I think the tier reset is just insane. Okay, it looks like we're about to get started. I think we're still holding off just a little bit. It's okay. It is setup time, so it's fine. It's fine. So what are your predictions? Who do you think is going to take this? Okay,
so in my opinion, right, you really want to try and beat out Gear Chronicles in 9 ways till Sunday, but you know, Gear Chronicle is that top dog for a reason. So I would put my money on Gear Chronicle. However, I'm a man of the people. I will be putting my money on Malkuth Malik, on Armed. I want to see some Protect 2 action going on. And we'll see, yeah? What about you?
Yeah, that's true. I personally feel from a theoretical perspective, I guess that you may call it, I do think Maidens has a little bit of the upper hand here just because it is forced into Protect deck, which means the numbers are different. So 9k into a 10k base, I think can make a difference here as well. I just think having that 1 to pass option is not as friendly. And I also think getting rushed down, especially by Steam Maidens aggro turn 2, can really push a deck to 2-3 damage, especially when you don't have the buffer of being a 10k base. So I think that'll definitely be harder. As a Protect player myself, of loving Grand Blue, that's usually the biggest hurdle is dealing with force decks.
Right, which is very interesting because I remember in early V, right, it was all about the Excel matchup against Protect decks. So it's so funny how that kind of shifted in a way.
Yeah, I wasn't around during early V, so that's actually really almost kind of insightful to hear because I started during Cocytus when Cocytus dropped, so I kind of missed out on that early.
Oh V. Yeah, that's so true. I've been playing V since the beginning. It is I still remember the good old set 1, but we're not here talking about set 1. We are here to get this match. Oh my goodness, he's playing. Starter. Yes, and he has the G assist. Oh my God, there's so many.
I was about to say I'm just confused. I see a heal as a starter. What is happening right now? And the G assist on top of that. That's not a normal V starter, guys. If you guys
I mean,
don't
this
know that you're losing out on the draw here.
this is definitely one way to start out BRO, that's for sure. Wow, using the heal trigger as a starter. I mean, consistency-wise, right? Maybe doing some sort of
Probably
nice tech,
not.
soul blasting it out. Probably some way to
know-
cycle it back in the early game, but I don't know.
Thinking about it, it kind of makes sense because you usually ride the grade 1 and soul blast the heal anyway, and then if you're playing stuff like Nabu, you can instantly just bind it. But also from a different perspective, because they're running the Inglisa engine, they are lowering the consistency of seeing the bind properly. So running the starter like this actually makes sense, but it might just be accidental. I don't know, but it is really funny to see.
Quite interesting. Yeah, absolutely.
So here
But
we do
alright.
have the G assist happening and riding into the grade 1 that I just mentioned. This is the Steam Maiden Alu or Elu, I believe her name is, but she has a Vanguard skill. You could Soul Blast and bind something. And if you bind a trigger, you get to draw 2 cards instead of 1. Very good early on. And that's another reason why running that card is actually running that starter like that is good, because you're still going to get a bunch of hand value anyway. So
Ilo is just one of those setup cards that helps set up for the attack climbing combos. Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, there you go. Like you said, we're able to soul blast out that the heal trigger to start being able to get it into the bind zone to start setting up for those Gear Chronicle Steam Maiden climbs that we're so familiar with.
yep, and here we have Ahmed going on in, riding into our grade 1 Angel Feather Girl, drawing a card first, getting that wonderful quick shield access here. And it could be interesting to see. I wonder how they feel about that whole starter option here, because that is, I would be, if I was on the other side of the table, I'd be going, huh?
Are you sure that's your starter?
Yeah, and then we have starting off with a little bit of that little rush here, which is actually pretty smart. And we pick it up in Malkuth. Early rushing here is actually pretty important. It can be a little bit scary because you don't want to give counterblast for the Entrahana play here, but at the same time, as a Malkuth player going second, you actually want to apply as much pressure and as much damage early as possible to start really pushing through. And on top of that, we did see the G assist here, so I think Armad made a really smart play here by constantly instantly pushing in. And also, that Angel is actually really good. She has a good write-up skill too, so you could move your damage around as well. So I think this is a really good start for our Angel Feather player.
Absolutely. So Beat Angel is definitely one of the ideal grade 1 rides here for the Malkuth Malik strategy, just because it's able to help set up the damage zone. And of course, you get to be able to call something from your damage zone. And having that ability to have your damage zone as a second hand is very powerful, and something like Gear Chronicle, who likes to constantly try and poke at you. So, even the event that you do go and climb to a high amount of damage, well, that just gives you more toolbox options for sure.
Yep. And then on this side, we also, since we did get the counterblast, we are seeing the Entrahana play. Writing it as Vanguard, usually sometimes people write something else on the grade 2, and then they'll write into, and then they'll call the Entrahana on the rear guard because she then has the Soul Blast effect active here. Kind of wondering if there is any, if we are going to see any rush here, because that's the scariest part is when you give that damage, you're pretty much telling your opponent, okay, you can rush me down with the Gear Cat because Entrahana gets the Gear Cat at, then you can all like Nabu, you can call it grade 2. You can kind of start really setting up and just go to pretty much put your opponent at 2-3 damage pretty quickly.
Absolutely. So we're going to be able to see here if Drake is going to be able to find himself some Steam Maiden to be able to recoup what he lost in that G assist, which is one good thing I will say is that even though you are missing out cards in something like the G assist, you could still try to break even with something like the Gear Cat combo and try to build off of that.
I think that's the craziest part. What makes Steam Main so strong is even through G assisting and breaking and everything, you can still get your entire hand back. Here we have the Gear Cat ability here, so you can pretty much pick up any Steam Maiden card. You normally hear, which is what's really interesting about the Inglisa, in case they choose to go into Inglisa, you can actually search Inglisa with Gear Cat because she actually has the Steam Maiden name in her, which is another reason why people run it, is because you can find her. It's a top 3, but she's a target.
Yep, and then if you have the counterblast to spare, well, guess what? You're just going to do that whole song and dance all over again.
Yep, it looks like we are not having that insane rush. We're just kind of going in for a solid 18 here. Honestly, taking the damage here is pretty fine. So that's what we're seeing here. And then that's, I believe, a critical trigger. So I think we're taking 2 damage now.
Let's see if we can get anything from Armid here. We got 2 blanks on him, but that's okay. Like I said, Angel Feather having that ability to have the second hand option in their damage zone might be able to fish out something that he might need for this specific matchup.
Yep, exactly. And also the Malkuths provide healing too. So even taking early damage, you can just pick up your damage as you're saying, and then you can also just heal back down through either Malkuth skill or the secondary Malkuth skill, who when revealed pretty much just instantly goes on your Vanguard. So and that goes on both sides. So if you damage check him, you can also ride him.
All right, so we have here the Ammunition Angel here being rode upon by Armed, and right now, I mean, it's seems okay at best. I mean, I definitely see it more as a rear guard option. So perhaps there wasn't the ideal grade ride, but it is what it is. We're going to be able to use that on ride effect, however, of the Beat Angel to be able to fish out something from the damage zone. A pseudo rescue check for people who remember that back in the day.
I think my favorite part about Angel Feather is this constant, hello, I will use my counter blast and then I will countercharge. It happens all the time. Like, look, we just had the face down, now it's back face up, and we're going to be seeing this all game.
All right, this is a very nice call here, Ahmed. So he was able to fish out the Holy Lord Angel, and Holy Lord Angel says, when placed, you have to look at the top 7 cards of your deck, reveal up to 1 card with Malk of Malak in its card name from among them, put it to your hand and shuffle your deck, and then you reveal up to 1 normal unit from your hand and put it at the top of your deck. So having that ability to stack the Malk of Malak, like I said, in your hand and then be able to damage check it is going to give you another way to do those superior ride shenanigans. So very nice.
Exactly. I wholeheartedly agree. That's the magic of Malkuth. And also that card is like really free. There is no cost on that. It's just
it's not. Exactly. It's just on place. And then, like I said, with the ability to fish it out from the damage zone, it just gives it more value.
Exactly. We'll see here sort of what happens, but I'm really excited. I'm seeing one thing I really like about this is that the setups for Armid is actually going really well. I think they're seeing exactly what they needed. Miss Ride in the Grade 2 is not hurting them at all right now. And now that I'm seeing the engine more, I'm actually starting to see how all these cards come together, because Angel Feather is a weird clan. Like, you don't really see the magic until you see it like right here on screen.
Mm-hmm. And, it just comes out of nowhere, honestly. And like you said earlier, it's going to be that snowballing effect where it's very slow at first, but then it's going to start building up. And all those Protect 2s are going to eventually come into fruition, especially, like we said, with those multiple re-ride plays.
Yep. All right, looks like the setup was almost complete here. I assume with the drive check we have our Malkuth, and then we'll just go into like a little baby rush here, and then just kind of get ready, because you don't want to rush too hard. It can be a little scary to give teammates too much damage, and also we're not sure just how good that ride up is going to happen here over on Drake's side. If we're going to see that full superior ride combo, I don't know if we are. We might not, but if they choose to go down that route, we'll have to see what happens.
No, that brings up a very good point. So in a lot of cases, right, there are people that argue that, not necessarily rushing against Steam Maidens is the best option, because that's just giving them more ways to get out that Gear Cat combo and give them more advantage with things such as their gear climbs with multiple attacks. But, at the same time, like you said, will they have the hand to accommodate for that, right?
Exactly. Something I want to note here, going back to that whole 9K base, that top stack was obviously the normal unit, and Entrahana is a 10K base. So again, it's like you couldn't, there was no way to hit over that, even if you wanted to, unless there was a booster call. But again, mentioning, I don't think Armid wanted to give too much damage. And we are going into actually
there's the
Lisa here. So,
yes, it is.
Oh, so excited. Let's see if we see that full pop-up. I assume we're going to. So we're going to be using Glissa's skill here after probably getting some cards on the board, discarding, going into the Time Leaper, and then using, after the Time Leaper's effect, going back down into Glissa. So let's see if the magic happens, if we'll be able to see exactly what we were talking about. I'm really excited, because you don't see this very often. This is a very rare engine, and it doesn't always work, because it's only a couple cards in the deck that make this engine work. So I can't. Oh, and they got the card.
He got the card. There it is. No, it's okay.
So we are going to see the full engine here.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is correct. This is not premium you are watching. This is a V premium game. I know when we see Inglisa, we talk about, and we think primarily it comes from that ride down strategy, and it comes to, just doing it for premium. But nope, it's having some prevalence right now in V. As you can see, we're going to be able to grab that grade 2, put it into the soul, and then using hopefully as a quote unquote ride option after using Inglisa's skill to be able to get multiple force markers in one turn. Very cool.
Oh, no. One of the craziest part about this is Time Leaper literally gets you a card from deck to board, so you can get like Entrahana out of this if you wanted to. Like, it's also just a nice little side engine, and it's so aggressive. It's because you get the 4 attacks, you get your Entrahana outs, you get a Gear Cat through it too, and then on top of that, you're also gonna get double force marker. Like, it's such a high roll, but it's such a satisfying high roll.
Right, but is it going to be enough high roll for Armid over here? He is at 2 damage, and we're only looking at, we're not looking at something as scary as an Alul turn, right? So there might not be as much climbing happening as we're so used to seeing in Steam Maidens. So will that give Armid enough time for a cushion to recuperate on a crackback?
I guess we'll have to see, because something to keep in mind is usually Elu's first ride isn't that insane to begin with. It's usually a farm turn is what I like to call it. You're usually like calling down a couple of cards that let you draw some cards using Entrahana's skill anyway. And usually ideally here, you just want to go that route. And this is interesting. Calling out the grade 1 onto the force marker here. I guess we're just going to probably swing with it and then time leap it into the Entrahana, is I'm assuming the play we're going to see here.
Absolutely. I do see something in the bind zone, more than likely, like you said, going to be that Intra Hana, and we're going to be seeing the Ilul swing in, of course, going to be a nice clean 18K here, which makes a very, very good number here. I mean, I know in cases like premium, in standard, they're going to be simple 5K guards, but for here, your grade 1s are going to be 10K guards, and of course, something like Angel Feather has a little more defensive options. So we'll see
correct.
how Armid is going to be guarding it. Looks like, okay, so he's going to be using the quick shield as well as an intercept over here, making it enough to guard.
So here we have the Time Weaver coming in, using effects. Chances are we're grabbing an Intra Hana here. I would be surprised if we're going to grab anything else. So we're going to send that back. That's the grade 1. It's going back to deck. And then the best play here would definitely be Intra Hana, especially with the counterblast, because you get 2 free cards to the board on top of potentially finding an Elu, which is, I'm assuming, what Drake is going to want to look for. So there's the Intra Hana, and then we'll be using effect to get the Gear Cat. And I'm assuming the target will be Elu. I don't know if they have an Elu, but that would be the ideal target, because after this ride effect that we'll see be happening here, you do want to go straight to Elu and then pop off there. Let your opponent give you like 3-4 counterblasts, because you'll probably have it, and then you'll just go straight into it.
A very good setup here on Drake's part. So we're going to be able to see, like you said, so much advantage coming off, and something that's not as commonly seen. So you like to see some sort of variation when it comes to the good old Gear Chronicle plays here.
Also, these numbers are kind of annoying, because that Time Weaver is going to give 10K to that Intra Hana on top of the Gear Cat's numbers and on top of the Force Marker, really utilizing the Force Marker here too.
Interesting. He didn't seem to call out the Gear Cat at all.
That's interesting. I don't know how much stole they have there, but that is interesting, because 2 reasons why that's odd. One is Intra Hana's skill is now offline. So
does he have? Does he have all the?
I think they're going for it. But I see what you mean. You're thinking if they have another Gear Cat, right?
Okay, they do.
Okay, we're back to business. I was about to say,
you know what?
You really
want to know what it is?
Advantage.
Yeah, I was going to say, they're just going through the proper motions, of course. Some of us being those types of players of like, no, I'm already know what I'm doing. I'm already going through my deck. Let me grab the Intra Hana. I'm going to grab the Gear Cat. I'm going to pop off, do it like that. But of course, we're just slowly going through the motions here, making sure everything is played out accordingly, which is very nice. You want to make sure you're doing that for your opponent, being able to explain proper effects and all of that good stuff.
Oh, yeah, of course. To be fair, that does make sense. You have to grab the card first and then go into the Gear Cat. So we do have the Gear Cat resolving here. Nice little top 3. Maybe finding an Elu, or maybe finding grade 1. That works too. I mean, they might have an Elu already. We don't know.
No, Elu is still really good here, because, like you said, even if they do have the Elu already in their hand, Elu is going to be able to help set up for that Gear Climb combo in the following crackback turn.
Exactly. So this is now swinging for 15, I believe. I think it's 15. I'm pretty sure the number is 50. I could be wrong. But something that's interesting is our opponent is on grade 2, but we do have the Heal Guardian dropping down here, kind of helping a little bit with that aggression. So making the number a little bit easier to guard. So that's putting at 19 to, I believe, 34. And that is a perfect guard hitting. Nice little draw trigger. I think right now it's a 2 to pass on Vanguard, but they're choosing to put it on the rear here.
It could also just be the -2 crit here.
Could be. You are correct. And then that was, I believe, we saw another Inglissa, actually, as the second check. So
oh, my goodness.
More Inglissas. So this number
more force spam. More spam.
Annoying. This is 18, 28, 38, maybe. I don't know how much is in the bind zone, but to go
more
ahead
than likely being took.
Damage. Yep. And then using Andrada's secondary skill, which is where you want to primarily use her. You get to Soul Blast, look at top 2, and 1 to hand, 1 to bind zone. Very perfect setup, very beautiful card here. And also Soul Blasting any other pieces you may need for your bind zone. Overall, just a very solid engine. So here's the top 2 reveal. We have the grade 2 Steam Maiden along with the trigger, probably binding the 2 and then grabbing that trigger to hand, because why not have more shield value?
Can't have enough, absolutely. And the one thing to note, of course, we did see the Ammunition Angel go into the damage zone for our med over there. So that's another beautiful setup card over there to do on the crackback. You're going to be able to have that on-place ability set up for the perturb.
Sorry.
Oh, yep. No, that's okay. So
here it comes. It's the one we've been waiting for.
Like explained earlier, they're going to select the grade 2 order, and as that cannot be a selectable ride target, Anglisa will then be able to ride back into herself and be able to produce another force marker. And I believe that is exactly what's being explained by Drake at the moment to show, what exactly is happening for both the opponent and for everyone else here at home.
Yep, exactly. Very beautiful stuff to see. I hope people are enjoying this because I sure am. I don't see this every day. I tested into this a few times, but it's very nice to just see it in action.
All right, now we're going back into Armid's turn for the crackback here. We're going to see the write-up most likely into that Malkuth Malik, and there it is. And the beautiful, nice, goldy border, as you like to see. We like ourselves our shiny cardboard over here.
Yes, very pretty. It's actually a very pretty card. I like the way they did the art for that one. So here we have, I can't remember exactly Malkuth's full scale, but I believe you could just Carablast 2 and heal a card if your opponent's on 3. So I think that's what we're doing here because he has 2 scales. I think if your opponent's on 2, you deal your opponent damage, and if you're on 3, you Carablast 2 and heal, which is what we're seeing go through here. Not many people see this action too often because Malkuth isn't very popular, and Angel Feather isn't a very represented clan right now. So yeah, good to see that just a straight heal because why not?
Alrighty, here we go. And I believe what's being discarded here is, of course, going to be that the secondary Malkuth, and he's stacking it on top of the deck. So like we said, we're going to be able to set it up through the damage check, more than likely going to be able to ping himself for those quote-unquote rescue checks, and then using the skill of Malkuth, be able to re-ride into it. So being able to set up multiple... Being able to also set up multiple Protect 2 markers, and he's saying, oh, that's a very nice play that you're doing, spamming multiple Force 2 markers. Guess what? I'm going to try and do something like that myself.
I'm just do it too. And then another thing to keep in mind, Malkuth actually revives. So you can Soul Blast here, revive 3 cards from your drop zone, then you take a damage. And then ideally it'll make the other Malkuth proc when this happens, which is very awesome. Your opponent can like literally just retire your board. You'd be like, okay, it's back. So here we have that going on.
Yep, damage checking the secondary Malkuth over here. I believe the name is Shin Malkuth Malik, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep. Yes, it is Shin Malkuth. You are correct. And then this is how the Protect 2 marker generation keeps going. I think the hardest part is having to try and find a way to rewrite back into the old Malkuth, because ideally you want to keep writing back into the old one. But here we have we're going into the second one. So now getting that second beautiful Protect 2 marker here, stacking it into the back row actually to give that little synergy going, and also so they can intercept. So it helps
Absolutely. A lot. Beat Angel also has that ability where it's able to intercept from the back row. So being able to get a nice shield value over there on the backboard. Very nice. As he most likely is expecting a nice crackback here. Yeah, for sure.
Exactly. So here we have, I believe also Shin gives a nice little 10k to the front row. So just giving those nice little numbers here. No guard restrict yet. And honestly, you don't need it. It's kind of like a later game type of situation here. So we're just happily swinging with three attacks here. And then along with that, we're going to have just amazing little shield values. So when Drake goes into his more pop-off turn, our Angel Feather players should have a better time trying to get through all those big numbers.
All right, so I believe we're only looking at a simple 20k here line, if I'm not mistaken. And
it should be 20, 30. 30 to
30, that's 30 correct. Yes.
With the front row, yep. And then the rear guards will be a little bit bigger because they have the front row power, and then they also have the Protect 2 power on top of that. So 15k to the So I think we're doing a little number count here. These numbers aren't too insane, but I think the scariest part about Angel Feather is usually they run a lot of crits. So Vanguard can be very scary here. We could just see like a double crit here come through very quickly. And if I remember, if we saw the deck, when we looked at deck reviews, I'm almost positive that our Malkuth player was running almost all crits. If I remember correctly, the crits there were crit sentinels and not perfect guards.
Oh, very nice. So we might actually see some double crits happening here. And that's definitely something you do not want to see if you're on Drake's part. So We'll see how he's going to be planning out this guard. He's making sure he has a size. As we can see, he does have a sizable hand here. So there is enough to guard around. But we'll see if he's just going to be taking the Vanguard. And let's see, 2 checks in. Ooh, double blanks. It is a Malkuth, though. Yep. So he does have that nice setup for the following turn.
Yep, that is correct. It's something you want to see as you go through your deck, especially with not running the draw sentinels. You definitely want to see those Malkuths as quickly as possible. So we're taking the damage here. That's a great 4. The Steam Maiden, not Steam Maiden, the Time Girl that went into damage there. Nice little shield value that went bye-bye.
Yep, nice Holy Lord boosting over here with the Beat Angel over here. Going to be a large amount of guard here. I believe if we're looking, like you said, so that's an additional 10k power. So we're looking at a clean 40. Is that right? Am I doing my math right? 48k here?
I'm trying to think. So it's 17 base, 22, 32.
No, 33. I think it might be 33 actually.
I think it's 37.
37. Okay.
I believe.
Well, regardless,
that's the
simple
Protect
50
on it too.
Exactly.
And then this side will be a similar number as well. So there we are, taking the damage there and going on in. I will say this is going to be really scary here coming up for Drake, because Drake kind of essentially needs to kill on this upcoming turn, because if there's a guard restrict that's coming next turn, along with the 2 more protect markers coming, it's going to be extremely hard to guard through all that. So we'll have to see here. I don't even know if we have an Elu. We do have an Elu.
I was going to say, yeah, and there it is. If you were on Drake's side, that is definitely the card you want to be riding here. So Elu is going to be able to help get that set up. Oh my goodness. And that is going to be a large column, 3 force markers on that.
Those numbers are, oh god, just even just the heal trigger is hitting for 35. Just the heal trigger alone.
But we see the Olu. I believe Drake is making sure he has everything in his hand. He's going to be getting out that ladder, and he's going to start climbing, doing all those wonderful gear climb combos. And he does have a nice setup, so he has been setting up his bind zone. I believe earlier on, we did see, like we said, that Alol go on earlier into the bind zone, as well as Alol as well, the grade 2. So there's a nice synergy going on there to be able to instill these multi-attacks that are about to happen. However, I believe Drake is... not Drake, I apologize. Armid is sitting at 3 damage here. So will it be enough to be able to counteract these climb combos that we're able to see here?
Kind of depends here. So we have the protect markers to kind of help with the shield. We have a nice solid, I believe, 30k on the board of guard. No, more than that. We have 35 or 40k on the board of guard with. So essentially, we do have some ability to be able to guard through a couple of these attacks. But this does get a little scary here. If we can technically set up on both sides, which I think we're seeing exactly this happen.
Oh,
right here.
yes.
So we're setting up the double ones here, because ideally as a Gear Chronicle player playing Steam Maintenance, you have 2 approaches here. You can go double ones into a 4, or you can go 0 and 1 and go into 3s. And ideally, and I think here we're going for the double 1 pop off here.
Clean 38k by itself. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. And that's a magic number too. You might as well just take that. Because and they're only gonna get bigger from here, because the grade 2 is gonna go in here, and we're gonna see some setup here with the bind zone, and the grade 2 is gonna be huge just by itself. Okay.
A blank there, only an amputation angel on Armid's side. That's definitely not something you want to see right now. You want to see those damage triggers be able to cushion out some of these blows that are coming out on the other side.
Exactly. Now here we have the skill going off. We're going from the 1 leaping into the 2, and then using the 2's effect, we can bind something from our drop, and then based off the grade, you get a bunch of power. So it gets 3k for every grade. So it seems here sort of what can't see drops on too well, but ideally you want a 3 or 4 to bind. But sometimes you have to bind a 2 if that's the only thing in your drop. Looks like we bounded.
I believe it is the 2. Yep.
So
I saw the engine how to go in there.
Power.
And the long scheme of things, though, we got a +4 on something that has currently +30 on it.
Yeah, I think it's +6 because it's +3 per.
Per grade. That's right.
Yep. So that would be that. Yeah, it's +6, which just makes some amazing and very silly numbers, especially when you bind a 3. It's a +9k. It makes it so it's very awkward to guard. So swing here with the Vanguard first. Now Vanguard does get +3k for everything in your bind zone. So Vanguard usually becomes very huge, like joking like to call it Skull Dragon numbers, because it gets very high towards the late game here. So I don't know exactly how many there are in the bind zone right now, but probably swinging between 40 and 50k, which is pretty much a PG or no guard situation for the most part. Which we're going for the Crit Sentinel here, which is fine because Crit Sentinels are 30k guards, so it's usually very, very big as well if you want to hard pass this.
That's right, Orange. As you stated earlier, this is Armid over here does not play the draw PGs. He's only playing crits, so he does not have that cushion of being able to fall back on something like a perfect guard.
Exactly. So I believe that was, if I'm not mistaken, that might have been a 1 pass. I'm not 100% sure, but we do see the heal coming off here, which could be very huge on Drake's side of things. And also, nice little 20k shield as well. And putting the power to our grade 1 over there. Second check is a Karunta. So I believe that they are safe here from taking the damage over there. So now we're swinging for another 18, which is still sometimes very annoying to guard here. But we're going for the Interceptor here, which is actually a pretty good strat there. It's just it exactly blocks it perfectly.
Yeah, annoying in a lot of cases, but at the same time, that Protect too, really going to help cushion out some of this damage over here.
Yeah, interestingly enough, they chose not to leap from 1 to 2 there. They could have chosen to counterblast and go into the 2, but I guess they decided to hold on it. Was to that maybe just chill a turn, and now since they chose not to do it, so it's like we're taking the damage.
Another blank here for Armid.
Yep.
That's okay. He's making sure all those triggers are in his
Oh.
deck for the crackback.
I don't think they had a 3 in their bind zone.
Oh, no.
Yeah, so they couldn't leap into the 3, which is very unfortunate. Under 3 force markers, that would have been a very large number to see, but it's okay. So now over on our Angel Feather side, we are gonna probably be rewriting here and pretty much just doing the same thing again. You know, you get to you get to recall out the Malkuth and then recall out cards again to the board and just kind of repeat.
Rinse, repeat, marker spam. Cool that you did it once. Let me do it multiple times. Here I go.
Exactly. And that hand's actually looking pretty healthy there. So here we have the yet another shiny piece of cardboard going straight onto that Vanguard, getting another protect marker.
I like how it's being evenly distributed across the board. Very nice.
Yeah.
You have, because you have Drake on. It's just funny to think about. You have Drake on one hand on his board. I'm putting all my force markers on one unit. Then you have Armin on the other board. I'm spamming too, but I'm going to make sure it's all evenly distributed against all my units.
I think it's pretty smart here because, you want to have the perfect shield number value to deal with those awkward numbers. So distributing this way is actually pretty nice, but also giving access for, everything to be able to intercept on your board is actually pretty cool too. The only thing I was expecting to see one protect 2 marker go on one side to make it 2, because that way it becomes 25k shield, which goes around those 3 force markers, ideally, because it makes it 37. So you can actually guard through with just one interceptor that way instead of having to intercept with 2 different cards.
Oh, this is very nice here for Armed. He was managed to get out the Amputation Angel. Very, very nice. So for those who don't know, Amputation Angel says during the battle that it attacked, if you have 3 or more protect markers on your circles, your opponent cannot call sentinels from his or her hand. So this is the form of guard restrict that Malkuth has. And more than likely, just a form of a kill confirm for Armed to be able to prevent that PG that I believe we saw at Drake's drive check earlier. So he knows for a fact that he has that PG, and he's saying, well, I'm going to make sure that for this attack, you cannot use it.
Yeah, and that number gets really big because she gets 15k on her own, plus the protect marker, plus the boost and everything. So you literally have to hard block that, or if their crits checked, it gets even higher. So you either take it or you hard block it, but it can be very risky. It's almost like a mini Hamiel, is what I like to call it. And then we have the 10k front as well happening here, which only stacks up even more. It's a 3-attack deck, but it's 3 usually pretty large attacks.
Yeah, these are basically force marker levels in a way, if you think about it, because these things get larger and larger, but you also have that cushion of being able to have, like we said, those powerful intercepts and multiple shield values. So it's very cool to see.
Yep, exactly. I think we're thinking through numbers. Vanguard should be 30k. It should not stay any higher or lower. It should stay at 30k. So unless you're running Lemio, which lets you have an extra 5k. But here we have 30k swinging in. I believe they're just going to no guard this. I would probably just no guard this and say, I'm gonna just take it. Because you really need that or if you're the scariest.
Yeah, because if you're in that or in Drake's position, you have to think, okay, well, I haven't seen my opponent check that many crits on their drive checks, and if they're going to put it all on that Amputation Angel, do I want to make sure I have enough shield value to be able to guard it? Here we do have the drive checks. He guards it. There is the crit, putting it.
Okay, the second.
All right, so it's only the one who's going to be able to, is only going to be doing 2 damage here.
So here we have going to 5, by the way, which is a good thing and a bad thing. It's a bad thing because it's gonna be hard to guard, but it's a good thing in case they do happen to survive this. They're gonna have full top off here.
Yep,
so
and then
we did hit
Drake,
one little defense.
Will that matter in the long scheme of things as we see Armid over here trying to set up with these large power columns over here?
Yep. I think this is you PG this side, then you hard guard the other side if there is enough to block. The defense does help a little bit, putting out a 23k base. It pretty much shuts down the little 10k front that Malkuth gives here. So it makes it a little easier to guard. So I think, and we know we have a PG in there, so ideally you want a PG here. Or go into the grade 4, that works too. Yeah,
absolutely. So being able to guard with another thing over here, Uluru, right? So this is another one of those cards that just makes Steam Maidens such a powerful contender. Having the ability to grab a large shield value for essentially just playing the deck as it is, discarding a heal, cycling things back into the deck. Very powerful card.
Yep, exactly. I think this card's insane. When I saw this card revealed, I was like, wow, that's a good card. there's no downsides. The downside is the fact that it's a grade 4 because it just increases your chance of G assisting essentially, but that's really all it does. But otherwise, the card's insane. That 25k shield is massive. So we did guard through that. Now we just have to hard pass this. Now there's a chance that we might have another grade 4 Uru in there for all we know, which will easily make this a lot easier to guard.
Yep, that amputation angel is nothing to scoff at, though. It is a large power column coming in, so we have to think: does Drake have enough to guard this column?
I think
believe
since they didn't perfect guard, which they could have, I believe they should have enough here. Because I feel like if they were really scared, they would have just perfect guarded the column that we just saw, and then they would have used the Grade 4 here to guard through this attack. And this attack, by the way, I believe, so we have 24, 29, back rows another 8, so that puts at 32, 42, and then we do have a trigger on us. That should be 52 here. And then here we are discarding the heal to use the Elu again. So we are going to see the Grade 4 come out, which actually, now that I think about it, we do see the drive check. So that we guess we could do into this. So Uru does have a secondary skill. You can discard a heal from hand to then call her from drop and instantly bind her to gain the exact same effect that you normally would if you were to guard her from hand.
And being able to have a 25k shield on demand is such good utility here. So with that 25k shield plus the additional 10k from the defensive trigger over here, we're looking currently at a 23, 33, 43, 48k guard. And I believe that's only going to require another 15 shield minimum. And yep, that is a successful guard. Absolutely. So Drake managing to survive the amputation angel turn with pretty well, if I do say so myself.
Oh yeah, 100% agreed. Now I am getting a little bit more worried for Armid here because 4 open counterblasts coming up. That is, you can go full combo here. You can, if you have another ride, you can even slap another force marker on that Grade 1 side, set up a little bit, and you have full combo with what Steam Main is now. At 4 counterblast is like the magic number for full combo, and we're about to see that happen here. We'll have to see if there's another ride. I doubt it because we've seen so many, but it's possible. It's possible. I mean, see one more.
Yeah, but like you said also earlier with Uluru, he was able to set up his bind zone in a way where being able to do those successful climb combos seems a little easier to do. So he might have it for all we know.
Looks like we are going straight to Elu skill. I believe there was a Karunta that was checked earlier. I think that would be really nice here because I think soul blasting out that Grade 3 in soul is pretty ideal. Using Karunta just to soul blast out the Grade 3 because I don't think they have a Grade 3 in bind still, or a way to bind the Grade 3. I don't think that's there, but we do need it for that full combo. You can go from 1 to 4 if you have a 3 in bind. So have to see here. So here we have.
Yep, there you go. Double Elus with 4 counterblasts. This is looking like a very scary turn.
Yep, because you can leap on each side from 1 to 2 to 3, and then go to 4 on the other side. Here we have the Karunta coming in, probably calling over the Grade 1. I'm assuming we're gonna be using the effect here because you do want that Grade 3 out of soul kind of right now. Now would be the time to get that out. So I think they're kind of walking through the actions here, trying to think of what they're going to do here. They are going to use the counterblast here, but I think having that extra attack is more important.
Yep, and then on Armed's side of things too, not to take into account, he is at 3 damage, so he does have enough cushioning room to possibly have some defensive triggers come his way. So it is a matter of being able to map out the attack pattern over here on both ends.
I agree. I think having that cushion is going to help. Double defense could easily shut down maidens pretty quickly. So I agree with that.
All right, he's using that Karunta to. Looks like he took away the Persistence Angel, from the back row.
That's very interesting. You would assume that wanting to get rid of the 15k shield that the other cards are providing would be better, but I guess they didn't want the setup of that card back there to just keep cycling those Malkiths.
Well, you also have to remember that Shin Malkith Malik, the one that he's on, does give those forms of resist. Correct.
You're
so
right.
He cannot use them as targets.
Correct. Anything has a protect marker on it is safe. You are right. I completely equipped over that skill. Yeah, so yep, that's just how you do it. Now keep in mind, since Karunta did send back a Grade 1, we're calling out a Grade 2, and lo and behold, it is good old Intrahana back at it again.
Intrahana Gear Cat, whee!
Yeah, exactly. Here it is back again. Not having, I guess they're out of cats. So
oh my goodness.
You still need the boost if you want the effect. You have to boost. So
Drake just slapping down.
Yep.
Yeah, Drake slapping down that PG. He says, I don't need this where we're going.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, Entrahana does also Soul Blast here, so we should have our bind set up once we go from the 1 to the 2 and then the 3 into the 4. We don't have the double attacks on both sides, but that's perfectly fine. This is more than enough to also keep the engine going.
Absolutely. And like you said, in the later stages of the game, that Olol over there is getting larger and larger for those quote unquote Skull Dragon numbers, just getting persistently larger and more annoying to guard. However, we do have to take into account that Armed does have multiple ways to guard it. And, you know, for all we know, he could just no guard the Vanguard.
Yep, correct. That was a very interesting top two there. Sometimes when you play Steam Meetings, you have to think, is it worth using Entrahana's skill first or swing with Vanguard first? And here we definitely saw the low row end of that. To get the double triggers on top is it can be very sad to see. You would prefer to see units. Okay, looks like we're swinging in with the booster, and we took a damage there. So now we're probably gonna be leaping.
Another blank over there for Armed. We do see the circular saw come in, though, so that is definitely another utility card that could be taken into account if he manages to get it out of the damage zone.
Yeah, that is true. All right, so here we are going into the 2 binding, and then we're probably going. So the setup here was going to be 2 to 3, and then 3 to 4. And if people are wondering how the 4 is coming out, Elu does have a skill where when a Steam attacks, you can call a grade higher, and because you can usually use it on the 0, or you can use it on the 4 here. So since we didn't see the 0, obviously we're going to be using it on the 4. So here we are taking the damage. I believe that's another grade 1 going in. No defenses. Definitely not something you want to see here because these numbers just can get bigger and bigger. That hand is looking pretty small. We do have some ways to properly intercept through, but isn't enough because as we discussed, the Vanguard is going to be big. The Vanguard is going to be very large. So here we are.
And I believe we are getting closer into time here in the round. So I believe both players over here are making sure to keep track of each other's turns over here. For those who do not know, there is a turn 0, 1, 2, 3 when it comes to being called in times in the rounds. And I believe at the end, if a player was not declared the winner, it is declared a double loss here. So we'll have to see if, you know, one of these players will be able to close it out in these next few turns.
Yep. I believe here, honestly, we're getting pretty close here to finishing. So we'll see. Because that Vanguard right now is swinging for, this time it should definitely be between 50,000 or so. That's a very high number that's swinging in. But that hand is not looking too bad. Oh, here's another Crit Sentinel. I'm glad they're coming in handy. Yeah,
absolutely. Not only that, but there we go. We got another large Protect Intercept over here. That should be able to successfully, that should be able to make it at least a 2 to pass here.
Yeah, so that's a 40. Sorry, that's 42 plus the interceptor, which is another 15. That puts at 57. So hard to say exactly, because I don't know how big the bind zone is. That's a heal trigger.
Ooh, very nice for Drake. A heal trigger in this point of the game is very nice.
This is very important, especially with overtime coming up. That could make a difference here. Being at lower damage is actually pretty ideal here. So that's actually very good time to see a heal. That's the best way to put it.
Also strategically healing out the Gear Cat here.
Yep, since we were running out of them. Oh, all effects on Vanguard. What's the second check? Not a trigger.
It was a 2 to pass. Okay, oh my goodness.
Yeah. So here we are swinging with the grade 3. Keep in mind there is still one more attack coming after this. Is there to guard? We do have a little bit of intercepting going on the left side, or on the left side for our med. So there should be enough to guard through all of this, but we'll have to see.
We will have to see. He is at 5 damage. He cannot afford to take one more point.
Exactly. But I think, honestly, we're really seeing the tankiness of Malkuth coming through here. Guarding through 3 force markers this many times is pretty insane, because we are going to leap over here into the 4, and then the 4 is going to be swinging for probably, I think, 55 total, so very high. Oh, choosing to not call out the 4. Interesting. Okay. Okay.
Rides into the Kyriel. Oh, no. My goodness.
This is it. This is game here. I believe this will be game unless we have another heal trigger coming through. The Kyriel is with this amount of protect markers on the board. These numbers are going to get insane on top of the guard restrict that's going to be active. This is going to be very, very hard to guard through, and oh my gosh, you do get the double protects here as well. Those are huge numbers. Whew, that's scary. That is a scary board.
Just to inform our viewers at home, so Circular Saw Kyriel has the skill when it is placed on the Vanguard circle. If you have a protect marker on your circles, you may counterblast 1 and you get yourself an additional imaginary gift protect. So more marker spam. You like to see that. And then when during your turn, it gets 5k for each marker on your circles. So just a big beefy column.
We have 6 Protect 2s on the board. That's a lot of Protect 2s. Is that another Amputation Angel on the board? Oh my gosh.
Double Sentinel Restrict. Oh my goodness.
Ooh, that is big. That hand on Drake's side is looking pretty small. I think we have more attacks than we have hand right now.
I mean, that heal trigger definitely had some cushion there. Will we see if it is enough here for Drake?
These numbers are huge. We're looking at like 50Ks right now. And on top of that, Kirill applies multi-attack. So we're going to swing in with these, and then we're going to call 2 more cards out. So
we do see the Ulu coming down. Yep. Will the Maiden be enough to save the day here for Drake?
We're about to find out. We're about to see. We've seen a lot of healing happening. There could be, another heal coming through. It looks like we're guarding through. That should be plenty. That is a big guard right there, but it might not even be enough. Is it even enough? Because that puts them at 38, 58?
38, 20. That's right. Only 58. There was no defensive there.
Yep. Okay, so that's one side guarded through, but we have another guard restrict side to deal with here.
Yeah, the interesting thing is, though, will Ahmed choose to go with Vanguard first to be able to try and potentially check that critical trigger to create more pressure, just in case, for whatever reason, Drake managed to save that 1 PG for the Vanguard attack?
I think you want to definitely swing with rears and then go with Van, right? Because Vanguard then recalls out 2 more cards, so you would lose an entire attack if you swing with the Vanguard. Because you can swing with the rears and then swing with Kirill, activate her skill, call 2 cards from damage. So.
Very true. That's right. Setting up more multi-attack combos like that.
Exactly. And especially with the Protect 2 markers being active there and stacked in the front row, they should be more than enough to hit over. Ooh, I love this finisher. This is part of the reason why you run cards like these, because Malkuth is nice and all, but it's still 3 attacks. But Kirill amplifies that extra combo wombo with multi-attacking coming in.
Absolutely. We're really getting to see the power here of Malkuth Angel Feathers with that Kirill multi-attack. You just love to see these sort of things.
Exactly.
But we do have Drake. Yep, exactly. Drake making sure just properly mapping out everything he might need to potentially live this turn, which is completely understandable. We are slowly crunching into here on time. We want to make sure that everything is played out correctly, of course, and there are no misplays to be had, if it is all possible.
Oh, okay. So we are getting, I was mentioning, we are getting kind of close to overtime here, so let's see what's happening here. I guess we'll find out. They're still thinking through sort of the setup here, or what the numbers are.
It could also potentially be, looking at it, since I don't see another swing here on Armit's side of things, that they're still properly trying to get the number here for that first amputation column over here. Because like you said earlier, that was only a 58K guard, if I'm not mistaken. So was that even enough to successfully guard the attack? And, of course, one thing that we like to note here at BRO is both players do have access to the respective logs, just to be able to make sure and double check effects to have some sort of confirmation. So I believe that is what is happening currently here on Drake's part. We're just making sure everything is properly being played out as it is, as you would want. Of course, we don't want any sort of misplays to be happening over here.
Yep, exactly. But here we are. It was still a very exciting match. I think watching this as we kind of wait a little bit, still very exciting. It's just, we did see the Kirill come on out there. We pretty much saw everything on Angel Feather's side. We saw like the full deck almost. And I think that's super exciting because you don't see that every day, especially with how underrepresented Angel Feather is nowadays. It's nice to see the Malkuth into double Malkuth into Kirill on top of that.
Yeah, actually, if you're on Armit's side of things, one has to think, like, what exactly are we planning on calling here with that Kirill combo? You do have some sort of, you are at 5 damage, right? You have 5 options here to be able to instigate some sort of kill.
So it looks like here we did have the double loss happen just because of time in situations, which does happen, is okay. So we're going to go ahead and wrap up round 1 there. It was a pretty long match, but it was still very fun to watch. There was a lot of stuff going on. They were both popping off like crazy, a lot of healing happening. So, stuff like this does happen. And Angel Feather does, usually the games go a little bit longer just because of how much tankiness there is involved. So a little sad, but it's okay. It happens. It's part of the game. You know, there are rules. Rules are rules. So, but it's okay. It was still an amazing round one to see, and just very wonderful to watch, and also just very unique. We saw two very unique engines go up on stage there. So, how do you feel?
I feel like I saw a lot of spamming happening on both ends, right?
It was, it was a lot of spamming.
A lot of spam. But no, both played it exceptionally well. But as you said earlier, you know, unfortunately, when it comes to those sorts of time constraints, that is something that you have to keep in mind when it comes to participating in these events. You know, it's not just the enemy that you have to keep track of, but it is also the clock as well.
Yes.
So
and
it is
something to keep in mind. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you a little bit
No,
there,
no,
but
go ahead.
There are regulations on the page if you're ever curious to know about how regulations go. There's more information there as well. So, yeah, just want to get that out there.
Yeah. Absolutely. You want to make sure everything is in check, you know, make sure all those rulings are in check for sure. So understandable. I will say one thing.
Go ahead.
I would just say one thing. There is that the way the turn of events was playing out, it was so interesting to see the Curio just be slapped down. And I was very curious to see what was coming out of the multi-attack from Curio.
Yeah, chances are, because I believe you have to call from damage. It kind of just depends on what the face down was, but you know, you swing with the rear guards, and usually the next two attacks are a little bit weaker depending what's in there. But swing with the rear guards, swing with Van, recall 2 cards. It could be grade 1s or whatever at that point. It doesn't really matter. But the protect 2 markers, what really helps the kind of the numbers go. So you can even call like triggers and stuff like that, and they'll still just barely hit over. So, and especially them being kind of close to pretty much death there, I think that game was, unless there was another healer that comes out, which is very possible. I think the Maka player had it there.
Yeah, very cool. And yeah, it'll be exciting to see if we get to see anything else like that. I'll be happy sight for sure.
On that, guys, we did have a very long, very amazing match happen there, but we're gonna go ahead and take a short break here coming up. So don't go anywhere. We have round 2 coming, and me and Fuzzy will be back. So stay tuned while we go into a break. Bye.
Cardfight Vanguard. The Glitters have obtained great strength in response to each of their feelings. These heroes are back too. Booster Pack, Minerva Rising, Bushiroad.
Hello and welcome back to Bushiroad Rumble Online 2023. We just finished round 1. We are going soon into round 2. Fuzzy, how are you feeling today?
I am feeling very excited. You know, that nice back and forth game is definitely something that you'll want to see. Both players battling it out, spamming as many markers as you can. It's all about those markers here at a V format. So it's nice to see, you know, being able to show how many you could spam in one turn.
That is true. We did see a lot of marker spam, especially on the Ancient Feather side. They were just like protect 2, protect 2, protect 2, protect 2, protect 2, protect 2. It was very large. A lot of protect 2s going on. Very exciting match overall. Can't wait to see more. That was just round 1. We still got so much more to go. What would you like to see? I know you mentioned Dragon Empire a little bit. Is there any particular you'd want to see for round 2?
Yeah, so, you know, more Dragon Empire would be great. But realistically speaking, though, one deck that I forgot to mention that would be interesting to see also, Narukami, right? So I know Vanquisher is definitely another one of those Excel decks that has a lot of cool utility coming up in this side here. We have a lot of draw potential happening, a lot of Excel spamming as well. So just being able to gain a large amount of advantage, binding things on the board, you know, those are the types of things I like to see. So if I had to take a pick, probably something like Narukami. Spike Brothers, that would be another really, really cool one to see. Having that ability. Yeah. You know, it's not just something that people see in premium space. It's also something that I think has a lot of cool utility in V. Having that Juggernaut maximum play with Rising Nova, the force spamming as well, being able to utilize both Force 1 and Force 2 has a lot of amazing utility there as well. So that would be a really cool one to see. What about you, Orange?
I love Grand Blue, so I'll say this every time.
Oh yeah.
I'm always down for some Grand Blue action. I would be interested to see some of like some Great Nature as well, because I do think that deck's also pretty oppressive. Could be very, very just very. It's also another marker spamming deck, so it does a lot of stuff. And it's actually pretty strong into current format. But that, I think those are the main two that I would like to see. And also, we've kind of talked about it. But I don't know if we have talked about it, but it would be cool to see some of the paladins. I want to see some paladins. I want to see them.
Yes. Oh my goodness. Okay, so if we're talking about paladins specifically, right? It's just so cool to see so many different types of variations popping up this weekend. So if we're talking about something like AO and EU, we know that a Jewel Knights actually made it in for both AO and EU regions. So that's one of those like dark horse decks that I'm very excited to see and would be a very, very cool option. Another one as well, you know, like you said, we do have the Gold Paladin. Gurgwit is still, you know, one of those cards that you see spamming up every now and then. We have Spectral Duke as well when it comes to another very powerful Gold Paladin archetype. So who knows?
Also, there's Ezel. Ezel still with the Superior Ride could be really good. And
very true, yeah.
Royals, we've seen Alt Mile and Jewel Knights pop up, so it'll be very interesting to see sort of those end of the spectrum, because honestly those decks are all relatively strong. I think the only one that kind of suffers a little bit right now is Duke. Spectral Duke just really needs that second Excel marker just to kind of pop off, and losing Percival kind of really hurt that deck. But Ezel, and not meaning Ezel, but Gurgit, still to this day is still an insanely good and strong deck. Even with all the nerfs that it's had to it, it's still good.
Yeah, I mean, it had a very strong contention at the Worlds this year. I believe it came in 4th or 3rd place. So a very, very powerful thing to see. Yeah, absolutely. It had, or was that Liberators? Regardless, it had...
There was a gold deck of some kind that made it through. I think it was 4th, but I'm not 100%.
Regardless, Gold Paladin has, you know, amazing utility throughout its archetype. So regardless of what type of archetype we are possibly thinking of, they just have a lot of utility to play with. So it's very cool.
Yep. Well, with that being said, I am hearing that we might be able to see some decks here for our round 2. So let's go ahead and take a look what round 2 will be looking like here. I'm excited to see. It is indeed the Paladin.
It's the Ezels, baby. Let's go.
That's pretty hype. It's actually, this is like super Ezel engine. So some people do like the little half and half thing where kind of only focus on one Ezel or another Ezel, but this is really just a full Ezel package. We got the Scissors, we got, can't remember all their names, but we got Platana, we got Blonde Ezel, and then we also have the one that checks for makes your drive checks extend as well.
Raven-haired Ezel.
Yes, and then the card restrict Ezel. Yeah, we got all the Ezels here. So we got the whole package. Very exciting, actually. I'm actually really excited to see how this works out. What are your thoughts? Oh,
I mean, my
we're
thoughts are
switching-
on this deck that we just showed right
Yeah,
now
yeah,
on stream.
now
We've
we
got
get this
Jewel
deck.
Knights coming up. Yeah.
Go.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. So we have a really, really powerful looking list here for the Ashley reverse. Very interesting. So when I primarily think of Jewel Knights, right, it's one of those things where I'm looking at it and I normally think of the original Ashley being able to spam its on-ride ability to be able to generate a large amount of advantage. But, you know, being able to highlight Ashley reverse here, having that ability to lock your rear guards, gain large amounts of advantage, and then as well a Sentinel restrict on top of it. A very, very powerful thing. So I'll be excited to see how these two go against each other. Absolutely.
I agree. I think that deck with Force 2 is just insane. So that guard stick with the Force 2 numbers, oh my gosh, it just gets so impossible to guard. But I'm excited to see. I think we're going to be going to switching over to our players here shortly here, so we're able to see this matchup go on in a very hype. I also noticed just while we're chilling here waiting, they have the blue triggers. Did you see that? They got the blue triggers there.
Oh yeah, that's so true. You're right. They have the original Star Trek triggers. You love to see it.
You don't see that every day. But,
I definitely have the original.
You do?
No, I was gonna say I have the original Star Deck. It's literally right on my shelf over right back over here.
I was about to say I've never seen them before in real life, so I have no idea what they even look like.
So pretty. Just having the nice clan symbol on the back of the units themselves with that nice blue background. It's one of those cards that it's so simple but very nice. But you know, we're not here to talk about card art, right? We're here to talk about the games that are happening here on stream. So on the right, we do have Cool Person rocking out with that Jewel Knight list, and then on the right we have Rooftop Raider rocking out the Ezel. And I believe, based on what I see here, it looks like Rooftop Raider is going first.
Yep, I believe that is correct. So we're excited to see. This is a double paladin matchup here. So we'll have to see sort of, I don't even know who has the upper hand here. They both have some very, very interesting techs that they can do.
Yeah, one thing I will like to point out over here is going to be that initial grade 1 ride here from Cool Person 8 actually is going to be the Mordivis, I believe her name is. No, Morvitus. It's definitely one of those ideal grade 1 rides, as I've mentioned in the Malk of Malak game, because for this particular one, you're going to be able to draw a card off the on-ride ability. Yep. So having to gain a large amount of hand is something that's really nice to see in the early game, because not only are you able to spam multiple units onto the board by doing the normal Jewel Knight combos, but you're able to recoup that loss via on-ride skills like that. So that's really cool.
Yeah, exactly. Something to keep in mind, it's not just this one grade 1, it's all the Jewel Knights cards. They all have on-place abilities when you call over them, they all get these effects. So in the foreseeable future here, we're going to be seeing a lot of 10Ks and top 3s and crit spamming and drawing, because they all, which is the coolest part, you can keep calling over them and just going in and the best part is that you don't lose value from calling them to the board, because you can just call over them. And it looks like we're going for a rush here, which honestly is ideal. That, you know, seeing Ezel right there, you see that grade 1 and you go, uh-oh, they might superior right on me. I gotta start going in. Something to keep in mind, Ezel can superior ride if they have the right tools for it. So we'll see here what the write-up is going to look like. But with the write-up on Rooftop side, we'll declare if we'll see a superior ride, which can get very insane sometimes. Yeah,
as you can see here, putting out large amounts of pressure with those just slapping down all those grade 1s and actually pushing Rooftop Raider to 3 damage. Oh, nope, he got a defensive heal over there. That's really good if you're on Rooftop Raider side of things.
Going to 3 damage on turn 1 just like that, I would be scared. Anytime I see that stuff happens, I'm like, oh my gosh, what do I do? But you are riding into the Ezel, so we have a shot here at a potential superior ride if we have the proper setup. We do not, so we cannot superior ride. I think we have to have whole wheel on the board for it. So we did miss out on that potential chance to high roll there, but it's okay. Checking the grade 2 there, and then checking
Ashley reversed into the damage zone.
Yeah.
That's not something you want to see if you're on Cool Person's side. That's, I believe, is going to be his main grade 3 ride option over here. But you do have the utility to be able to probably fetch out another one.
Exactly. Here we have that ride up skill that you were talking about earlier. You just get to draw an extra card because why not? And then we're going into the grade 2 here. Probably gonna move some cards back. That grade 1, by the way, that cool person just moved back is insane. You rest and just constantly keep recycling cards. And then we also are whipping out the grade 2, which copies the power of the Vanguard as well. Very fun, very awesome card to see. So now we're swinging in, leaving that grade 1 there on the right side, just chilling for now, which is okay. It can do its thing in a little bit.
Absolutely. So for those who need to be a little more informed on a couple of the cards here for cool person over here, we do have the Jewel Knight Sybil being placed and attacking on the Vanguard circle. When this unit attacks, put a grade 2 or less from your hand into your soul and draw a card. So once again, it's multiple resource management and being able to accumulate some resources that you are just spamming onto the board as you would do naturally here with Jewel Knights. And of course, when it's also placed on this circle, you could look at 3 cards on the top of your deck and choose 1 grade 2 or less Jewel Knight from among them. So just another way to fish out those Ashley reverses that you otherwise might need in the later stages of the game. And
exactly. And here we are on rooftop side. So we rode the, I believe that's Ravenborn. I don't remember the name, but it's the one with the guard restrict active. It actually looks like we did not ride into the proper Ezel.
Raven-haired Ezel, yes. I have had the experience of this card being spammed on me multiple times.
Yeah, I have too. I just forget the names of all of them. I know what they do, I just don't remember the names. This one has the guard restrict. You can pretty much counterblast and put the guard restrict on it if you want to, which I don't think they did here. It actually looks like we missed a little bit. I feel like the blonde Ezel or the scissors would have been the most ideal right here, but going into this one with absolutely nothing else is a little rough here, because you can actually superior ride from hand. You can go into blonde Ezel into this Ezel, so you can have double Excel markers pretty much. We did not see that happen here. Very unfortunate, but it does happen. You know, there's a lot of Ezels, a lot of engines going on, so sometimes you don't see the pieces in the right order. And also not calling anything to the board. And but FYI, we did have the reverse Ashley come out here, which we're going to see some guard restrict happening, some spooky stuff here, so we'll have to see. But something we actually didn't talk about, sorry, I got a lot of ideas thrown through my head. Ezel scissors can unlock cards, which is actually just a random factor that I can do. So
oh yeah, very true. You have the reverse on one side being able to lock the cards using their own skills, and then you have Ezel on the other hand. I believe it's Ezel scissors, like you said, saying no, I'm going to try and unlock everything. So that's actually a really interesting interaction there.
Yeah, I don't know how much it'll fall into this because you don't see the reverse cards being used this much with the locks, and also you don't see Ezel scissors very often either. It's not a very played archetype, like specific to the scissors part. So it'd be interesting to see sort of what happens if we see the scissors. I want to see it. Looks like you're running for a little bit of setup.
Yep, as you said earlier, right? Cool person going for the Force 2 option over here with Rooftop Raider being at 3 damage. So just trying to make a large amount of pressure with that Vanguard column over there, because if cool person goes in with the Sentinel Restrict, being at 3 damage, Rooftop Raider has to think, okay, if he checks a crit, I might have the potential of dying at that point, and we definitely want to try to avoid that.
Exactly. Here we are going for the setup. So Ashley does need 3 locked for the full guard restrict active, which ideally you want to rest that grade 1 that they rested to then lock it, because you use its effect and rest it. It just goes away. It doesn't matter anymore. And then you want the soul to be able to pretty much lock all 3, which is what we're seeing here. This is kind of like the Jewel Knights engine. It's just a bunch of soul and then soul busting it all out, getting all the effects going for your lock abilities, and then just having an insanely strong front row with a bunch of multi-attack and the guard restrict active. And that's what we're starting to see here. We have the soul blast 2 active. It also retires stuff in the front row, which is maybe why Rooftop chose not to call anything, just to not get that, because Ezel really needs rear guards on the board, and you don't want to lose them. And if you know you're going to go into an Ashley turn like this, you kind of want to stay on the safer side, not have your entire front row get retired.
Yeah, right, you are. So there is, multiple lines of play being thought out here, I believe, by both players. And just being able to try and recoup a large amount of resource as well, because one has to think, you want to try and have a very strong crackback turn if you're on Rooftop Raiders part. So being able to just gain a large amount of resources by just swinging in vanilla and just having that crit pressure from the inherent Raven-haired Ezel could have been an potential line of play there.
Exactly. And here we have more, as we mentioned earlier, a lot of these Jewel Knights abilities are activating. So we saw like a lot of on place on top of each other stuff happen. And then pretty much like we saw some drawing cards, which I think we're seeing that again.
Oh,
I
my
feel
goodness.
like
Yes.
Cool person is looking for something. I don't exactly know what, but it looks like they're trying their hardest. There it is. Another calling and drawing. Here we go again, resting, sending a couple cards back to the bottom to then soul charge. And then we're going to be locking that card again. I think they're trying their hardest to get that soul going. I think they're 1 or 2 souls short, but think they'll have it here now. So there's another soul charge. And then,
Oh wow, into
Cardfight.
another all Wayne. That's
Yep,
crazy.
exactly. So, and also every single time this happens, by the way, the Vanguard gets 5k power, which is just to make that guard restrict even more brutal. So do we think we have enough soul to then soul blast 2? Oh, yep, we do. We do. So we have enough soul. So here we are looking again at top 5, I believe. So then we'll go ahead and call another card, and then we'll get to lock that grade 1 back there to do it all over again. And guess what? That guard restrict will be active.
Large amount of pressure coming up. Yeah, large amount of pressure coming up here for Cool Person. So one has to think, if you're Rooftop Raider, do I have enough to essentially guard a Dimension Police line here of pressure?
Oh
my goodness, another all Wayne.
That's the fourth copy.
That is the
fourth one.
I believe, like you said earlier, Orange, Cool Person was fishing out for those all Waynes, building up that soul, gaining a large amount of power here. This is a very scary turn here for Rooftop. We'll see. We'll see how he's able to guard it if he can. Right?
Yeah. Honestly, here the setup would be you swing with the rear guards, and then you get to recall 2 cards out. You want to call that grade 2 that copies power. But here, I don't know how much Carablast we have. I don't think it's that much actually. So I don't know if we can copy too much. But copying here would be ideal because that Vanguard is huge, and getting the skill to copy, and it's a lot. And Rooftop is at 3 damage, and Vanguard's gonna be swinging for 2 damage, and you can't Sentinel that. So it's gonna be very risky here.
It's not just that too. You also have to think, like, if I don't have enough for the Vanguard, I have to guard the rear guards. Otherwise, that's pushing me to 4, and then I can't. And then the Vanguard is just going to go in for that kill. So it's going to be a very large pressuring turn, to say the least. If I'm in Rooftop Raider's position, I definitely have to map this out properly.
I agree. I think here is also really scary because any triggers that get hit off Ashley, you can just put it on Ashley, and then the rear guards will copy it. So here we're swinging in, actually. So the grade 2 lets you send back to Jewel Knights to get a little bit of extra power. So they should be swinging for, like, I believe 15. It's a little small, but it's just poking numbers. It's just enough to force any guard value out to make the Vanguard as unguardable as possible.
Oh, Cool Person there checking the crit off the soul charge.
Yeah, I think it's the 3rd one we've seen, actually, and all the soul charging that we've seen happen, which does happen. It is a random soul charge. So here we are guarding.
Oh, man, guarding with the Aglo Veil. Oh, my goodness. Yep.
So here we are swinging with, interestingly enough, maybe rethinking that, because I think you'd want to swing with the other rear guard first, but because you can call 2. So I think they're just thinking through the actions.
Possibly so, or it might have been a situation where only with 1 counterblast, if he wanted to choose to do Miranda's skill.
True. I see your point. Interesting enough. I don't know. I feel like it wouldn't. I think it would have made sense to spoon with her regardless. You don't have to use her effect.
Right, but then.
Oh, was she only 10?
I was gonna say, correct me if I'm wrong. She's only 10k. Yeah,
that makes sense. Yeah, true. I didn't come to mind. That's fair. That's fair. It processed.
It's all good. Brain still functioning. We have the little cogwheels going on in our head right now.
Yeah. So you got to think about it. So here we are. We are going in for pretty much the
we do have another Miranda coming down. Okay, interesting.
Yeah. That would be strong here because they both get power too, if I'm not mistaken. I think they had a little additional power on top of that.
And we get the counter charge going on. Yep. Very good.
Exactly.
So with this now, like you said previously, Miranda will be able to copy the power of the Ashley reverse.
Oh no,
he did not know. He did not know.
Oh no.
That's right. That is correct.
Get down. It's like, nope.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is Ashley reverse, not the other Ashley. So this is with the proper setup. That is a Sentinel restrict coming out from Cool Person. He no guards you with the crit. This is lethal, ladies and gentlemen.
That is indeed lethal. What is that? Is that a heal too?
Into a heal. Most likely going to be putting it on the.
You can still put it on Vanguard because it'll copy it anyway.
3 damage coming out from Rooftop Raider. Will he check that heal?
This is how Ashley closes it down. This is it. The last damage isn't a heal. It is not. That is game.
That is it. That is game, ladies and gentlemen. And Cool Person takes it with the powerful force that is Ashley reverse.
Yes, correct. So that is ideally what you want to see for a Jewel Knights player, because that is where it gets scary. If you can't guard through it's usually the Vanguard pressure that just gets so high. The numbers are usually pretty small in the rear guards, and ideally you want to. Usually what I do is I just say screw it. I just take both columns on the rears, and then I'll super hard the Vanguard and just hope to the gods that there won't be 2 crits coming through anyway.
That is sometimes the name of the game, right? Of Vanguard. You got to pray to those RNG gods to make sure one way happens or the other. But no, that was still something very interesting to digest over there. Like you said earlier, we did not see the pressuring turns that is Gold Paladins come down from Rooftop Raider.
Yeah.
We saw, just the Ravenhair Ezo swing, which is something that, while at best might be a nice pressuring turn because of that crit, doesn't gain you as much advantage as you might have wanted to in the long scheme of things. And then I believe, like you said earlier, the superior ride also didn't happen on their end, which is something you probably wanted to see as well. So multiple things happening in that game over there.
No, you are very correct. I think we saw a little bit of kind of not the full Ezel engine, and it is a lot of grade 3s in the deck, which is actually what I was really scared of once I saw the reverse ride. I was like, oh no, there's a lot of grade 3s. There has to be a lot of grade 3s in your hand because you're running all these Ezels, and that's where it gets scary. And I think not thinking through the action of the Sentinel can kind of spook you. It comes out of nowhere. You're thinking, oh, it's only 33, it's only 38, but then once you realize you can't Sentinel it, you can't use the 30Ks or you can't use the PGs. You suddenly have to start using your triggers, which isn't enough value sometimes. So very scary stuff. But that was honestly a very quick match, but usually Paladin matches do go pretty fast. They're both any Paladin, they're usually just going in. So usually
striking each other as fast as they can.
Exactly. So that would be it. But other than that, guys, so we are going to go ahead and take a break before we go ahead and start round 3. That will be with Fuzzy and TIE Fighter. So you guys will not see my pretty face for a little bit, but you see their pretty faces instead. So that's very exciting stuff. So we're going to go ahead and take a break. Do not go anywhere. Stay there. We got more rounds to come, more fun stuff to watch. So check us out in a little bit.
See you in a bit.
Cardfight Vanguard. The Glitters have obtained great strength in response to each of their feelings. These heroes are back too. Booster Pack, Minerva Rising, Bushiroad,
Who is this guy and why are we interviewing an intern? We don't have time for this. Let's get it over and done with, alright?
Oh, are we ready to go? Okay. Hey guys, and welcome to a very special episode of Coffee with Bushiroad. My name is Matt. I'm the TCG Marketing Manager for Bushiroad International. You may already know me as a Bushi Matt or the intern that posts a couple of memes on the Cardfight Vanguard Twitter account. So anyway,
Am I going to get fired?
this is going to be a bit of a special episode of Coffee with Bushiroad. Instead of having a host with me today, as you can see, I asked you guys to send me questions that I should be answering on camera, which is, I think, a mistake, but we're going to roll with it. First question is, how did you come to be known as the Bushiroad's intern? It all started with a post that I put on the Vanguard Twitter that was like, I think it was the 4 cards that defined you, something like that. And I basically put in the effort to like reply everybody. I think people didn't expect the level of replies that they were getting, like the kind of jokes, or I guess maybe, or like the kind of like responses that they were getting were kind of unexpected from like the Vanguard Twitter account, and it kind of blew up from there. And now I got approval to have like my own account, and that has like 1,700 followers now. So thank you guys for that. And yeah, that's how I became. That's my origin story. Why did I start working in Bushiroad? Honestly, it was because I love card games. And you know, people tell you, oh, don't stop playing games because it's not gonna get you anywhere. Well, guess what? Guess what, mom? Alright, so what is your favorite deck in Vanguard and Weiss Schwarz? Vanguard, probably like my Revenger deck. That's like one of the decks I really played with a lot back then, and I still have the deck. I really, really love it. So yeah, probably the Revenger deck. For Weiss Schwarz, let's see, maybe Goblin Slayer.
I have a question. So, what do you do to become so tall? But it's not because I'm jealous. I'm just asking for a friend.
Genes, I guess.
Like, do you like have special supplements? Like, do you drink a lot of milk when you were a kid?
It's part of the. Oh, do I have to answer this? Okay. Well, I not really. No, I guess I just lucky. I didn't have to do anything special. But anyway, yeah. So I was saying, Goblin Slayer for Weiss Schwarz. Yeah, again because I played the deck a lot and I really enjoy the mechanics of the deck.
Do you like play basketball a lot?
No, and that's kind of, yeah. I got to catch it a lot, but yeah, I don't.
So like skipping ropes then.
I did skip a little bit when I was younger, but I was already pretty tall for my age when I was doing that. Is this really part of the? I don't see this in the list though. Do I have?
Yeah, it's part of the version.
Oh, it is. Oh, okay, sure. What is the best part about working in Bushiroad? Wow, best part. I mean, there are a couple of things that really are pretty amazing. Like getting to travel and meeting everybody. I think that's one of the biggest joys that I have. Being able to see people enjoy the game like around the world. It's quite amazing. Another thing is, of course, I think you guys already know because I've been doing this a lot. We get to get like a couple of cards sometimes, you know, because we get like samples and stuff like that, and then we have something that's called a complete set, which is basically a single copy of every card that we release in a booster pack, and then we get some of these things, and then we get to build decks to play in the office, which is quite a lot of fun, to be honest. We did like a couple of remote fights and stuff like that, events where we get to play the players online. That was really fun. We do gunslingers. We used to do gunslingers also at events where we would play with players on the spot. That was really, really fun. So like, yeah, so we do get to build all these decks, and we do get to try out all these things. It's quite a lot of fun. Yeah. Alright, so and what's the worst part about working in Bushiroad? Can I say that on camera? I don't think I can say that on camera. Okay, but actually, so I can think of something that is that's okay for me to say. Basically, I don't get to play in any tournaments anymore. That's actually kind of sad because as I kept playing games, I realized that I had this like small competitive spirit fire that reignites every time I watch everybody play at events or like online events. You know, because online events, I'm there the whole time as well, making sure the stream's okay. I'm the one that's replying on the stream. I'm the one that's checking the stream, helping out at the back end also with the event itself. And every time I watch people play, I'm just sad that I can't participate in any more Bushiroad tournaments. But I'm here on the other side, so that's still kind of okay. But at the same time, you know, I wish I could play competitively also. Because it seems like a lot of fun, right? Like you guys have like teams nowadays, and then, you know, everybody's like, it's really like a festival atmosphere at the event, so I really miss that. Will there ever be a cameo of you in the Vanguard enemy, sort of like how Daigo used to appear every now and then? If so, what deck would you be using in the show, and who would you want to fight against? I don't think there's ever going to be a cameo of me. I'm not on the level of Daigo. Right? Daigo's like a superstar. I'm not on that level. But you know, it is cool to see people like Daigo appear, people like Tanahashi, Hiroshi appear as well. Those are really, really cool.
Hey, I heard you met your girlfriend here in Bushiroad, who's now your wife. Do you care to share more about that?
No. Will there ever be virtual tournaments like Bro in addition to in-person events? I'm not sure when this video is going to be posted, but I'm pretty sure Bro is already being announced. So, of course. I mean, online tournaments, digital tournaments, remote tournaments are very, very, very important, I think, now that we are in this day and age. And I think COVID just accelerated the idea that there are a lot of people that have no access to major tournaments. And I think online tournaments give those players an avenue to be competitive, like I said, or even just to play casually with your friends, right? Like you can join a tournament and still be casual in that sense. And I think it brings a different experience and a different kind of enjoyment, and bringing that to more people, I don't think is ever going to be a bad thing. So if we can keep doing it, I think it's a good thing. I would love to keep doing online tournament. I think it's very fun. I mean, of course, we do have to stay online for quite a long time, and unless you guys, you guys may not know, but like I'm there for most of the. The only one that I'm not there for is usually the US times, because if I stay up for the US times, that would just mean I have like 2 days no sleep. I would love to be there though, but that's just how it is, right? But yeah, I do think we should be continuing online tournaments, at least for a good while. I do think it's very important. Yeah. So, are there any future plans for working with community-run tournament organizations? So our stance on this has usually been for any organization to pair with a store. The reason being, our main business model is of course selling at brick and mortar retail stores. We want to support our brick and mortar stores as much as possible. So as far as possible, we would like anybody who wants to run like their own tournaments, community tournaments, even if you are like a constant TO, to try and approach stores and get support from the store. So basically, you approach the store approaches us, and then we can provide the support from there. So I think, of course, this is still something that we've been doing because, of course, we want to support the stores, right? Like I said, but at the same time, we do understand that there's a lot of people who may want to get this support and they don't have a store nearby. So we have to explore these kind of scenarios. I guess it could be a more on a case by case thing, but as far as possible, we want to work with TOs through stores. Which deck would I be using in the show, and who I want to play against? I would take Ren's Revenger deck, and I want to play against Ren. Okay, because I really love the Revenger deck and I really like Ren, so I want to play against Ren. I want to use his deck to beat him. Alright, I'm gonna lose probably because Ren has this insane plot armor throughout the series, up till probably like the last couple of fights where he would lose like an important fight. But I really like Ren, so that's probably.
Like, do you have any tips? Like, do you bring her to like a dinner for a first date, or like do you go to like an amusement park? Like, what do you say to her?
Sorry, director, can we get this guy off the group, please? Like, it's not roller coaster.
Wait, but it's
I
not
don't know what he's
description.
Besides games from Bushiroad, what other games do you enjoy at the moment? Oh, okay. I actually do play a lot of games. I'm quite an avid gamer. I'm playing right now. I'm playing TCG. I'm playing PCG also. I'm playing did I miss anything? I think that's pretty much it for now. Yeah, there's quite a lot of things, to be honest. Right, so best and worst thing that happened to you in Bushiroad. Best and worst thing that happened to me in Bushiroad. Best is probably this, right? Like getting to become kind of like a meme in the community. I know it's very strange to for that to be like a goal or like a best memory, but honestly, it gives me joy to be able to interact in this manner with everybody, and I think some people are able to derive joy from that as well. And to me, that's quite magical, quite special. And I do believe in making sure that the community is engaged and happy. It definitely helps with for the company as well. I think worst thing that happened to me in Bushiroad, I don't think there's a bad thing that happened to me in Bushiroad. Worst thing that happened to me in the company, I honestly can't say that I can remember any. Maybe I don't get to keep the cards that we play with. I don't know. I guess. How often do you how often do you skirt the line of saying too much when interacting with the community? All the time. Okay, but most of the time when I'm posting emojis, guys, it doesn't mean anything. Alright, when I post emojis, it doesn't mean anything. Or does it? You'll never know. But I always try to tease people. I guess maybe it's not a good habit, but yeah, it's just I'm a fan also, right? So like I said, I joined the company because I play the games. So I love like getting this first information as a player. So I understand this information, getting it as an employee, and then getting it as a player. There's like separate excitement. So sometimes when like new card effects get shown, or like in fact before it gets shown officially, when we get it internally for like development, sometimes like I get the stuff from the development team just to look through in my spare time or during lunch or something like that. It's the same excitement, and I want to share everything with everybody, but I can't, unfortunately. So all I can do is occasionally drop some small teasers. That's about it. Yeah, I love like trying to give a teaser, but I don't think I can give away too much. Yeah, it's not worth my job. I want to make you guys happy, but it's not worth my job. Hamburgers with or without pickles. What are you? Why are you eating the hamburger without pickles? You have to eat it with the pickles. It's part of the experience. It's the whole package. You know what I mean? Like, you eat it without the pickles, are you really eating a burger? I don't think so. Personally, I don't think so. Okay, but it depends on what burger it is, right? Like, yeah. So yeah, I'm for pickles. I'm team pickles for sure. I did used to like them though, but that's because I didn't know what I didn't know. My parents took the pickles out of my burgers all the time. And then one day I was just like, I'm a big boy now, right? 12 years old, I can handle the pickle, alright? So I ate it and I loved it. I realized, but adults are not always right. Okay? Yeah.
What about pineapples on pizza?
Why is this guy still back? Why is he still here? Can we?
Because
No.
I have burning questions as well.
Pineapples on pizza?
Yeah, is that a yes or a no for you?
No. When will you get promoted from being an intern, or are you the eternal intern? Well, I'm not the intern anymore, but I mean, it might have been a revelation for some of you. I don't know, but I guess in a way, I'm always the intern, right? Like for you guys, I'm always going to be that guy, So I don't think so. I may get my promotions internally, but I think in everybody's heart, I'll still always be Matt the intern. So for promotions, do you have to beat your boss in a card fight, or is it just a fist fight like every other workplace? It's a combination of both. Every time we take damage, we actually take damage, if you know what I mean. Yeah, but it's fine because not a lot of people can beat me in office anyway, so good luck. Whew, okay, that's the end of all the questions. We made it, yay! Alright, just want to say thanks to everybody who sent us questions. I know we couldn't cover everything, and I'm really sorry about that, but we do have limitations on what I can say, what I can't say, and how long this video can be before you guys click away. So yeah, we probably couldn't answer all your questions anyway. But anyway, yeah, thank you guys for watching. I really hope you guys enjoyed the video, and yeah, I'll see you guys sometime soon in an event or a tournament or something. Yeah.
Wait, we're filming coffee with Bushiroad, right? Wait, how he doesn't have... Did you not get him the coffee? Oh my god. Okay, hold on. Someone get him a coffee, please.
Here we go. Cool. At the end is interesting timing, but okay, sure, cool. Yeah, coffee with Bushiroad.
Yep, we have a coffee.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Are we good? Can I go? Okay, yeah. Thanks.
I am not Outer Orange. I have apparently body swapped with Outer Orange.
Oh my
But we had
God.
some interesting first couple of rounds. It was one very. I was in the background watching, checking everything out, keeping watching the stream with everybody else. And we had like, what was it, like one very long game, and then we had one that I think went a little bit faster, I think I would say.
Polar opposites, to say the least. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
On one hand, we had that nice grinding back and forth, that you really like to see. We had the Malk of Malik going against Steam Maidens, and then we had the Clash of the Paladins at round 2, and showing just Sentinel Restrict with Force 2 and crit. That's a real thing.
yeah. Who would have thought that getting a bunch of damage on one unit and then making it so that your opponent couldn't guard it would be a very solid strategy. So I guess with what we've done so far, Fuzzy, what's been any moments so far in these first 2 rounds that really kind of like stuck out to you? So anything that like really hit you as something that is probably going to be something that you'll talk about later after the event is over.
Oh man, yeah. There's a couple that I can think of off the top of my head. So of course we had that really awesome play happening with the Jewel Knights and the Sentinel Restricts. But going back into our round 1 games, I really enjoyed that utility that we saw off of the Steam Maidens being able to spam multiple force markers. That's something that you normally see in a premium deck type of strategy, but seeing it in something like V is kind of refreshing to see. It's a new spin on something of an older strategy, so to speak. And then, of course, the double amputation angel column with the circular saw Curiel just being slapped down. That was a super hype play. It looked like one of those games that was really hyped to see. And it's just something that I'm really excited to see throughout the rest of our tournament over here.
Yeah, definitely. I think for me too, that first round 1, when the players flipped up and saw the Uluru heel trigger as the starting Vanguard, definitely, I think it threw everybody for a little bit of a loop, seeing that.
Yeah,
like,
that too,
wait a minute,
absolutely, yeah.
That's not typically what we see going on here.
You don't want to draw a card and get a quick shield? Are you sure about that?
You don't want extra heals in your deck, but it was a very interesting game. Went to time, which I think is something that we definitely kind of want to keep in mind for these online tournaments. We did kind of talk about how when it went to time, it goes to a double loss. So everybody out there, if you're playing right now, keep that in mind. You've got to not only battle your opponent, but the clock is also actively working, not against just you, but both of you. So you gotta try and get your wins, not necessarily as fast as possible, but as timely as you can.
Absolutely.
I think let's see. I think we're just about ready to get into our next round. As far as what we have, I think we've got like maybe 5 to 6 more rounds today. We've seen already, I think, like a good variation in decks just within 2 rounds. Like, we saw the Steam Maidens like we expect to see, but it's been like very diverse just within those 2 rounds, like I said. Is there anything else, like we've been bringing up, like what we want to see, things like popping up on stream? I think you've mentioned a couple of times about Dragon Empire. We know we got your Kagero fanboy over here.
I'm hankering for some dragons. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm a man who feasts for the dragons, but as opposed to me wanting something on the red side of things, we might see something on the gray side of things. I know we got Ty over here. You're kind of the Nova Grappler man. I know that's something we're really excited to see as well, if at all possible.
If that happens, yeah. But I mean, I also, things like Dimension Police. I'm also a big Dimension Police fan. Anything with robots, really, So I mean, I like I mentioned at the start of this thing, I'm more on the premium side of things, and I'm kind of just like, generally aware of what happens in V, because a lot of things that happen in V tend to carry over to premium. So I'm not entirely sure just how solid DP may or may not be in V premium, but definitely wouldn't complain if we see them pop up today as well. I'm trying to think. I think you mentioned Vanquisher earlier as well. I've been gradually transitioning to a Narukami player in premium.
Okay, cool.
And so I've been before the last ban list, I was a big Dungaree fan. Still am a big Dungaree fan, but can't quite make it work as well. If maybe somebody's a mad lad enough to bring Dungaree to this tournament today, but we will see. I think you also mentioned Spike Brothers earlier as well, which I'm also a big Spike Brothers fan. Like I mentioned earlier, just very big, very large collection of decks and clans that I play, and Spike Brothers is also one of those. So if we can see them pop up as well, I think they just got a solid shot going into this as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like we kind of were bouncing off of that premium idea, right? Spike Brothers is actually one of those decks that's one of the scarier matchups to have when you're thinking about the premium space, but then expanding upon it into the V premium side of things, they still have so much utility that they have. Of course, they don't have access to all the crazy dark states options that you might see in premium, but we still have the things to rely on, such as the maximum plays, Nova itself being able to spam Force 1 and Force 2, creating large amounts of pressure. And of course, we do have similar lines of counterplay when it comes to potentially something like a Steam Maiden matchup, so there's really cool tech options that you can expand upon it when thinking about Spike Brothers. But I'm thinking to myself, I'm a dragon man. You're a robot man.
Yeah.
Let's both do a little bit of a thought experiment here. Let's both pick something from our non-respective nations that we think we might want to see this weekend.
Oh, that's a good question. I think I'm trying to think of like the spicy options that I like, because Stargate, Brantgate, this is my home. I visit a lot of other nations as well. I don't think there's a nation that I'm not necessarily privy to, but I think as far as like in the context of V premium, things that I would really like to see, maybe I'm trying to think, because there's a wide pool to pull from. Do you have anything off the top of your head while I try?
I was gonna say I can go first. I can go first.
Sure.
That's no problem. So I'm gonna be the invader of your nation. All right. I'm gonna say Link Joker. Right.
Mm-hmm.
More specifically, I've got two on the top of my head. So there's Messiah, which is, in my honest opinion, a really, really cool deck, and something that not to take lightly into account. It's got a lot of cool utility, especially if we're talking about like Chaos Breaker on top of it. Oof, you got some crazy lot combos. But Omega Glendios, the World End. If for some reason there is a Glendios player and we can get a World End on stream, I will be a happy man, to say the least.
I will be right alongside you with that. I have a love-hate relationship with Link Joker, right? Which I'm sure like many
I think everyone does.
probably do. Yeah. But I do really enjoy Glendios. I'm a big fan of the Artist of Glendios. Artist of Glendios also does the art for Dai Kaiser, which is also a big fan favorite card. One of my personal favorites as well. One of the cards I actually started the game with, which is really exciting. I think as far as something I would like to see, if we could see maybe some Aquaforce. I'm a big just aggro player in general. Anything with an Excel marker generally has my attention, and I've always kind of had a big appreciation for Aquaforce. It's like kind of like multiple battles that it can conduct, the especially like back in the old days, when they had like that whole like just things triggering based on the number of battles that you had in a turn was always just a very interesting kind of mechanic. And there's like multiple builds that can go on in V with Aquaforce as well. So it could go any number of ways. Well, we could see maybe some Thavas, maybe some Ripples, Ripples.
We could see some Blue Wings. How exciting would that be?
Oh, Blue Wings is, bit of a meme, but honestly, if you can high roll, who knows what can happen.
All right, but speaking of high roll, we're gonna roll on over to the deck check now, as we got a couple of very exciting decks to review over here as we're getting along to our next round, if we're gonna see it in just a couple of seconds. Okay, there we go. So ask and you shall receive, ladies and gentlemen. So this over here is Spike Brothers, and we've got a lot of cool utility looking at here. So like I said previously, we do have those options of the Juggernaut Maximum with Rising Nova being able to do a large amount of multi-attack. But one card particularly I would like to highlight here is the Cheer Girl Fiona. So Cheer Girl Fiona says that when it's placed on rear or guardian circle, you could Soul Blast one and then choose one of any player's other rearguard circles, and it gets plus 10k, and the unit's auto abilities cannot be paid. So what that means, if you're going against something like Steam Maidens, those Ulu combos, those Time Leap combos, you are trying to shut them down with this, which is a very interesting tech option. I would love to see that. But of course, I'm going to shift it over to the other side of things if you want to take it away from me, Ty. I think a lot of premium players are having some PTSD at the moment when they're seeing that Mystery Flare Dragon. Oh my goodness. Wow, this is really, really interesting to look at. So of course, you know, you do have that Entrahana Gear Cat combo that everyone is so prevalent right now with Gear Chronicle. Absolutely. But, you know, we have so many cool other utilities. And it looks like, you know, this build here we're fueling a lot of our bind zone to, like you said, get into that Mystery Flare Dragon to pop off for those extra turns. So this will definitely be a really, really interesting line of events to see here. And I'm excited to see how this would play out for sure.
Let's see what we have going on here. Oh, I guess we got a little bit before we get to the match. One thing I noticed too in that list was the Gear Puppy promo.
Oh yeah.
As a premium man, mostly myself, I remember that kind of being like, oh, we're gonna get the puppy, for Mystery Flare. But I think it was pretty much struck down before we got that in premium. So it's kind of neat to see it, put into a list here to kind of accelerate those grade counts in the bind zone to get those extra turns. So it's gonna be definitely interesting to see. I feel like this match could definitely go two ways. It could either go very, very quickly, or it could go on quite a bit longer, and there's only one way to find out.
All right, like you said, and we are here. We have on the left, we have Laziest Tan playing the Gear Chronicle Chrono Jet build, and then on the right we have Yadur playing the Spike Brothers Rising Nova variant, and looks like we're getting things underway, getting each other and post Mulligan over here. One important thing that I would like to note here is that depending on who goes first, will actually play a large amount of setup. So, for example, if Tan is going to be going first here, he'll be having a good amount of bind setup to be able to instigate the Mystery Flare Dragon turn, which is actually something very, very scary if you're going to be looking at Spike Brothers, because if they're sitting at a grade 2, it's going to be one of those things where a large amount of pressure, a large amount of rushing, plus an additional turn on top of that could spell potential danger. Yeah, I definitely agree with you on that. There's a lot of ways that this can pan out, but I mean, if I'm in the position where I'm expecting to see a large amount of multi-attack, then the Mulligan is definitely going to come into account as well, right? Do I try to fish for all of those Heal Guardians to be able to survive that sort of onslaught? But I guess there's only one way to find out, right? As we getting our match underway, and it looks like Tan is going to be going first here and rides into the Gear Cat. So unfortunately for Tan, I believe the Gear Cat is only a rearguard. Oh no, it's a Vanguard and rearguard skill. My apologies. So he's going to be able to actually. Exactly. So he's going to be able to gain that large amount of advantage here, possibly by fishing out. Actually, one thing to take into account is I say that, but looking at the build over here, there aren't as many Steam Maidens, right? So we're not as prevalent with gaining as much advantage, perhaps. There is the potential of fishing out the Enterhana, but that's, as far as I can see, that's about it.
Definitely way more focused on that mystery flare play. It looks like Spikes over here, is that a Dudley William, I believe, wrote into that, drive checking and agile fullback. That agile fullback is definitely going to be coming into play later, and a Chrono Jet going to damage over here. Passing back to Tan here. This is your typical kind of early game. Things don't really start getting too exciting until...
am I seeing a G assist on Tan?
Okay.
No. One of those things you hate to see.
Yeah, but not necessarily too uncommon for Gear Chronicle, especially, since we just saw the deck list. There's a lot of grade 4s going on there. An equal amount of grade 3s as well. We even saw like an extra grade 0. So I think when you play Gear Chronicle, especially in V, you're going to be running those kind of funky ratios, and you just kind of expect to see it. It's going to come up. When it happens, you deal with it and you move on. You just do what you can from there.
For sure. I will say one thing though: Lost Break Dragon off of his G assist over here is, in my personal opinion, his ideal grade 2 ride. Right.
Oh,
so
absolutely.
Talking about Lost Break Dragon, right? When it's placed, you can bind a card from your hand and then draw a card. So not only is it going to help recuperate that cost, but you're also setting up your bind zone for something like the Mystery Flare Dragon turn.
Absolutely.
So very nice for him. And let's see. Oh, he's going for, he's binding up the Mystery Flare Dragon. So that is it.
Flare there.
Setting up those grades. He's getting himself ready. You're going to need 19 grades, ladies and gentlemen, to get that powerful extra turn going from Mystery Flare Dragon.
And then down that Gear Dog 8, revealing an Uluru, getting himself, securing that Chrono Jet, because we did see, I believe it was not Lost Break, Re-Innovate Wing Dragon, I believe.
Yes.
As a grade 3 as well. And that is absolutely a ride to avoid at all costs. So definitely getting the Chrono Jet here, very, very important. I believe, did Tan get rid of two heals that he got rid of off of the G assist as well?
2 critical triggers.
2 critical triggers. Okay.
Yeah.
Still, 2 triggers. I think that this kind of speaks to... Oh, wait. Sorry, you go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was going to say, interesting note here. So one thing that I'm usually used to seeing when we're talking about a traditional Steam Maiden build is that it plays a fair amount of draw triggers on top of it, but it looks like for Chrono Jet, we're just going all in. I'm seeing here 12 critical triggers. Well, I got to go check them. We got to check fast, and we got to try and win fast here. So very cool. And then looks like he is boosting here with that Gear Puppy. Very powerful promo, if I do say so myself. So in the bind zone, it counts as a grade 4. So another setup card for that Mystery Flare Dragon. And at the end of the battle that it boosted, you can bind it and then draw additional cards. So it just helps refund that cost of having it on the board. So very nice card to see in the early game. And only a 1 of, and being able to draw into it, you'll love to see it.
Yeah, definitely. Let's see here.
So we're going into Yurder's turn here. And as you said earlier, Ty, rides into that agile fullback. So
Yep. Getting some things going. Let's see. I can't quite tell. Oh, it seems he's kind of debating on whether or not to call a back row here.
Right. I think he's trying to think to himself, am I going to give Tan all of these counterblasts to play with? Does his deck need counterblasts in order to pop off properly, right? So it's more so, I guess, in his eyes, properly mapping out a game plan, maybe possibly trying to see, all right, if I go aggro, will I have enough shield value on the following crackback turn? But nope, looks like he's going to be calling that, I believe it's a secondary agile fullback over there.
Double fullback here.
He's full on that back. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah. getting a good kind of not like a super aggressive turn, but I feel like the fullback being able to swing from back row just means that you can kind of get a good amount of early aggression without committing to a front row that is going to be a target for the opponent, either to kind of damage deny you or just try and get rid of a piece. And so you can just kind of sit there, unless barring them having some removal, you can just kind of sit there comfortable with a kind of like early game setup for pushing into later turns.
Yeah. And not only that, it's going to help really, really well on his following Rising Nova turn.
Absolutely. Seems there's a little bit of discussion going on here.
Yep, I think he was just debating if he was attacking to the Vanguard or the rear guard, but it looks like he went in for the Lost Gear Dog 8 over there, so denying Tan some damage.
Yep. I think, letting your opponent sit on 1 damage, especially in a format that has heal guardians, you can kind of just assume that maybe they're going to just kind of have that 1 damage anyway. So you can kind of get a little bit of early aggression, but you don't want to put too much aggression out onto the board, right?
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
That Uluru coming down.
Using the Uluru to be able to help further expand that bind zone, getting those grades higher and higher. So we've got 4, 8, 12. We have 15 grade in the bind zone currently on turn 2. Yeah, so will we see the Mystery Flare Dragon come down? Yeah, I think he only needs 1 more to get the 13. So that would give him 6 units plus 10K, but he's going to need a lot more to get to 19.
Yeah, and it looks like Tan's going for Force 2, which I didn't necessarily expect, but is interesting nonetheless. Especially, I think since, with Mystery Flare, you are aiming to have multiple turns. You can maybe not necessarily have to worry too much about power, because if your opponent checks any defensives, you can be like, oh, well, that's okay. I'll just take my additional turn and reset that power level back to the way it was.
Exactly. Who needs defensives when you have an extra turn?
Yeah. Let's see here. And calling down a Lost Break. Let's see, does he have a grade 4 to... Not a grade 4, but a grade 3. So he's just 1 grade shy of being able to go straight into a Mystery Flare right here. Let's see if he can get that 1 more.
Yep, that is right. Ladies and gentlemen, you're going to need 19 specifically to pop off. I will say that if he does have that Reinnovate Wing, that is definitely a line of play he can do. Nope, but it looks like he's striding right into the Mystery Flare Dragon. So as stated earlier, Mystery Flare Dragon has 3 effects when it is placed on the Vanguard circle, and you can activate all of the following based on the amount of grades that are in the bind zone. So if there are 3 or more, Mystery Flare Dragon will receive an additional drive check. If you have 7 or more, Mystery Flare Dragon will also gain an additional crit on top of that. If you have 13 or more, you choose 6 of your units and you give them 10k power. And then, of course, that juicy 19 we're looking. You discard your entire hand at the end of your turn and you receive an additional turn.
Yeah, and I think, since he's getting there just below the 19, I believe. So he's getting, I believe, everything but that additional turn, which, maybe he's not too keen about discarding his entire hand just yet.
Oh, yeah, no, I agree. Especially if you're looking at a powerful crackback coming back from Spike Brothers. Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm. You're going to want as much defense as possible, especially with the amount of just power and aggression that Spike Brothers is capable of doing just on a ride up. So definitely playing a little bit more conservatively. We see a 2 to pass coming down right here.
All right, this is off our triple drive. Oh, we get a crit off of the first drive check.
Right off the bat.
Do we live for the dreams?
Looks like he's banking it.
And he does!
Oh, wow. Okay. Double crit on top of it. He hits the 2 to pass. I believe that is 4 crit on the Mystery Flare Dragon right now.
That is indeed, because, ladies and gentlemen, he went for Force 2. So we are looking to push Yurta right to 5 damage. That is lethal on the board.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, everything that looks like that. Oh,
yep.
Went for the rear guard swing. I think we have 1 more swing this turn.
We have the the Lost Break. I believe that's not going to be able to punch through due to the defensive triggers on Yurta's side. And I also believe that the Entrahana column will not be able to hit as well. We're only looking at a 17k However, that is going to, scary enough, actually, Entrahana is going to be able to fish out for more potential resources and fuel up that one additional card in the bind zone he's going to need for the following turn.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he didn't have enough to go.
That's game. Nope. Yeah. Because what is it? The mystery flare giving the board 10k. So
that's so true.
Even with the defensive, the lost break was able to hit, and then that Enterana with the Force 2 and the booster behind it already going to be a fairly big column, and then you add an extra 20k on top of it. Yeah. No, that's very difficult to live through. Wow.
Ladies and gentlemen, you don't need an additional turn. You just
don't need
an
additional turn.
You just need to go in hard. Wow. Such an amazing game. Wow. Very fast.
Wow. Very, very fast. Like we stated at the beginning, we saw a lot of mystery flare. You kind of as a premium player, bit of PTSD from seeing not one but two additional turns in that format. But then you come over to V Premium, you don't even need one additional turn. Might as well just go straight for it, give your board 10k, get a crit, get an extra drive check, and then hitting double crit on that triple drive. I believe it was Eater guarded for a 2 to pass. Ideally that's kind of like the safest play, especially with a board that just got 10k to every single unit on it. You're going to be needing cards in hand to try and survive that. And then Tan just went straight for the bank it. It's like, you know what, 2 to pass. He said, I bet. Banked it all on there, hit 2 crits on top of it, pushed him right to 5, and that was the game. That's just the way it goes down sometimes.
That is sometimes Vanguard in a nutshell. 2 to pass, you mean, all right, let me double crit real quick.
Yeah. Especially, and I think that was like the right thing to do. Tan was in a position where was on 1 damage, had a good amount of aggression on board, power, crit. It might as well. If you hit it, you have a strong chance of winning. And if you don't, well, you're probably going to be at least fine for one more turn being that ahead with damage so far. So, I can't fault it. It's the mini little kind of gambling that we do in these Vanguard swings in this game. It's always very, very fun.
Yeah, we did not get to see that pop off that, I was talking about earlier with Spike.
Yeah.
But like you said earlier, those things do happen. It is the way it plays out.
Yeah, it is a little bit disappointing that it was on grade 2, which I think it just added to the potency of that mystery flare turn as well. Sitting on a lesser defensive base definitely didn't do any favors, and I think just made it so that Tan, there was blood in the water, and he went for it.
All right, but it looks like potentially we're, of course, this being just a short amount of game, followed by a short amount of game, we want to try and pack as much card fight action for y'all as we possibly can. So I think we're going to try and get another game for y'all to watch on stream, possibly maybe another deck review if we want to take it away.
Let's see if we've got that. I believe because the players as well are already in the game.
We're probably set.
See,
I
think we're getting everything set up right now, so it shouldn't be too much longer. I'm actually kind of interested to see, just given how diverse these first 3 rounds have been. We've seen 2 Gear Chronicle players, but it's been completely different builds of Gear Chronicle, which is also kind of interesting. And then other than that, I believe it's been a different clan every single round on either side of the table. So when we started off, we were like, oh, Steam Maidens. There's only been 1 Steam Maiden so far.
Yeah,
it looks like here we are. We're in the game here. We have Scissoring Gwen against Yoshi. Gwen playing Great Nature, and Yoshi playing Shadow Paladin.
Yes, we got a little Luard versus Leopold going on here. This is really exciting. So Leopold is actually one of those decks that we were talking about earlier, right? Having that ability to gain a large amount of advantage, spam multiple force markers, and then being able to use your quote-unquote successful units basically being at a certain power threshold to be able to gain a large amount of advantage. But one nickname I love giving this particular build is Gotcha Natures, right? So we're milling the top card of our deck, we're seeing what type of unit is, and then we're gonna see if we can roll a 5-star off of that. And
yeah, exactly. Let's see.
And then
Yeah,
on the other
it's,
side of things, we have Luard, right? So Luard is definitely
Yeah.
also one of those really powerful decks that coming off of the ban list, right? We have Charon being free and giving them a lot more utility as they were in the earlier stages. And it's definitely one of those decks that is, has that ability to as well snowball into a large scaling issue. And then in the later stages of the game, having the ability to give crits to your entire front board can be very scary. So this will definitely be a very interesting match to see. I see both of them, of course, they are on their respective grade 3 turns. Both of them look like they're both at 2 damage. So a nice back and forth here, if I do say so myself.
Yeah, definitely. And one thing about Luard as well is that they now also have that Eldona Nightmare Painter play as well to turn that Luard on as soon as possible. And it seems like, just judging by the board state here, we may have had that happen already, judging by the 3 force markers on the, I believe that's a Leofall column right there.
It seems that's a recurring trend here, because I remember clearly around 1, also 3 force markers on 1 unit.
Yeah. Gift
So
spam is definitely potent.
Yeah. All right, looks like
Leopold reverse swinging there, a PG dropping on Yoshi's side.
It looks like we milled out a normal unit, so being able to instill power to the front board. So one thing I would actually like to point out about specifically Leopold Reverse, right? So Leopold Reverse is one of those cards where it can get, if you lock the respective Leopold, right? It kind of changes that gotcha-esque mechanic into a full-on advantage engine, being able to pop off multiple effects. So it's one of those types of utilities that they didn't have previously that has kind of evolved in time from these V collection sets. So it's made the deck something that used to rely something a little more on RNG, more consistent, which is something you'd love to see.
Yeah, absolutely. As little as you have to depend on RNG as possible is always definitely the way to go. We love to see consistency, and it seems like this is turning out to be a pretty decent push turn here. Gwen going in with the full aggro turn, pushing Yoshi to 4, but I believe that last damage was a draw trigger, a draw PG. So a little bit of a extra defensive buff to Yoshi here. Definitely something you love to see.
Oh yeah, especially in something like this, like Great Natures, where you're just giving multiple powers to multiple units. It's definitely nice to have that sort of cushion.
Yeah, absolutely. Anytime you can get some extra power on your Vanguard is always like a little bit of a sigh of relief. Like, okay, cool. I can hopefully conserve a little bit more hand. And then whether it's hand to guard with or just pieces that you want to be keeping in your hand for that crackback that ideally you're going to be making once you ideally survive a nice big push like this.
Not only that.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
All right, I was going to say, not only that, but one thing I'd also like to point out from Scissoring Gwen's side of the board, it looks like he does have the respective combo of the Tester Fox as well as the Researcher Fox. So the quote-unquote pseudo-retrain Legion that just able to gain a large amount of advantage. And as you guys could clearly see, was able to actually push Yoshi to 5 damage, but then managed to get a heal trigger on his side. So yeah, very, very prominent turn for Scissoring Gun. I'm excited,
definitely.
but I'm excited to see how Yoshi's going to respond here on the crackback, because by the looks of things, you have the 3 force markers and it looks like you have a nice multi-attack chain going on here. And with the ability to instill crits via Luard's skill, it'll definitely be a turn to see.
Yeah, and we do have the Luard rewrite here, so just getting even more force markers. Seems like we're definitely powering up that column on the other side now. Think we're going into sacking some stuff off the board.
Looks like it looks like we sacked off 2 Charons here. We're using the ability to draw the additional card. And I believe we're going to get a little bit of a retire action going on over here.
But
it's just
innocuous, it looks like.
Most likely. So the ability allows the opponent to choose what to retire. So it's just going to be interesting to see what Scissoring Gwen chooses to retire, because one thing about Great Natures, right? A lot of the pieces on their board are their combo pieces, right? Yeah. And you want to try and keep as many combo pieces on your board as possible. So it's just something to keep in mind when it comes to these selective retires.
Definitely. And I think we're going through the deck now for potentially the drag driver.
There it is.
There it is. Okay, let's get another force marker. Power up that other column even more. We're looking at like an extra 50k total. 30k to one column, 20 to another. Especially in a deck like this where, you know, there's some multi-attack setup. This could be pretty scary. You know, Gwen sitting at a spot of 2 damage, you know, isn't terrible, but this could get very scary very, very quickly.
Yeah, not only that, you don't have to just take into account the force markers, right? You also have to take into account Drag Driver Lord skill that says, you know, it gets +5, the rear guards get +5k for each one of your grade 1 rear guards. And then if you have 2 or more grade 3s in your soul, it gets a crit, right? So
yes, yep.
More pressure on top of pressure. You know, yes, Scissoring Gwen is sitting at 2 damage, but if everything has a crit, you really have to guard this properly.
Yeah, a lot of hand is going to be chewed through this turn. And we do see the Morfessa coming down as well onto that 3 force column. And I believe the other one is I can't remember her name, but it's the grade 1 that I believe gets plus 15k. So may not have the 3rd force marker on that rearguard circle, but not really that big of a deal in that situation.
Yeah, Eulalis gives a very potent power column for sure. And one thing I also like to point out, I see that he has the Morfessa on top of it. So this is actually, in my opinion, is an ideal push turn here for Yoshi, because Morfessa here is going to be able to instigate that multi-attack that we were just talking about earlier. So multi-attack on top of large numbers, on top of crit pressure. It's just the bread and butter, but like the nice types of bread and butter you want to see here for Shadow Paladins.
Yeah, a nice compound butter and a nice artisan loaf, I think is
Oh,
how you would do that.
Make it nice and toasty, please, with a double crit. Oh, my goodness. All right, and like we said, here we go. We have the Morfessa swinging in. Yep, and we're going to probably, more than likely, use that combo just to reset that column. I'll be curious to see what he's going to be calling off of the Morfessa.
Well, I'm wondering, he didn't call down a 5th grade 1. So I think he needs 4 original grade 1s to activate that skill, I believe. Right,
but
we'll see what's happening.
I believe Morfessa itself becomes a grade 1, does it not? Oh, no, you're right.
Does.
You need the 5. You need the 5. Yep. Okay, I see.
And it seems like, that play did not go through. Unfortunately, might have just been a little bit of oversight on Yoshi's part. You know, there's when you're in an event like this, you know, and you're going through, there can be a little bit of pressure, and then, you know, if you're not careful, you can kind of maybe skip over just one little tiny line of text, you know.
Yeah. But managed to push Scissoring Gwen here to 5 damage. So still doing a fair amount of work on his part. But at the same time, one thing to keep in mind is that, you know, Great Natures also really likes to utilize older counterblasts. So opening up multiple lines of play here for Scissoring Gwen. I could definitely see another ride possibly into Leopold Reverse. Yep, as we see there, we're able to scam multiple XL2 markers. We're going to lock that original Leopold to be able to gain the effects to quote-unquote make that gotcha. Let's say a rate up, if we will.
Yeah, there you go. Just more and more rearguard circles. You know, I like that's one of the main things I love as being like a just like Excel clan main, I would say, you know. Just I love more rearguard circles, I love more rearguards, I love more attacks, and Great Nature showing that in full force right now.
Yeah, I will say for sure it is one of those decks that I think has been showing up a very comedic theme here, is that it's a slow roll, but as the game progresses, it just gets wider and wider, and then it eventually just snowballs and avalanches into a very dangerous situation for yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially something like Nature too. You almost have to be careful that you don't go too hard with all the effects and stuff, because you could be your own worst enemy and submit yourself to some sort of deck out scenario. So there's
very true.
High risk, high reward, right?
All right, so looks like he's able to once again be able to do the Tester Fox into Researcher Fox combo, which is really nice. That combo itself is amazing. I love the ability to draw multiple cards. We're cycling things back into the deck, a large amount of power. So it's one of those things that, like you said earlier, if it does eventually come to the deck out game, it's something that can is a resource that can be used to help and prevent that.
Definitely.
And then it looks
Especially
like,
like when we saw the
No,
cut
go ahead, go
there, the deck was looking a little bit thin, but like you said, just kind of having a little bit of a backup plan to try and stave that off as well is also very, very good.
Oh, we see the lemur come down.
Oh wow,
Oh.
okay.
Yep, but he mills the front trigger. I will say one thing: the gotcha mechanic, while it does help prevent RNG, you're still milling a trigger at the end of the day, so it's something unfortunate. But the lemur is very nice because it has that ability to soul charge if you need more soul. It has that ability to counter charge if you need to counter charge. So a very nice utility card. And for something like Great Nature that uses a fair amount of counterblasts, that is very nice to see.
Mm-hmm. It seems like it's a bit of a two-edged sword, right? Like it can work to your benefit, or it can kind of go back on you as well. But it looks like I think Gwen just shuffled in 2 triggers back into the deck here.
That is correct. He is using the quote-unquote Legion mechanic from the Tester and Researcher Fox combo, cycling back those triggers. Another powerful thing. So yeah, deck outs can happen, but it's just one of those ways to prevent that from happening.
Yeah.
And of course, shoving triggers back into the deck. Who doesn't like to see that?
Yeah, it's always very good, and especially like in a deck like this, where like we said, deck's already looking pretty thin. So that can kind of turn into an advantage for you at this point, especially when you're shuffling those triggers back in, because you're raising those chances of checking one of those triggers on your Vanguard swing by quite a bit, depending on how thin the deck does get.
All right, so we're seeing a PG come down from Yoshi's side. A front trigger is huge here. That creates so much pressure. A draw trigger on top of that. So everything on the front board is now going to be getting an additional 10K, which is they're beefier, and then they just get more beefy on top of that. So that is a large, those are just large columns now coming out down for Yoshi.
I believe that front trigger was actually one of the triggers that Gwen elected to shuffle back into the deck as well. Obviously can't determine if that was the exact one shuffled back in, but still, raise those chances, especially with a board this wide. A front trigger is huge right here.
One would like to assume.
Yeah. See, dropping intercepting with the Morfessa, it looks like, and a couple extra cards to guard these big swings that are coming down right now.
Oh my goodness. The coiling duckbill coming down for the large one. I would personally like to be the type of guy that would go for the coiling duckbill, but only for the finishing play.
Right. Gotta flex on them for some style points as you're winning the game, right?
Yeah, exactly.
See, Yoshi kind of
trying to map out all these things.
Yeah, there's still quite a few swings left on board. Gwen's more than doubled his front row at this point, so especially now being pushed to 5, and it looks like there's the 6.
That was
all
it.
Right, there we go. Gwen takes it with still 3 more attacks left on board. It's pretty tight scenario. I think Yoshi at that point is like, maybe I get a heal, maybe I can stay alive a little bit longer, but sometimes those trigger checks are not in your favor as much as you would probably hope for them to be.
Absolutely. And I think both of them, while of course playing it very well on their ends, you could see that Great Nature over there just being able to utilize so much of what they have, their draw advantage, their counter charging, the ability to cycle things back into the deck, and as well as the ability to just draw a large amount of cards, just made it so as much as Yoshi was trying to push in, that advantage just wasn't enough in the long term of things. So both played exceptionally well, but
absolutely,
it was a good game.
Yeah. I think pushing the way he did, pushing as much as he did, but then not being able to seal the deal in that same turn, made it just even more in Gwen's favor, because all of a sudden there's a bunch of damage to work with. It's definitely made use of most, if not almost all of it. So it went like we saw, just made an even wider board, swung in, shuffled some triggers back into an already thin deck, hits a front, buffs up that board, and then that's just how it goes sometimes. There's not much you can do with with as many attacks as that sometimes. So but I think that is going to be it for our round 3. Got 2 games in, one very quick game, and got to tune into the peak of one other. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be right back with round 4 for you guys. So we will be right back.
See you guys in a bit.
Cardfight Vanguard. Something is trying to cross over to this side. Chrono Drag, huh? How did it get here? Chrono Jet Dragon? Are G units back too? Special Series Stride Deck Set Chrono Jet. Bushiroad.
Alrighty, welcome back, everybody. We're back. I think we're still getting the next rounds set up. Round, what was that? Round three, wrapping up right now. I think we got a couple games kind of finishing up, and we'll have the bracket updated soon. But wow, what an interesting round three. You know,
For multitude of reasons, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, just that first game, you know, it's just something that can kind of happen sometimes with Vanguard. You can just kind of snowball out of control, and you know, your opponent doesn't even really get to ride to grade 3, as we saw in that mystery flare matchup there.
I would just feel terrible, right? So let's just have this hypothetical scenario, right? You're a premium player, you know, you had to go through the slog that was Mystery Flare Dragon, and you have this PTSD, and you're like, oh man, I can handle Steam Maidens, but just thank goodness Mystery Flare Dragon isn't in V. And then he flips up that starter and he rides the Chrono Jet. He sees the Mystery Flare Dragon. Oh no. It all comes back to him.
Yeah, the war flashbacks start hitting. You know,
Exactly.
and what was so funny about that too is that the extra turn skill wasn't even procced or
No,
needed. You know?
that plus 10K to the board was more than enough.
Yeah, that plus 10K, the extra drive, the crit on Vanguard, just wow, you know, very, very potent stuff. And I'm a little bit disappointed, you know, because like right before the match, we're like, yeah, Spike Brothers, really interested in Spike Brothers, love to see Spike Brothers on stream. And we saw Spike Brothers for like
we saw
it.
We saw it.
We
It was
didn't get
there.
to watch it, but we saw it. Yeah. So, you know, hopefully, maybe we can get a Spike Brothers player, another one, kind of pop up on stream. Maybe our player there. Maybe, you know, this is they go on, they do really well. Maybe we see them pop back up in Top Cut. You know, sometimes when you have like you can go X1, but you know, X1's still a great record. You know, as long as they can keep it up. And then we saw that Leopold versus Luard matchup, which was interesting as well. Maybe it seemed like it was a slight misplay with that Morfessa. You know, like I said, you know, there's a lot of pressure going on right now, and those things can kind of happen, as unfortunate as it can be. You know, and then, you know, maybe things could have been different, but you know, no real way of knowing. And then, like, you know, that pushback from Gwen with the extra wide board that only got wider as we went
front
along.
trigger on top of it, just to kiss. But you know, to play off of that, kind of like you said earlier, right? Even if you're going into this tournament, you know, you have maybe that X1 loss, there's still chances for people to pop right back up.
Mm-hmm.
So don't count yourself out yet. For everyone who's still watching, for everyone who's still participating, there are plenty of more card fights to go around, and you know, don't count yourself out of it. There's still more, and there's always hope.
Yeah. You might lose one, but you know, that doesn't mean you lost the whole thing, you know, especially if you're able to like, you know, keep pushing, keep having good games. And you know, with the way tournaments work out, as long as the person you lost to doesn't then go on a really hardcore losing streak afterwards and just drag you down with that elo, you know, that can kind of matter as well. But you know, just like you said, just keep on going, you know, because you never know. Sometimes, you know, maybe you get to the end of it and you're at 9th or 10th, but then you know, something happens in deck check and then you get bubbled in as well. So there's always a good amount of reasons to stick it out for sure.
Time to play our favorite game, Ty. What would you like to see? We've seen the spikes, we've seen the gears, we've seen the Luard, we have seen a lot of things popping up, but anything that's kind of tickling your ideas right now?
You know, like we said, maybe if we could see spikes, but spikes actually make it to grade 3, that'd be cool. Mentioned earlier about Dimension Police, definitely have some Dimension Police. I'm curious to see if anybody might have been crazy enough to bring something like maybe Musketeers. You know, if we're gonna just get real weird with the ideas. You know?
Musketeers are really cool. Having that ability to like use multiple trigger effects is something that's really, really powerful.
Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
I'm still of that, you know, I still want to invade. Okay, I have that mindset.
Yeah.
I still want to invade. Maybe I'll be the savior to save you all with Messiah. Then maybe that's
Yeah,
what I
there you
should be
go.
going for instead. That's an idea. Just because, if there's one deck that I really like to highlight, or decks that I really like to highlight, or like those underutilized decks, or decks that people don't think about too much, Link Joker is definitely one of them, right? Messiah is an archetype, I believe, that has a lot of utility. I know people are, and actually speaking of Messiah, I know a lot of people are probably excited because the Messiah deck set recently came out for the Japan side of things too. So, maybe people are playing in this tournament right now and they're like, yeah, Messiah's coming back for standard. Let me go ahead and whip it out here with V, and I'm gonna show everybody my cool lock combos that I can do. So that would definitely be one deck I would like to highlight. And then, I talked about it with Orange earlier today too, but Bermuda Triangle is still a deck that I would still like to highlight. I know Anj is one of those archetypes that we kind of default to, right? But there are more archetypes within the Bermuda Triangle clan that are really, really neat when it comes to the utilizations. One particular one that I can think of, we do have things like Highlander. We have Prisms kind of still there every now and then, but we have duos as well. So there's multiple interesting archetypes that we could see. But I don't know. I'm kind of curious to see what you might think as well.
Yeah, when it comes to Bermuda Triangle, I'm very much not a Bermuda Triangle player, but I would definitely be interested to at least see, Bermudas on the V side of things, because coming from commentating for Worlds and Premium, saw a lot of Bermuda Triangle.
Oh yeah, that's true.
A good amount of Highlander, but Highlander, with the ban list in V, not so much a thing. So I would be definitely very interested to see, as someone who's kind of like an outsider, more of a spectator, on the outside looking in when it comes to Bermudas, I'd like to see, some of those other archetypes. I do enjoy Anj. Anj is probably my favorite of the Bermuda Triangle girls. But yeah, no, like you said, there's Prisms, there's duos, there's quite a wide pool to kind of pull from for Bermuda's there for sure. And then like you said too, if we can see a Glendios today, I would definitely be very hyped to see a Glendios, maybe kind of see that alternate win con pop up. That'd be
cool
definitely very hyped to see.
All the hope and despair merge into one, and then just the pop off of World End. That would just be so exciting.
Definitely throw us back to like what was it, 2013, 2014 era Vanguard.
Oh yeah. That was the back in the day. I remember that triple rare reverse for those who want to have a little bit of fun. You had the triple rare rarity, of course, as you know, right now coming up from standard and from V and for all the things. But way back in the day when the original Glendios came out, it was the triple rare reverse. So all the R's were in like a reverse line. It was actually really, really fun. It was really unique.
I think it had like that red outline to it too, to just really like hammer in the Link Joker like symbolism as well. And it was such an interesting kind of deck to build as well. And I love how they've kind of, that's one of the things I really actually enjoy about V, is it's taking a lot of the stuff that, for me as a person who's played Vanguard since the Slash of the Silver Wolf trial deck all the way back in 2012. I was there for a lot of this stuff coming out. And so to kind of see like, with a lot of the V collection and stuff, seeing those old cards kind of get, ported over and kind of freshened up, spruced up a little bit, and see how they kind of not only like bring it into a more modern scenario, but just the way they kind of like spruce up the effects to kind of pay homage to like the original time that they came out as well. Something like when Risers came out, how it was like specifically mentioned and reprinted with Cat Butler, because back in the day,
because
Riser
Cat Butler with the double Cat Butler call. Oh my goodness.
So that's what I've really enjoyed about V just as a format, is just kind of all that nostalgia kind of coming back, but spruced up for a new audience as it can kind of be as well.
Well, speaking of sprucing up, how about we spruce up with some stats right now as we can transition over to the current brackets and the current standings of the tournament, as we could see a couple of players how they're doing throughout the tournament. So I guess I'll take away the top 10 over here. So in first place, we have Blazing Grangorok. believe
Ragnarok.
Ragnarok. There we go. Oh my goodness. We have number 2. We have Gurgwit-san. Then on number 3 we have Thotal, and then on number 4 we have Wind Up Hero. Number 5 we have Fearless. Number 6 we have 10, as we saw actually earlier. Number 7 we have 984 Smurf, and then number 8 we have Blaziken, and then number 9 we have Judge Mantis, and then on number 10 we have Alex T. Royer.
Yeah, and all of these players, it looks like, are currently undefeated as well. So likely gonna be peeking in on a couple of these players in our upcoming round.
Updates from the brackets. My apologies. So we do have also a few more 3-0s coming in. So we have number 11, we have Avalon Saya. Number 12, we have Drakon. Number 13, we have Sleepy. Number 14 and 15 are actually some really interesting names. So, of course, I think people might remember number 14, Man Long. Mr. Back to Back, I believe. That was last previous VBRO. Working himself up way in the brackets. And then number 15, we have Mr. Musrax, Mr. World Champ himself, climbing it up here in the later stages
of premium. So it's for me, very interesting to see that name pop back up, because got to see a good handful of his games at Worlds a little over a month ago, and then obviously, like you said, World Champ went all the way with it with Gear Chronicle as well. So I do know definitely gunning for those Chrono Jet prize cards. Gunning for that first place, wanting that play set of them.
He's like, sorry guys, I need my playset. I got.
So we'll see. Could potentially pop in on that's like a top 15 right there. We've got going into our round 4. Could pop in on any one of these people, having them kind of paired up against each other. Maybe more than one, depending on how these games go. We'll see. And then honestly, all of them at this point in the day, almost about halfway through our rounds, definitely every single one of them with a very, very solid shot of making it to tomorrow for our top cut. So
and they're
very interesting.
Yep, and they're definitely names to not take lightly. Of course, I think, time and time again, I think I've seen a handful of these multiple times pop up when it comes to not just the BRO circuit, but of course, the BCS seasons. So this is nice. This is looking like a very, very stacked tournament. So you love to see it.
Absolutely. And that's one thing that I really enjoy the game as well, especially since we've have these online tournaments, is that we do get to see some names pop up time and time again, and in multiple regions too, because I know we have some diehard competitive players in the community here who maybe forego sleep in favor of competing this weekend in multiple formats.
That is very right.
They can make it day 2 necessarily, because maybe you sign up for every single region, maybe a run of bad variants kind of spoils a run in one region, but you've got another region to go. You can have a multiple shots to try and to take it to day 2. Maybe you have a bad run, you go 0-2, and then it's like, well, there's another region to go to still. But thankfully you don't have to board a plane to do so.
No, exactly. It's kind of nice. It's kind of like a mini Worlds in a sense, right? You got the whole community still here online here in this wonderful space that we have here. And it's definitely exciting, and it's definitely heartwarming to say the least.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not sure. Let me see. I know we're getting pretty close to starting our next round. I'm not sure if we have our deck review yet, but it should be fairly imminent that we can kind of see who of these 15 players that we just discussed are going to be likely going against each other in round 4 of our BRO 2023 here.
Yeah, and I would actually like to preface, while we have the time, for just a brief second, right? If there's any really hype moments maybe you've had that we haven't been able to highlight for y'all, or maybe there was an exciting play that you guys possibly saw on stream, make sure to, of course, use that hashtag BRO 2023 for all of us to see and be able to have this nice conversation with.
Yeah. I think that's one of the things that's really fun about these tournaments too, is that everybody's kind of in on it. Even if you're not competing, you can be watching. There's that whole kind of like wider conversation that goes on. So get those tweets out there. Let us know all what you're thinking there. That hashtag BRO 2023.
There you go. And I believe with that being said, we do have a couple of the decks finally being loaded up here as we get our next round underway. So I think we're going to go ahead and transition it over. So one thing that I can possibly see here is just the additions of a couple of things. Now, when it comes to the Steam Maiden archetype as a whole, right, there are multiple ways people like to build it. Sometimes they like to add in a couple of Naboos. Some people like to add in a couple more of the Grade 2 that tucks one of the units back underneath the deck. So yes, Carranza, that's correct. So there are definitely some variations here, but as far as I can tell here, it looks like a very solid build for a very powerful Steam Maiden build. Possibly. What do we have here? Yes! The Messiah that will save us all. Oh man, yes. Okay, so we have some really, really cool utility to take a look at over here. So of course, Messiah just being one of those force decks that has a lot of good things going for it, right? You have that strong multi-attack, kind of like we see throughout a couple of variations of different decks throughout the day. However, their unique way of locking things on the board, kind of having this pseudo control aspect, but of course, also having the giant beat stick of Volko as well. Very, very interesting. I'm excited to see how a lot of this is going to play out. One thing I will actually like to point out is the Lady Battler of the Black Dwarf, a promo actually that Link Joker has. It's one of those utility cards that I see from time to time, but not one I'm 100% familiar with. So I'm excited to see how that's exactly going to play out.
Yeah, definitely. Should be very interesting for sure. I think, Messiahs can be very, very potent for sure. Like you mentioned, that vocal goad, massive beat stick. And if you're able to get a couple Force 2s on there as well, very, very scary. But I think our players should be ready. I know I'm ready. Hopefully we can see some very interesting gameplay going on here.
Yes, let's get ourselves underway. So, ladies and gentlemen, on the left, we have Blazing Ragnarok rocking out with, of course, Messiahs. And then on the right, we have Thortal rocking out with the Steam Maidens. So who will take it all? Do we have the ladies of the Steam, or do we have Mr. Messiah who will save themselves from what is happening?
Yeah. I think with Messiahs as well, maybe it might be more of a premium thing, but I know that they can potentially, cheat out those vocal goads earlier than you would probably expect as well. So that'll be interesting to see as well. We see Steam Maidens on the play, going into Illul here.
Yep, very nice actually. For Steam Maiden, Illul is definitely one of those ideal grade 1 rise, because it's going to be able to give yourself a lot of utility and a lot of setup.
And we did see that he bound that Uluru there, so that being a trigger unit gets 2 draws off of that. So just digging into the deck a wee bit deeper there.
Oh, managed to get the Gear Cat as well on board. So we're getting a little bit of setup over here. Yep. Oh, is that double Gear Cat?
I believe it is.
That
is
double Gear Cat. Holy moly.
Thortal just hitting the ground running, not waiting, like going first and then just like going straight for it.
Absolutely. A no guard here. Damage checks a heal trigger. Now, for a lot of cases, right, a heal trigger might not be the best thing to see in the early game. For Steam Maidens is actually even a little more prevalent because they're great. Their heal trigger specifically is definitely one of those setup cards to help for the multi-attack combo. But we do see one in the bind zone already. So minimalistic to say at best. Okay, wow. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Thortle is popping off here. We see not only the double gear crack, we got the Entra Hana, we have a lull, and we have another gear cat coming down onto the board. So we have a lot of advantage being generated. Not only that, but of course, we're going to have that ability of the on boost effect to be able to fill up that bind zone from Entra Hana. So yeah, this is a very powerful turn here for Thortle.
Yeah, what is this? Turn 2 and already seen 3 cats. Slapped all of those down. I wonder if you're Ragnarok at this point, maybe starting to feel a little bit nervous, trying to think about like the upcoming turns on what you can do to try and just beat back this already a second Enterana hitting the board here.
Oh my lord. That's very scary to say the least. I will say one thing, at the same time, I don't believe it. The ideal thing is you definitely want to try and have the Entra Hana to be able to call out the gear cap for some sort of deck thinning. But, if you already have one on the board, you're just constantly gaining a large amount of resources with the Soul Blast effect.
Yeah, definitely. And especially if not only just having one, but I believe there's 3 on the board right now.
Yeah, so. 3 on the board, and they only get bigger because Gear Cat, of course, gets 1K for each card in the bind zone. And already turn 2, that's 2 cards on the board. Those are 19K columns, respectively, on an 8K. So even with a defensive trigger, Blazing Ragnarok is still needing to guard a fair amount.
Yeah, that's still, I believe, be like a 5K to guard still, even with a defensive, like you said. Yep. Looks like he's dropping the quick shield there. Definitely coming in handy right there. Always nice when you can get a free card for going second, and then it actually kind of comes into play for defending you. Going back to Ragnarok now.
That is going to be riding onto the Lady Battler of the Black Dwarf, which is the card I was mentioning earlier. So its effect is when this unit is rode upon by a grade 3 with Messiah in its card name. So definitely, once again, we're talking about ideal riding scenarios. You search your deck for up to 1 grade 3 with Messiah in its card name. That is different from your Vanguard. You reveal it and then you shuffle. So just one of those ways to access multiple Messiahs. A very nice utility card, if I do see so myself.
That's a very solid card. Messiahs have always kind of been one of those archetypes that I've always really found, maybe because it's, so aggressive. And this is a really, really interesting card that they've gotten to really just kind of up consistency and also just have what seems like a pretty solid kind of setup in the early game. Going back to Thortal now, though, looks like Ragnarok swung at a rear guard, I think. Probably trying to kind of keep the onslaught that's probably coming at bay here.
Absolutely. I think, if you're in Blazing Ragnarok's position, you want to try and deny as many resources to your opponent as you possibly can, because, you at least want to try and survive to get on grade 3 to be able to successfully do your skills. However, I will say one thing. While the damage deny is a very solid play, there are multiple lines of play to be able to at least get that one counter draw for Thortal. So there can potentially still be a lot of multi-attacks coming Blazing Ragnarok's way. But at least having some way to cushion that is always very good.
Definitely. Yeah. It's if your opponent has a way to countercharge, it's better for them to only have 1 CB instead of being able to potentially use 1 CB twice, right?
Yeah. All right, so looking for that last Gear Dog 8, he went and fetched for another copy of Illo, just fueling and deck thinning out all at the same time. And looks like he's also fueling up that bind zone, getting another Entra Hana into the bind zone. Oh my goodness, and has the Uluru on top of it. Wow.
Yep, that Uluru that was the first one to the bind zone coming in right here.
So we have a very nice climb combo happening right now. So we're going to be able to swing potentially with the Uluru first. We had a large amount of power from the force marker in itself. So that's just a nice little poke, but then being able to use that, put it into the bind zone, get the counter charge, and then grab a grade 1 Ulul on top of that. And then with that counter charge, be able to set up with an additional counter blast just to keep that chain of attacks coming.
Yep. Just keep the onslaught going, and just getting just the maximum amount of value out of that force marker as well. Just gonna keep, like you said, just keep climbing, keep swinging, and just making sure everything's got a nice little buff on there. Of course, the Enterana column doesn't necessarily need a buff with the bind zone getting to be the way it is.
Absolutely not. But here we go. We have Entrahana. What is Ed? I see a Gear Cat, and I believe that's a critical trigger. So that's, oh no, that's, oh my goodness.
Is that an Aloe, I believe?
That was an Aloe going right to the bind zone, and a Gear Cat to hand. That is peak.
Yeah, I don't know if there was a better combination of cards that Thortal could have seen on the top of the deck right there.
All right, going in now with the Illo combo over here, and it looks like he was boosting with that last Gear Dog 8. So managing to make a very pressuring column here. Blazing Ragnarok just taking it, going to 3 damage over here, and then using that to, as we said, get that Aloe that he was managed to bind earlier.
Yeah. Solid roll of the dice right there to get a nice little beat stick on board.
Yeah, and then now, if we're talking about beat sticks, so Illo here is going to be huge, right? So getting +3 for every card of the bind zone. Blazing Ragnarok just taking it, a critical trigger off the top, pushing Blazing Ragnarok right to, oh no, not to 5 damage. He managed to PG that. Very good.
Yeah. Good to see. So it's all going on the Aloe. Might go to 5 here, which it looks like that is the case.
Yep.
And let's see, I believe, yep, passing back. So, very, very scary turn. Ragnarok holding on, though, going all the way to 5. But you know what? It's not over until you hit that 6 damage. So as long as you don't have that 6, you're still in the game. And I'm kind of excited. I'm just excited to see what this kind of crackback is going to hold. Because Thortal, sitting kind of comfortably at a 1 damage, but as we've seen many times today, 1 damage doesn't mean that you're perfectly safe, because things can definitely snowball very, very quickly.
Oh, absolutely. Heals are a thing. Crits are a thing. Anything is possible, really. I do like to point out that at least, Blazing Ragnarok was able to go into the Alter Ego Messiah. That's definitely one of the better grade 3s to ride out of the 2 options that you have. So, and actually putting the Force 2 on the rear guard. So that's really nice too, because as we stated earlier, right, more than likely what's a setup is happening is we're going to try and set up for that vocal column like you specified earlier. We're going to be able to try and gain a large amount of pressure while having crits on top of it. It's just a 1-2 punch, so to speak.
Absolutely. Yeah, you don't, when your deck kind of, revolve, and I believe that is, yep, that's a vocal goad right there.
That is vocal. That is indeed. Yes, it is.
When you have a vocal goad with just a base power as high as it is, you don't really need or care about having a Force 1. You've got enough power as it is, so you might as well just throw an extra crit on top of it.
One thing I would like to point out from Thortal, right, is that we definitely saw a fair amount of 10Ks go into his hand. But, I'm not entirely sure when it comes to the 15Ks. He does have that cushion, as we stated earlier, about being at 1 damage. But, it's also a line of play is, potentially damage denying maybe on a particular play here for Blazing Ragnarok. Just being able to farm a large amount of resources if he can, just to try and live on the following crackback as well.
Yeah. And it looks like, that vocal goad got it swinging, disappearing, just locking itself away.
Ladies and gentlemen, I bet it'll come back.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, we're good. We're good.
Okay.
I had a little bit of a blink there for a second, but that's okay. Got the other rear guard swinging.
Link Joker tried to lock the stream.
Yeah. I think we've probably got what is it, probably Ezel scissors on our side just to unlock everything right back.
There we go.
Us.
Yep.
Got the Alter Ego swinging now, unlocking that vocal code column again. There's going to be another column, and it's only gotten bigger.
Not only that, but of course there's Lady Battler on the side as well, so able to instigate another multi-attack there. Lady Battler is actually such a good card for Messiah.
Yeah, definitely.
It has not only good art, but it's a powerful effect as well. So you love to see it.
Definitely. Always the best combo, having the good art and the good ability.
Yeah.
That's just going to be a staple for a good while to come.
All right, looks like Thortal here looks like he's trying to map out how he wants to proceed to take some damage here. I do see only 4 cards in his hand, so it might be just a matter of, okay, if I have a critical trigger pop up on the drive check here, how am I going to proceed and guard the rest of the attacks? I do see a draw trigger coming out from Blazing Ragnarok, which is really nice.
Yep.
So that's definitely a PG that he's going to be able to utilize on the following turn.
Definitely going to want to have that, especially sitting on 5 damage the way they are. Let's see. Going for the next Vocal Goad swing here. Let's see. Yeah, like you mentioned, Thordal sitting with a pretty thin hand, still only on 1 damage. But you know, when you've got something as big as the Vocal Goad there with the extra crit, and then at least, you know, 2 more attacks, maybe more, that can get very scary very quickly. So there goes the Vocal Goad again. Lady Battler swinging here.
Potentially, maybe. I don't know. It could also be a play where Blazing Ragnarok might just decide to swing in. You know, Thordal just used an excessive amount of his hand to be able to try and guard whatever attacks were coming his way. And, you know, just sitting himself out, you know, I'm just going to leave you with a minimal amount of resources.
Yeah, and it seems like that's what happened here. Just went ahead and said, you know what? You didn't take the Vocal Goad. I don't really have any reason to try and swing and push anymore. You already dropped a bunch of cards. You're going into your turn with like 2 cards in hand. Already lost some of the board as well. I think the best thing you can do, like you mentioned, just starve them for resources, you know, especially if you're sitting on 5 damage. You're not necessarily in a very comfortable position. So anything you can do to try and make that as comfortable as possible is definitely the way to go. But like we saw on the Thordal's last turn, did get that other Elo, rewriting it there, and then just making that force column even bigger.
Absolutely. Okay, so we see the Uluru coming down for Thordal, so he does have that countercharge option to instant get the multi-attack. So we will see at least a few attacks coming out. Do not fret, ladies and gentlemen. There will be some climbing happening. He's got the ladder.
Getting that Uluru right back out. And Uluru may only be a 5k trigger, but, you know, at the end of the day, what does that really matter when it's sitting on double force markers? You know, that's still going to be a 15k to guard. So just going to be, especially on 5 damage, that's no matter what for this turn, that's going to be eating through some hand for sure.
All right, managing to successfully guard it with that 15k shield. Now Uluru going to be able to countercharge and then most likely going to be recalling out that Illo and instigating another climb combo over here. So Illo over here looking like a solid 28k. That is more than 15k shield. You're going to at least need a 20k to be able to block that. So
that is a 2 cards from hand minimum to guard that right there.
Yeah, magic numbers just on a grade 1. Amazing lines of play here. Going for the Entrahana here as opposed to going for the Owlol.
I can't quite tell how many cards Ragnarok's sitting on here, but it's definitely seeming like having to take a minute to kind of try and map out this turn and maybe, you know, risk taking a Vanguard here, depending on, you know, what the setup is. You know, there's at least like a couple more attacks coming after this one. So
that is a very good point. So he looks like he went for the PG here, which kind of makes sense. I mean, Elo over there having plus 3k for every card in that bind zone. That was a huge column coming in. So more than likely, you know, even if Blazing Ragnarok did not have enough to guard, he would be able to at least survive off of the Vanguard swing, to say the least, and potentially take the 6 damage here.
Let's see. I see the hand hovering over the deck. Looks like he's taking it, and
draw trigger.
It was a trigger, but not the one you wanted to see in that situation. And you know, there we go. You know, Steam Maidens showing up, showing us why it is as potent, why it is as strong as it is. You know, because, you know, Ragnarok did everything they could do, tried to, you know, choke on the resources, tried to, you know, held back, you know, to try and, you know, keep them at that 1 face down damage. But even then, you know, Steam Maidens, that climb play, very, very strong, very, very potent. There's not much you can do, especially when you're sitting at 5 damage, some limited resources in hand. Best thing you can do is just try and guard what you can, maybe take that last hit, maybe the heal's in your favor, but like we saw there, it wasn't in the cards today.
Yeah, unfortunately. But also one thing to point out too is that, you know, they also had a very powerful grade 2 turn, right? So we had the double gear cats on turn 1, and then we had the Entrahana play come out on turn 2 as well. So Steam Maiden is just doing what it naturally does, accumulating those large amounts of resources to be able to instigate those multi-attack combos, and also, you know, just have this fair amount of back and forth. It's just that pressure on the other side of things from Thordle was just not enough for Blazing Ragnarok to resolve. But, you know, it's still exciting to see, you know. I'm at least very happy to see some Messiah action happening. So to Blazing Ragnarok as well, you know, they're doing fairly well as well in the brackets as far as we could see. So, you know, losing here, not the end of the world as well. There's still more card fights to come. And, you know, doing it with Messiah is more power to them.
Yeah. You know, I believe both players were undefeated going into this round. So, you know, a loss here, not the end of the world, like you mentioned. We still got a solid shot. And like, you know, we actually got to see Messiahs do their thing as well. A little bit restrained, but, you know, sometimes that's the best thing you can try and do. So I'm not sure if we have how the rest of our rounds are going. What is this, round 4 wrapping up?
We are in round 4. Yes, we are.
At this point, definitely halfway through the day. Hope everyone's you know, still doing well out there. You know, because you know, depending on these days, the way it goes, you know, there's a bit of stamina. You know, whenever you do these tournaments, you know, you may not be like physically, you know, running, but there's a lot of mental stamina that's involved in this, especially just as we've seen. You know, it's been very fun to see. It's been fairly diverse, and so, you know, you kind of have to adjust every time you're coming into a new round. Every time you're coming into a new round, there's like what's new that you're gonna have to deal with there, and like having to kind of like shift gears depending, unless you just get a bunch of Steam Maidens,
I see what you did there. Shift gears. Oh, Ty being a funny man.
So, you know, I mean, let's see. We so far 4 rounds, we've had 3 Gear Chronicle players, you know, like we said. Only 2 of them being Steam Maidens, though. We did have that Mystery Flare that just went off. You know, just went all in, got the.
And it's not just that too. I mean, you know, we do see the Steam Maidens like we were talking about earlier, but there is some variation. Like we said in round 1, we saw that ride down build that was looking very interesting. I know it's definitely a build that we see more so in like the premium side of things, but having it show up in V is also very refreshing as well. And then, you know, we do have largest, you know, like we said, we do have that Chrono Jip build, like you said earlier. I believe also on the European side of things, we even saw Chrono Fang appear from time to time. I know if we're talking specifically about, you know, Steam Maidens themselves, you know, Charlie, of course, the 2nd place world champion, walking out with Maiden Fang. So there's large different types of variations of people playing. So it's not just all cookie cutter, and everyone has their idea of how they want to make their ideal plays and how they want to win the game, which is so amazing to see when it comes to deck building.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I'm like I mentioned at the start of this, you know, I'm all about the deck building. I love seeing the spice, and so even in something like you said that you might even kind of maybe kind of expect to be a little bit cookie cutter, has very much not been cookie cutter at all. So that's been very, very fun to see as well.
Absolutely.
I think on the back end of things, we have potentially another game getting queued up, maybe.
Oh, exciting! All right.
Potentially, we'll see what ends up happening, because we have a couple games still going on, but who knows? Maybe we can like I said, see a little bit more of that spice popping up, seeing if we can keep the trend going of just different clans showing up every game.
We want to make sure we highlight the variation that's going on here, right? We gotta give the people the nice spread.
Yeah, absolutely. Which, I mean, I've just been pleased that you know, it's been like, you know, like as diverse as it has been, you know, because
overall this weekend has been a very pleasing experience, to say the least. Of course, we have our outliers, but we have so many different types of variations just across the board. So, you know, for everyone who's participating in all of these events, we love to see it for sure.
Yeah,
I would also like to take the time to say, you know, if you are participating, if you're watching at home, make sure you have the time to, you know, have that water break, maybe get yourself some coffee, take it easy. You know, these are definitely these for a lot of people, this is a weekend long event, you know, back-to-back tournaments, mini worlds to say the least. So make sure you're taking care of yourself. And
Yeah, and speaking of, taking a little bit of a water break, I think we're gonna do the same thing right now. So we're gonna take a very short break, and then we will be back with you all for more online action in the Bushiroad Rumble Online 2023. Be right back.
Hey Terrence.
Hey Julius.
Okay, first of all, thanks for joining me here with Coffee at Bushiroad series.
No problem.
You are the first of all our interviewees. Well, and there's a reason for that. And that's because I think a lot of people have seen you in a lot of videos as well, especially for Buddy Fight channel, which you frequently appear. Well, along with me. So, and the other reason is because Terrence you have been with us for about 9 years now.
Yes.
So I think you're probably one of the veterans, if not like the person with the most experience number of years in Bushiroad right now.
That's true.
Yeah. So I'm very excited to ask you a bit about the kind of work that you do here with Bushiroad, mainly your current position, of course.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So you are a senior development executive.
Yes, that's
and can you tell us a bit of the things that you have to do as someone in your role?
Okay, not only senior development executive, I'm also a team leader, as you know, for Buddy Fight, and our viewers also know. My job comprises mostly of product management, as well as marketing advisory role. So it's like, main part of the job is, of course, products. We can't have a card game without the products going out. So most of it is scheduled around product management, designs, translations, and basically making sure that the product goes out on time.
So I guess as team leader, you kind of have to manage everything and not just the product. Like,
Yes.
developing the product is like one aspect of it.
Yes,
Yeah.
our development mostly central around localization. So
Okay.
Japan has their main product first, then we take the same product and try to localize it for the English-speaking community.
Okay, okay. But so just for the record, localize would mean to translate into English for the international products. Yeah. So could you tell us more about how you would go about localizing a product? Like probably take us briefly through the steps from the very beginning and to the end when it's actually printed.
Well, basically, Japan needs to have their product ready first. Then we just take the designs, the translation, as in the text that they have, and do translations. Okay, then pass it to our designers. Designers put everything into what you see today as a card. Then we take the design, have it sent to the factory. Factory produces everything, including the packaging, such as the pillow pack, which we call pillow because the packs look like a pillow.
And although like you made it sound like very easy, like from translating to printing, I know for a fact that it's not.
You have done some products.
Yeah, I know
before.
for a fact it's not because you kind of like split into 3 major categories, but I know it's gonna be definitely a lot more work than that.
Yeah, that was just a general description of how it is, but of course there's many detailed steps along the way.
Definitely. So during the course of your translating and stuff, what do you think is the toughest thing about translating Japanese into English?
Oh, they have a lot of very Japanese-centric puns. Those are the worst things you can come across if your command of the Japanese language is not as good.
What do you mean by that?
They have certain like puns or play on words that central around the Japanese culture. So if you were to do a localization, you try to look for something in the English language that is equivalent. You cannot just translate the entire thing as it is. If you do, a lot of players won't get what it's trying to say because they are not that into the Japanese culture. So they will just be, it's just another flavor text. It's just another name.
They might not even get it as it's supposed to be a joke.
Yes.
Because that cultural difference just doesn't get through.
Yes.
To the Western side, I suppose, definitely. So that would be the toughest thing for you as a translator.
That would be one of the most challenging. Toughest is when there's a lot of problems along the way that would cause the release date to derail. Yeah, then you have to do whatever you can to keep this production schedule back on track. Sometimes that's one of the toughest things is meeting deadlines. When everything doesn't go your way. If everything is smooth, it's perfectly fine.
So that would be more on the production side rather than just the translating side now.
Yeah.
So you have a lot of obstacles on the translating side, and then you also have obstacles on the production side. Yeah. So there's a lot of deadlines to meet.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So that's definitely tough, and I can relate to that. Okay. Then what's the most rewarding thing about your work?
Seeing players use your product in a tournament, major or small. Sometimes you just go to a card shop and people are playing with the cards and you say, hey, that's the latest release. Then you'll be like, oh, are they having fun with it?
Okay.
If they are really making a ruckus and just generally having fun, that's the most rewarding thing for a developer.
That's true. That's true. Yeah. I suppose when you go and visit card shops or maybe in tournaments and you see that card on the table and you're like, then it brings you back, to the memories of you translating that, maybe in the office. Oh, I have problems with this certain pun, this certain joke.
Right. Or that card was changed last minute. We had to make all the arrangements just to make it proper by the time the product is released. They go like, oh, I remember that one.
All right. So, okay, maybe you can tell us what's your most memorable product that you have done so far? Like, probably the one that maybe gave you the most trouble, or maybe you had the most fun.
Limited only to Buddy Fight, or because
it could be anything. You have 9 years worth of experience here with Bushiroad, and I understand you do other titles as well, such as Luck and Logic, and I think a bit of Weiss Schwarz as well.
In fact, I've actually handled every single English card game localization up to now.
Oh.
If I didn't start it, I would have participated in it at a certain point in time.
Okay.
In fact, most of the English card games, I think I was one of the starting members when they were doing the localization.
Also, like the first English product for every game, like probably BT01 or TD, the very first series, TD01, BT01, that would be all you.
Yes, except for Luck and Logic. Luck and Logic, I was already team leader by the time that started, so I only checked. I did not actually do the translations or the localization part.
Okay.
But other than that, yes, I started most of the English card games, Weiss Schwarz, Vanguard, Buddy Fight. Yeah.
All right.
And after that, once after starting the localization work and maybe the production work, once there are new staff on board, I will train them and then let them control the production. Then I'll move on to other projects, of course.
All right, that's cool.
Right.
Okay.
So along the way, as you can see, there's a lot of products that I've covered in these past 9 years or so. So you want me to narrow it down to one?
I mean, you can give us a few if you have, like this, whatever comes to mind would be your most memorable product.
Now, the most memorable one, I think it's a bit out of the ordinary. It's because it was English Weiss Schwarz, the Attack on Titan set.
Okay.
It was a big challenge for the English card game because the English version released 1 month before the Japanese version.
Okay, then that's gonna be rare, right? Because usually it's gonna be Japan first, and maybe like 2 weeks or 1 month later, then we release the English version.
If at all, because Weiss Schwarz, we don't have all the titles in the English version. Sometimes it's due to copyright, sometimes it's due to the popularity of the set. Some sets will not sell as well outside of Japan because it's not as well known or as popular.
Yeah.
But Attack on Titan, that's a worldwide renowned title.
Yeah.
So at that time, I was given the instructions, English version is going to release 1 month before the Japanese version.
Okay.
And it's something that we have never done before for the English version.
Okay, I would say that's memorable.
Any English version. So it's like, what? Really? Was the first reaction.
Okay.
Yeah. Because I wouldn't say it's impossible, but the logistics of it was that Japan will need to finalize every single data before I can work on any of the components.
Yes.
So the biggest risk of doing something before the Japanese version is that once you have finalized all the data, the factory is printing, if Japan makes any changes to the Japanese set, we will not get it in the English version. Yeah, it's the biggest risk of all.
Okay, so can I ask, why did they do something like this? You know, something so out of the norm. Like, what was the reason behind that?
From what I heard was that Attack on Titan was really popular overseas, so they decided let's do something phenomenal for this set. The English version will come out before the Japanese one.
Okay, so simply it was just for the fans. Like, oh, okay, it's super popular in the Western world as well. Then just get this out earlier than the Japanese version.
Yes, and it's something the fans can brag about in the English community. Hey, we got ours before the Japanese set.
Yeah, because usually it's the other way around.
Yes. So even at this time, sometimes the simultaneous release is going to be quite difficult because of Japan's very short lead time for data, for designs. Overseas, we have a lot of logistics issues, considerations, before we can actually send data for print, finalize all the data. So it's going to be a lot tougher.
Okay. So the schedule for this English Attack on Titan, how bad was it? Like how much of a rush were you in, due to this sudden arrangement?
I can only say that for this particular set, it was a good thing at that time I was living in Tokyo, Japan, and working in the main office. Because at any point in time, I had to get up from my seat, run to the Weiss Schwarz team, the Japanese team in the office, and just discuss every single detail. At that time, I think we were 1 floor apart. If I remember correctly, we were 1 floor apart. We were definitely on different floors. My my office was, I think, one floor higher than the Japanese Weiss Schwarz teams. So at any point I needed anything, it would be a leave my seat, run all the way down, iron out all the details, get back to. No, somebody out there will say, why don't you just call downstairs? No, some things you need to iron out in detail and have all the details straight.
Yeah.
Because any single mistake there would cause the entire set to be different from the Japanese one.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. So that's one thing. So that's something that's manageable only because you were working in Japan at the time.
Yes.
Oh wow.
It is going to be very difficult, very challenging if we were to attempt the same thing.
And well, since you mentioned it, I understand you worked in Japan for a number of years. How many years was that?
5 or 6.
5-6 years.
Yeah.
So 5-6 years of your years working in 5-6 years out of 9 years working in Bushiroad. 5-6 years was in Japan.
Was in Tokyo, Japan. Yeah.
Tokyo. Wow.
Working out of the main office.
Okay. So I'm a little bit curious. What's the cultural working difference, in Japan and then in Singapore? Like, what's the main difference do you see?
It's more of the working culture, I think, and mostly because Japanese tend to be very polite. So the place is mostly quiet. It's a lot more quiet than any other office than I've seen so far. So and people tend to like to finish their work before they leave the office. So some employees tend to leave like 8-9 p.m. at night, just because they finish their work and then they prepare for the next day's work. So it's slightly different from overseas, where there are certain companies that, of course, once it's time to knock off, you go home.
So in Japan, a lot of people, they actually like stay up later than usual.
Yes, they normally stay back later just to finish up their work, which is not a bad thing, but sometimes you need time for family.
I guess you kind of like have to balance.
Yeah.
Some days you might have to stay because you have to stay, but maybe other days you can take it easier and then you just take it easier.
Also, just to dispel some rumors out there, that there's actually a rumor out there that says that Japanese companies, you don't leave earlier than your boss. No, that's just a rumor.
Probably from very long time ago.
It might have been a practice maybe long ago, but nowadays not so much. I mean, the boss sometimes leaves earlier than most of the staff, because sometimes they have maybe business dinners, business appointments, they need to talk to other companies or have their own appointments. So yeah, it's definitely not that true.
Do you have any kind of tips or advice for people who might want to do translating for a job? Like maybe they want to be a translator as well. Maybe they hope to be working for Bushiroad one day. Do you have any advice for the young ones out there?
Young ones.
Yeah.
If they are young ones, they are still a bit away. But well, for tips, all I can say is first you must get your Japanese language up to par. For that, you probably have to listen to music, watch shows. If you can, try practicing. If you're in a class, grab your classmates and just practice whatever language it is that you want to practice. Getting better at it is first priority. Then after that, practice a lot, I guess. Listening to music, watching shows, reading books, or even if you're starting out in Japanese, reading manga. That's one of the easiest ways. Go for the lower age mangas like Buddy Fight. We have Koro Comic. Yeah, the Japanese magazine. Just get a copy and just try to read whatever's in there. Then after that, JLPT, the Japanese language proficiency test, pass, or if you can go all the way to level 1, that at least shows your employer that you have the skills.
Yeah. I wouldn't say it's absolutely necessary, because as with any language, just being able to speak it, write it, it shows that you know the language, and then from people who know the language will know what level of proficiency you are at. So I guess it's just good to really just show it. I can do it.
It's just documentation that you know.
Yeah, because from what I know, I think Terrence, you don't have any JLPT at all.
No.
And yet, everyone who needs help with Japanese in offices, they just go to you.
Yeah, because if you stay in the country long enough, it becomes natural.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So it's, I wouldn't say, we wouldn't say JLPT is absolutely necessary,
Yes,
but it's just good to have.
Yes, it's
just to show, because I think people, that's like kind of like official verification that you can do, you have proficiency in this language.
Also depends on your employer. If your employer really requires a proof that you do know the language, but there are companies out there who actually just test your proficiency during the interviews.
Yeah.
Right. So it again depends on the company who's going to hire you.
That's true. Yeah. So Terrence's tips for everyone is just immerse yourself in the language, in Japanese language, if you want to translate Japanese for a living.
Or if you want to translate other languages, just
same thing.
Learn, adapt, be really good at it. At least a normal conversation.
Yeah. And I suppose the kind of things you're translating for matters as well. Like you can be interested in Japanese language, but you also have to be interested in, let's say, the anime and manga culture, if that's what you want to translate. Yeah, because if not, you might not get the puns or
references.
A lot of references and connotations that come with a lot of different words.
Right.
Yeah. So I suppose, if you want to be working in the industry, I guess you have to be interested in that industry as well.
It's definitely a plus.
Yeah, because if not, a lot of things you just wouldn't get.
Yeah, it just goes over your head.
Yeah. So thank you so much for sharing all your insights here with us.
No problem.
Thank you. Yeah. Because as one of the longest standing employee of Bushiroad, you definitely have a lot of valuable experience to share with us. So thank you so much for the interview today. And I think I think that's all we have for today.
Yeah.
So thank you so much.
Great
Thank
being
you.
here.
Yeah, thank you.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We're back from our break. Oh, there's a feline. This is not.
I was also gonna say we got some funny names.
Hello. We're back.
This is a really great start.
And we've have the return of Outer Orange. Orange, how are you?
Hello. I'm back. I'm good. It was fun watching the games.
Yeah, I was gonna say, how's the games been going for you? What's been sticking out to you the last couple of rounds that we had?
I really like the MFD because I actually have been a big low-key instigator for that. I'm like, MFD is good, guys, I promise. But you know, Maidens is just so strong right now that it's hard to like see how good MFD can be. I didn't see the results of it. I don't know if they won or not, but it was really fun to watch though.
Well, I can tell you right here that not only did they win, but their opponent did not make it to grade 3, sorry, that game. Yeah, they didn't activate the extra turn, didn't need the extra turn, just went in and got it. That was pretty hype for me too, but you know, everybody kind of heard me talk about that so far. Let's see. I think, do we have we might have some standings here in a second. Yeah,
I saw the standings, but I'm distracted by your cat. Let's go ahead and see those standings. So we over here have in first place Saya. Actually, I believe I know Saya. Wow, that's insane. I think I met them in California. Wow, this top. Oh my gosh, sorry, I'm not okay. First place is Saya. Second place right now is Gurgitsan, another very amazing post of one of my friends. And then we have who usually plays gold, so I don't know what they're playing right now, but assuming they're playing golds. And then we have Lazy's Tan. And then we have Tortle, we have Drakon, we have Alex Troyer, we have Manlong. Sorry, I'm kind of taking over. You want to name some?
Sure, yeah. We have Musrax here. As we mentioned, the last time we popped into the standings, our premium world champion, who is definitely gunning for those Chrono Jets coming up. Eater, who we've seen play at least one round, I believe. And then Wind Up Hero in 10th place as well. So still got a handful of undefeateds. Our top 8 players currently undefeated. We'll see if they can hang on to that as all. But we still, you know, in the top standings, got some X1s. So, you know, like me and Fuzzy were talking about, just because you might have dropped at least one game doesn't mean you should give up. You still got a solid shot at making these top rankings for sure.
Very good stuff. I'm very excited to see that those top 2 standings. Those are both players I know really well, actually. Both players I talk to a lot. Both players that help me a lot, actually, within the community. So it's actually very sweet to see them all the way up there, having their name be up there. Hope to keep it coming. I'm trying to keep it neutral because everyone's a champion.
Right. Don't want to show too much favoritism, you know.
Yeah, of course. I'm just excited to see names that we don't usually see very often.
Yeah, I think that's like one thing that I was talking about with Fuzzy as well. Is that was kind of fun about these online events, is that, you know, there's plenty of names that we see pop up, that we see kind of top in some of our other in-person events. Some of the, like we saw as well, some world contenders and world champions as well. But it's also very fun to see, you know, the names that we don't see pop up. You know, which is I think, you know, the great thing about these tournaments is that there's plenty of people who, you know, maybe can't make it out to some of those physical events for whatever reasons, and so something like the BRO is perfect for that. So we get to see not only like different names pop up, but also just kind of like the mixing of regions, because, you know, plenty of people play in more than one region, so get to kind of see this mishmash of all kinds of players and experiences as well.
I agree. I think it's very exciting. I'm also personally, it's what I feel. I almost feel like there's been some new blood too, kind of circling around as well, between like D format and then people trying out V. I see the tail. Sorry, I really like cats, so I'm just really enjoying.
Me too, obviously.
Just a little bit.
Thankfully, this one's quiet.
Oh, that's right. You have 2 cats, right?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, that's so cute. But yeah, so I'm really excited to see. I've been noticing that there's been a kind of more new players coming in because of D and stuff like that. So it's exciting to see those players now trying over in the B side of things too. So, and then maybe even trying premium, because we got the Chrono Jet sets and all this other stuff going on. So all this excitement. So maybe people will be trying out all the other formats as well. Always good to see. But aside from that, yeah, I'm with you. I think it's nice that we've been getting all these names in different kinds, and it is a global event. So global is pretty much global, but you can enter from any angle technically, and it's just great to see people trying from all these different angles. So I'm excited.
Yeah, I've mentioned it a lot so far, but I'm still just kind of surprised at the diversity we've seen so far as well. Just because, you know, I mentioned at the start of this how, you know, premium isn't, or V premium rather isn't necessarily my main format. I'm much more on the premium side of things, but I'm kind of tangentially aware of what goes on in V. And so, you know, for someone who's kind of just on the outside of it, not necessarily not in it, but not like,
Yeah.
you know, completely removed either, you know, the perception was like, okay, gonna be a lot of Steam Maidens, gonna be a lot of Steam Maiden mirrors. And we've seen a couple of Steam Maidens, you know, I've seen some of the discourse too. People is like, oh, yep, Steam Maidens. But
Yeah.
like, we've seen 3 Gear Chronicle players so far, 2 of which were playing Steam Maiden, but very like different builds
Different
of
engines.
Steam Maiden.
Mhm.
So even then, still some diversity within what you expected to see, and then everything else has just been a different clan.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure. Even we've been able to pop in on some other games when like a certain game has wrapped up, which has been very, very fun to see. And I think you know, honestly, it's got me wanting to play V Premium more, because right now V Premium for me is kind of a it's kind of like a side game, you know, because I'm so much into Premium, especially the Spring Fest coming up, you know, a lot of grinding going on there. And so yeah, you know, I'm always gonna play Premium, but you know, with the way the format's split, you might see me at an event here coming up soon where I'm gonna be playing some V. So, and I'm kind of excited about it, so it should be pretty exciting.
That's exciting. I honestly think though the having kind of like the big, I would say 5 or 6 decks that are kind of still circling around. I think even with a little bit of difference in the ban list, it makes it a little easier to compete into Maidens. I feel like more decks have a chance into Maidens. I don't think it's as impressive as it was. I definitely think during right before the ban list, it was a lot harder to deal with it. I definitely think it was like pretty much the only deck to take, to be honest. But now I think we're more in a nice lighter spot. It feels a lot healthier, and I feel like you can compete pretty safely. And I do agree with you. There's actually been a lot of diversity. That's because a lot of decks can perform pretty well into Steam Maidens or Anj or Luard or any of the decks that are out there. I feel like as long as you have like a good general system going, like just a general like win con that you want to strive for. A good example is MFD. Actually, it has a win con that you can go for. And surprised enough, it works really well. I even before like
we saw it work very well.
Yeah, it works when it works. It's one of those decks that I take as a meme just to like annoy every opponent I see, because every time I flip the starter and the minute they see anything MFD related, they're like, oh, not this deck. Because if you're going first into it, it's just so aggressive. Like you have to deal with an extra turn. You're on grades 2, multiple attacks, a jet with Sentinel restrict on it. It's just so much, and people just can't handle it. And the triple drive along with the board top 10, like 10k. The only thing is the GS thing is pretty rough, but the deck actually is so good. And there's a lot of decks in that realm of like they're right there, right below that like tier 1 level that perform really well in V.
Yeah, I think as like, especially taking like Gear Chronicle, especially something like MFD, Gear Chronicle in general, you tend to kind of run some funky ratios, but especially for something like MFD, because you're cramming a lot of those high grades in there to try and get the best of that skill. And so I think like going into that, you just kind of have it as a given that you're probably going to have a G assist here and there. It's just something you accept. You just deal with it. And then as we saw in our game earlier, there was a G assist. Didn't really matter though, because the opponent didn't make it to grade 3.
Exactly.
So
as long as you get what you need to get, nothing matters. You can have no cards in your hand. You'd be like, I don't care. I got to my win con. I am killing you this turn, and you're accepting.
Yep. The 10K alone, I think, is what really pushed over in that game.
Oh, yeah.
So not even needing that extra turn, you know, just the 10K
crazy.
To the board was more than enough. So
yeah, that's pretty wild. You know what's interesting? Something I want to bring up about it. If you're going first into that deck, if you go first with playing that deck, heal Guardians, you can heal guard and then you lose it. It's just it just really plays around a lot of funny stuff. And then I don't know, I really like that deck. It's actually I have its sleeves. Like I said, I bring it out every now and then because it's just I just kind of turn off my brain just a little bit, tell myself I will hit 19 bind every single game, and even if I don't, I'll still win the game, and I just kind of go crazy. It's so fun.
I'm excited now too, because you know I play Gears. I play Gears in a premium, and I played it back in V before too, and now I'm just kind of excited to know that my mystery flares that I've had aren't completely useless after the ban list in premium.
Exactly.
So that's always very nice to know as well.
Yeah. You can always theory craft with me if you need a nice little
there we
list,
go.
I got you. I've been playing the deck for 6 months, maybe even more.
Very
now.
sick.
my low-key spicy deck. I just don't talk
Nice,
about
yeah.
that much, but I
Sure,
did big
sure.
videos on it because it's great.
That's the
Anyway.
thing with Spice, right? Is like you want you're hyped about it, but you also kind of want to keep some of it under wraps, especially going into like event season. You know, you don't want to
True.
spoil the sauce before you actually get to the event. You know,
But it's
especially
so fun to spoil the sauce.
yeah, right. I'm right there with you. I love sharing it with everybody and just seeing people's reactions. So
It's always good stuff. But yeah, so it looks like we're getting ready, getting the decks ready for our next round. Anything particular now that we're getting too closer to, like, you know, the big dogs? Anything particular you're looking forward to?
yeah, you know, it's been kind of fun because most things that we've kind of mentioned, you know, Fuzzy and I were like, oh, we want to see Spike Brothers, and then oh, hey, here's Spike Brothers, and then we also were mentioning Messiah. Messiah's popped up in the last round, I believe it was as well. So you know, if there's some sort of force out there that's letting us kind of ask and receive, you know, I'm not really sure actually, because there's been so many that we've seen. I think maybe we should
looks
just
like we're about to find out.
yeah, just see what we have.
It looks like we're about to see if your forces are right. Okay, so we have Man Long with Shadow Paladin, which we actually haven't seen Luard or Shadow Paladin or any of this stuff yet, so that's really exciting. Nice little change of gears. How do you feel about Shadows and Luard and what's going on here?
You know, I'm a fan. I've got some history with Shadow Paladin. Just like coming up in the game. It wasn't what I played, but it was what my sister played. And so it's always held a very special place to me. And now it's one of the clans I play as well. And Luard just is a very, very solid contender in V as well, especially that Eldona Nightmare Painter play.
Yeah,
really just
that double
on the
crit
full
pressure.
aggression.
Oh.
Yeah. Very, very good.
I agree with you. I agree with you. Next, we also have Saya, which we just saw in the top rankings with Highlander. This is Highlander Bermuda Triangle here. So something you guys may or may not know, but recently Q-Tire got added to the restriction list, which was kind of like an engine that came along with Highlander. So we did lose that, but it's okay. You guess what? Here we are. You could still play the deck in all forms because it's still just a lot of crazy numbers, a lot of marker generation, a lot of aggro, and if you go first, you can play with no counter blast if you want to. Overall, very strong stuff. So we're not gonna we're gonna go watch and see because there's too many cards to talk about there.
Yeah,
so go ahead
absolutely.
and see what the match is looking like and kind of go from there.
Yeah, a bit of a flashback for me coming from the premium world. Saw a lot of Highlanders there. Didn't necessarily. I mean, like Bermuda's not unexpected to see in V, but I can't say is Highlander was necessarily what I was expecting to see here today.
Yeah, as a friend, I actually kind of knew. They've been really brewing this list for a while now, so I'm actually excited to see what Saya brings on the table. So it was very excited to see. A Man Long too, a very known name. So this is gonna be a really solid match here. We got really good sides from both ends.
Yeah, definitely. Looks like we've got Man Long on the play, riding right up into, you know, it's funny, I know the card, but I couldn't tell you the name. And
It's
now
the
we've got
intercepting card. I forgot its name too.
yeah.
The card that lets you intercept if it's on rearguard circle, but it's okay. Also over here, so it looks like we're starting off with Sedna. I don't think we whiffed there, which is okay. So just a little kind of foretelling for the future of the way Highlander works. Ideally, what you want to do is you want to find everything that draws you cards, and you want to be able to ride into anything that's really oppressive and aggression and find Pro Sisters, very similar to kind of how the premium version works. So that's sort of what we're going to be doing here. You don't want to see threes in your hand as you want, or you want to see them as least as possible. And if you do, you want to recycle them back so that way you can keep activating Reindeer skill. So that's kind of the future for anyone that's curious of what this match is going to start looking like. And looks like here we're going into the Leofall. So interestingly enough, sometimes it's actually good to skip out on giving damage here. The reason being is now with the Karen unrestricted, you can go Leofold into Karen, Soul Blast, counter charge, do like this, and then call another Leofold and do it all over again. And you can actually even rush here if you wanted to. But instead, we're just going for 21, which is usually pretty hard to guard. It looks like they did say no guard, and now we're taking that damage. So very fast. We're going through the motions, which is good. This is the early stuff.
Yeah, as we saw in you know, one of the early rounds too, the clock is just as much an enemy to you as your opponent is.
I agree.
So definitely getting into there nice and quick. Wow, hitting
lots of healing.
You know, yeah, took one damage and then hit a heal right after it. You know, set up a staying right in tempo. And wow, yeah, going straight into the Luard.
Wow, Manlong's going in. So going through the actions here. So we rode Luard. We're using Wavefold's skill to grapple grave 1 to then countercharge it all back, and then we'll probably be using Luard's skill to go ahead and pop 2 and then go into the other Luard skill and then call it a board full of wonderful cards. And we didn't see any Eldonas or anything like that. So obviously we won't be seeing any crazy crit plays here. We're just kind of setting up as a normal Luard turn.
Still going to be getting likely those double markers though, and ending the turn with those triples. So the longer this game goes on, the more and more potent that Luard is going to become.
But Ty, it's okay because you want to know what Highlander does? The exact same thing.
Yeah, I got to see quite a bit of that. So.
We're about to see the exact end as well, which is actually interesting. I think that's part of the reason why Highlander performs pretty well, because I think it keeps up to scale with decks like Luard and Steam Maidens. Just because of the marker generation, but it has a little bit of that high roll ceiling that I'm sure you witnessed in Premium. That ceiling is still very much the same in V. It's just, you know, a little bit less, but it's still there. You still want to see your Aneskas, your Luras, your Anjas. That's kind of like the stuff you always want to open into with Reindeer, and you always want to just find like really good cards. The one downside is because there's no Q tire. You can't draw and go through your deck as fast or find Pearl Sisters as fast, which is why you want to just see more. You want to draw a lot in this deck. Like a lot of people run like a lot of drawing cards, and actually we saw a few on Saya's side when we saw the deck list. So looks like we're going in.
Yep, just swinging for it. Yeah, I was gonna say those Pearl Sisters, very, very potent pair of cards.
Oh yeah, they are. They scream aggression. Looks like we are
Heal Guardian dropping down here.
Yep. Going in another heal. Wow, this is gonna be a long game. Oh, and a perfect guard. This is gonna be a very long game. All right, I see you.
Wow. Yeah, I think what has that been 2 heals on both sides so far?
Yeah, it has been. Whew. And that's 2 damage. Wow.
Yeah.
There might be a grade 3 in Soul. I didn't even realize that. Interesting.
Wow.
Anyway, so here we are riding into Reindeer, and it's the swimsuit Reindeer, my favorite. All right, sorry, I just had to talk about it for a second. So here we have, so the setup usually here is, this is actually very, you want to set up very carefully. So this is the drawing card I was talking about. This was one of them. It just says counter by so much draw card as long as you call it a unit, and then if you have like multiple units, you just get power as well. So very simple card. It gets you, gets the drawing engine going. And pretty much here, we're going to go into the Vanguard swing. Usually this is ideal. Sometimes you want to swing with rear guards first, especially if, you know, Lura is in your stack. That's a drive check, which another heal coming through.
What is going on?
And the worst part is Bermuda can actually send their heals back, so we might even see more healing in
more heal spamming. Sure.
Oh gosh, the drive checking that Anj is not the greatest thing on the planet, only because you usually don't want to drive check that. You want to actually ride that as much as possible. And oh my gosh, we don't have a single right target. Oh, okay, gosh, the last card was
right
a right
at
target.
The very
and
end.
One of the best right targets right now. This is since we missed Anj, the other option was Lura or this, or maybe like a restander or something. But to be honest, Aneska is such a good choice because guess what Aneska does? You get a protect marker, an excel marker, and a force marker on top of the on-ride force marker. So that is 2 force markers that you get out of this, and you have to all you have to do is just do your top 10 again, which is what we're seeing here.
Yeah, I don't know this card by name. I just know it by what it does. And the second I heard about all those games, I was like, oh yes. I remember now.
Don't worry, I got you. I know every single card in this deck.
Yeah, that's one thing with Bermudas is I'm always thankful that my co-casters seem to know the deck a lot better than I do, so I can lean on their knowledge. Luard, I'm very well familiar with.
Okay. You can take over the Luard part.
Yeah, there
got you on this side of things. I know every single card in this deck, so I'm all here for it. I don't know why I know. Oh, I do know why, because I've been practicing Premium. That's why.
Yep. It is that season.
God, there's so many markers. So we get an Excel 2 because you always want to go Excel 2 and draw. We get a Force marker because why not? And we get a Protect marker because why not?
Yep.
And now this Vanguard swing this is only one drive because Reindeer does lower the drive here. So just one, but it is 24, I believe. So honestly,
still an extra attack, still another drive check. Nothing
exactly, it is. Sure. It is. And then the rear guards are also pretty annoying, actually, to guard through. So looks like that's a no pass, and going into an aqua. And then now we're going to swing here just for, I think it's like 2. So she's a 9K, actually, so I believe that's 24. The swing for the other side should be 33. So, which is the downside to that card. You get to draw, but she's a 9K.
Right. Definitely seeing, like you said, like a lot of drawing going on right there, which
Yeah,
honestly, just in
exactly.
general, in any sort of card game, one of the strongest effects you can see is draw a card. So
Oh yeah. This card's crazy. I love that card. She's very underrepresented. She's actually a card from the trial deck. So nobody really knows this card exists. But yeah, straight up just draw a card, and it's great. Like it's so free. You do have to call like something to. So technically, it's like but still, you call like a bouncing aqua or something like that, and then suddenly you get all your resources refunded. Putting a force marker. So we did the rewrite skill back. So pretty much what happens is that after you're done with all that, you have to bottom deck the card that you rode. So they bottom decked the Aneska here, and they went back into reindeer, which by the way gets you another force marker. So putting it on the Excel marker because the Excel is only 5K. Why not make it 50?
that was so funny to me, seeing a force marker getting put on Excel too. As someone who plays a lot of Excel decks, that is not a sight I am used to seeing.
You're not used to it.
Yep. And we see Man Long coming back to their turn, getting another Luard and just continuing to stack those force markers on that one rear guard. So whatever gets put there, that's going to be a plus 40K. So
yes,
definitely. You could slap a 4K trigger on there, and it's still going to be swinging for 44K. Whatever goes there, not to be scoffed at all. And then, you know what? Why not? Let's get another one. Let's get another one. Throw it on the other rear guard.
This is just me and Fuzzy were talking about all this marker spam between Malkith and Steam Maidens, but let's forget all that. This is way worse. This is way so much more than that.
I think at this point we see an Abyssal Owl coming down. Gonna get a draw right there. Like we said, one of the best things you can do, draw a card.
Exactly.
I think the main thing right now that there it is. I was gonna say we probably want to see a Morfessa here, because we definitely for sure have enough grade 3s in Soul for Luard to have a very, very just insane push turn with a bunch of grade 1s and a little bit of multi attack with that Morfessa as well.
We're also seeing a bit of that Abyssal Owl there, even more of Abyssal Owl. We have so much Soul to work with here. Why not? So we're gonna be drawing a ton of cards, kind of following along with what Saya was doing. Like you have a book, I'll get a book too.
Yep. Let's see, setting everything up here. It looks like dropping a Nightmare Painter, and I believe was that a Charon just dropped into Soul there, I think.
Yeah, through Nightmare Painter skills, I believe. So doing that, doing that just for the extra Soul circulation while also drawing cards and the usual, and choosing to swing with Vanguard first. Actually, very interesting. I don't usually see it in this formation.
Yeah.
The damage, losing a Betty there, very unfortunate. That's a very, very strong card. So swing in here, and then maybe they're not going for the Morfessa approach here. I think they're just kind of chilling for a little bit, but we'll see here, because based off the setup I'm seeing, it looks like we're not doing it. But you could also swing with Morfessa. Oh, I get it. They're gonna swing with Morfessa, and then they're gonna retire the Morfessa and call a card on the force. Okay,
on that, and then saving the booster for it as well. I mean, because that Morfessa is sitting at like 50, more than 50K just by itself, and so why boost? 50K. Why boost? Save it for another even bigger turn.
Which especially is you had it here now, so
yeah, with Saya at 5 damage, like dropping that protect marker, so really just pushing for as much as possible. And then you know what, end of turn, another force marker. Why not throw it on that Nightmare Painter column?
Very, very, very good stuff here. This is gonna be, oh my gosh, I'm not gonna lie, watching this match, this is spicy.
Yeah, there's a lot going on both sides.
Yeah, but Melon's at 2 damage. Saya is at 5 after already healing how many times?
Yeah, 5 after healing. What was it, 2, 3? I think.
Yeah. Here we go.
But Long
again.
also healed a fair amount as well.
This is very true. This is very true. We did see a lot of healing. Here comes Qual. I love this card so much. You can just choose to soul charge. It's a maze, so you don't have to. So I think Sai skipping on the soul charge here, swinging in with the reindeer. So we're gonna kind of a repeat process. I believe. I don't know if Sai is shuffled yet. So I don't think we're gonna see another Aneska come out. She's at the bottom right now. But here we go. Maybe we'll see something better. Hopefully, one thing I did notice that's kind of a little tough over for Saya right now. So we saw Lura and an Olivia go to the drop zone, which is not ideal. They're running out of right targets. So another heal.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh. Oh, that's insane.
And is that a crit right there as well?
Yeah, I think so. I think
wow,
that was.
Okay.
Oh, wow. Ooh, going to 4 damage just like that. Wow, we might actually see. I don't know how big that book is over there for Manlong, but we might actually see this could close out here. But it depends on these ride targets. I don't know what's left anymore because you can't ride reindeer. Oh
And
my
we did see
gosh.
another reindeer come
Whiff.
down.
That is a whiff. You have
Oof.
you either choose not to ride here or you ride into a 2. But you can go to
It,
Casino and Casino
well,
skill will activate. So
looks like he is going for that grade 2. Yeah.
yep.
I guess, at the very
That's
least,
rough.
it's an extra attack,
It is an extra attack. That's what I was saying earlier. We saw 3 to 4 ride targets go into Saya's drop zone. We lost Anj, we lost Lua, we lost Aneska, we lost Olivia. Those are all very good cards, and we lost Rate. You want those cards not on the drop zone. There's way to recursion them, but I don't think Saya's been seeing them, which is fine because Cena's still really good. It's a top 3, 1 to hand, 1 to board, 1 to bottom. Very amazing card. And now we're swinging here. This doesn't have any drives on it. It's just straight.
Yeah,
30,
that's what
so
I was
it's a
wondering
guard.
about. I remembered you said about the drive -1 and being a grade 2 with only 1 drive check.
Yeah,
At the very
yeah.
least, it's another swing. Like I said,
It
it's
is. It is another
and
swing.
sometimes that's all
Still
you
gotta
need.
guard it. Exactly. Exactly. And plus, we do have, still a little bit of board presence with the rear guards. They're still doing their thing. So the only thing I'm worried about is there going to be another right target after this? I think Saya still has the Anj in hand. So as long as that's in hand, they could always ride to Anj and just play Anj. What's
Yeah,
Highlander?
yeah.
Just play Anj.
Yeah, there you go. It's good to have a solid backup plan to your main game plan.
Exactly.
always, yeah.
The backup to your backup. All right,
And
go to
looking like
5
long
damage
going to
here.
5, and getting right into it, not wasting any time.
Oh, no,
ready
no
and
wasted. Oh,
raring
wow.
to go. Another Luan ride.
Force marker.
Might as well
You
get a
have that
7th force marker, throwing it on the other column.
Honestly, that column with the 2 on it, it's already such a good magic number.
Yeah,
there, but...
yeah. Looks like there might be a little bit of debate on where to put this marker, actually.
Oh, they forgot to put off a reindeer skill because you still rewrite back.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, so that's still procs, funnily enough. And you still go back. I didn't even think about that. You go back to 3. I forgot about that. That
not like in premium where you try to soul blast that out and go back down to a 2.
Oh, man, I've been playing too much premium. Oh my gosh, these force markers so beautifully standing there too. Like the Manlong has them so nicely. So we're gonna have a repeat process here. The usual, just sending some cards back, calling a full board at this time. At this point, I think they can call full board.
Yep.
Ooh, wow. Whew.
Going for the another drag driver,
gosh.
getting an 8th force marker, putting it on the already very, very stacked column.
My goodness,
Honestly, I feel like as long as you have a handful of grade 1s, just throw them down because everything is going to be absolutely massive no matter what you do.
You don't even need them. You know how many grade 3s are in that soul?
Yeah, exactly.
And
all of the grade 1s are going to be crit 2. So every single rear guard swing this turn is going to be for lethal.
Oh my goodness, this
As
is
if
about to be an
all those
insane
force
turn.
markers weren't lethal enough.
Of course. I think we're checking triggers now. But
yeah,
yeah, this
getting a
is
trigger count.
whew, I mean, you need one. Manlong just decked in 5 cards.
Yep. And especially the only swing this turn that you could reasonably safely take is the Vanguard, but that is a very huge gamble right now.
Oh yeah. This is whew. I mean, I'm even thinking like Morpheus on the board. This is 4 attacks. Everything is pretty much like 50 and above. This is I'm bringing it back, but it's just Skull Dragon turns. Here we go. Skull Dragon number 1.
Yep, actually, yeah.
To be honest with you, that's an 11k plus what, three markers on it. That's a 41k swinging rear guard. No, it's boosted. Everybody,
yeah, with a 13k as well, I believe.
Pretty sure
yes.
it's 58. Holy. And
Seeing some hand drop there. Yep, have to guard that. Morfessa swinging for like what, 60k, I believe.
That's 60.
PG coming down, smart. I mean, what else are you gonna do in that situation?
Yeah. And now we get to recall out another grade 1, which will again just be also 60 and above at this point.
Absolutely
Going in for the
massive,
Abyssal
yep.
Owl. Oh boy. Oh,
Wow.
okay, so there we go. Another more drawing, by the way. We didn't have enough of that.
Yep.
Oh my gosh, dropping. Oh, dude, Manlong is saying you
Wow.
have to no guard the Vanguard. That is
Yep.
what Manlong is doing.
Yep.
With so many PGs in hand. Is this a no guard?
I think it is. Maybe.
Oh, a cricket finisher here. Size at 4 damage.
Yep.
But this is
And
as you said
Luard
earlier, this is the safest one to take. It's
Yep.
the riskiest, but it's the safest.
It's
of
the
the risky.
safest. Yeah. Luard is plus 25k here as well.
That's huge.
So yeah, absolutely massive. And honestly, if there's a looks like they might be discussing trigger count here and deck size, trying to
Oh, boy.
weigh the options here of what we can do.
There. Yep, that's
Oh,
a no guard.
yep, looks like a no
Check
guard.
one, check
And
two. That's a heal.
wow, so not a crit.
Saya's living.
Saya lives for another turn.
Oh my gosh.
But looks
How
like
much more can we handle
Long
here?
gets a little bit more of a cushion as well. And honestly, Long's hand is looking more like maybe as big, if not bigger than his deck count right now.
Oh my, you are not wrong. That was I think they procced 3 Abyssal Owls. Oh gosh.
Yeah.
Okay, so we shuffled the deck. We should see potentially an Aneska here. There has
Mm.
that's it. Oh, and Lupina. Lupina is actually
Wow.
huge. Aneska's
There it is.
huge. Oh, okay. We have the Lupina. We have Tira too. So many good options. The Lupina is the best one. Ride her. Put a force marker on that grade 1, and guess what? The whole board restands. So you were asking earlier about that force marker on Excel marker. Guess what? Lupina is gonna restand that Excel marker.
Yep.
Oh, gosh.
Excel marker is very, very potent. And if you're able to get any more of them, especially in a clan that isn't necessarily the markers they have printed on them aren't the Excel marker, getting more of those is very, very potent.
Yep. Yeah, we'll see a full board restand here. So Lupina is actually probably the best card to go into here, because now Saya can go swing with the grade 2, swing with the grade 3, boost it, swing with Aqua, and then guess what? Lupina swing, restand the whole board. This is literally just
wow,
mini
yeah.
Nova Grappler going on here.
Yeah, actually, yeah. Except you also get to slap some force markers onto your Excels as well.
So let's see what's that. So we have the setup. Hopefully Saya puts that force marker on the qual here because that's where it belongs. Perfect. Exactly.
Yep, there we go.
Well
there
done.
we go.
Well done. All
Calling
right,
the
here we
shots.
Go. Here comes the party. Here comes the party. We're starting small and we're getting bigger and bigger into a rear guard. Probably
Wow,
for the
okay,
interceptor.
okay.
Oh, that was smart because I was only 19. That was actually really smart. So swinging with Aqua, I believe Aqua was like 20, 25. This column was pretty
Dropping
big.
the heel
It's
right there.
21, 31, 41. That's 41 swinging. Okay. Now, okay, defense. This is huge. That
Wow,
could make a
yeah,
difference here.
that can be
Lupina.
very, very clutch right here.
Yup. So now we're using Lupina's skill counter blasting, restaying the full board. The only one that doesn't hit right now is actually the grade 2 on the right side. So we'll see. It's only one drive. That is Aneska. Okay. I don't know how many cards in hand are left. That we know for a fact that card is not hitting, so that's going to rear.
Yep.
25 again. Guarding through because we did hit the defense. 41 one more time. Just barely, but making it through, guarding through that and rewriting
That
back.
absolutely stacked hand coming in clutch right there. Did
Yeah,
a decent
that-
job of thinning it out quite a bit, but when you're sitting on, the fourth Luard coming down for the ride.
Oh
Okay.
my gosh, that's
there we go.
insane. This
I
is
don't know if
truly a
I've
stacked
ever
Luard
seen.
player.
Yeah, I don't know if I've
Wow.
ever seen this many force markers on a board unless it was an Astro Poets player.
You are so right. I could barely find one Luard. This man found all 4 of them.
Wow, yeah. Every single turn, we've seen a new Luard, and of course, that's only been doubled and tripled up with the drag driver coming from
Wow.
the deck, then rewriting down. Although that deck is looking,
Is that 3 cards?
it's very, very thin. It looks
Is that
like there
just
may
3
only
cards?
be 3 cards left. Man Long saying, "Hey, what order would you like me to put my deck in?"
At this point, you
Ooh,
just
we have a
follow your hand out
Morfessa
and
hit the
swing.
board. Wow. Okay.
I mean, you might as well, as long as
Yeah.
there's not a
Throw the
draw
board
there.
down, and there it is.
Ooh,
Wow.
damn.
Okay. Wow.
Oh
Wow.
my gosh, the high roll.
Yeah,
What
wow.
a game. That was insane. Man
Yeah.
Long takes the win. So many Luards, so many force markers being thrown around.
All the
What a
Luards,
game.
even I would say.
I think we saw literally every single Luard. You are correct.
Yeah, and I think at the end there we had maybe, what was it, like 9, 10, maybe even more force markers on that board. Saya coming in with like, I'm gonna play with all the markers in the game. But doesn't seem like that's necessarily quite enough when you have a Luard player popping off that way and just like slapping down, like honestly almost a deck size worth of force markers.
That was
onto the board. Wow.
There was more force markers than there was deck.
Yeah, there actually was. There actually was. By a factor of like 3 times or more, I want to say. There was more force markers.
I think that was so well played by Man Long, only because of the Abyssal Owl recursion. I think that was really smart because thinking about it, those reindeer numbers and there was I think 10 markers on the board at some point. Also, like because we had an Excel, we had I think like 7 force markers on the board, maybe even 8. That's a lot of force markers, a lot of generation. You need the draw, you need to see perfect guards. So I think choosing to slow it down and instead of going for multi-attack and kind of like big power columns, choosing to go into the 5k abyssal hour to just draw through really fast was definitely ideal.
Came through super clutch because like we saw that was a huge hand going into that next turn.
Oh
and,
yeah.
Like even after the big push that Saya did, I think Manlong still had like 4 cards in hand, 3 or 4, maybe 5.
Yeah.
So...
I think even with the defense, without the defense, I think Manlong was fine. Like that's the craziest part.
Yeah.
Like sometimes your hand gets cluttered with 3s, but you know that game perfectly fine. So all the shield that was needed. So very well done from both sides. Saya did have a little trouble kind of cycling through the grade 3s that they were drawing into, which I think was hurting them a little bit. But still, we saw a really insane pop off coming from their side as well. It's just really good stuff.
Bit of a struggle rewrite there with the grade 2. Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna happen. It's just kind of how the deck is. At peak Hyrule, the deck is insane, but once you start kind of seeing the middle end of it, it starts falling off. And if you don't draw into cards that cycle back, you just kind of get stuck a little bit, especially like what we saw there. So sometimes it's really good to just run a ton of like just rewrite cards, but you just never know. Also, it would have been nice if we saw Pearl Sister, but we didn't see the second one. Again, Q-Tire, I think being gone out of that deck did hurt the deck a little bit because before you could just dig through like 2 cards essentially because you can Q-Tire for one and an Aqua Q-Tire for another, and it would stop after that pretty much. But still having access to just do that and find 2 very important pieces, like cycling pieces especially, really helps the deck. So
yeah. Both players trying to draw as many cards as possible, but you know, Manlong there drawing maybe just enough more to
that draw was
around there. Yeah,
that draw.
very clutch.
Well, all right, so that was an amazing round 5. Round 5, yes, that was amazing. Round 5. I had to like think about it. So we're gonna go over to round 6 here shortly, but in the meantime we're gonna take a break. Stay right there. We're getting closer and closer to some very insane, kind of sweaty but very beautiful matches coming up for V Premium. So stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Cardfight Vanguard. The Glitters have obtained great strength in response to each of their feelings. These heroes are back too. Booster Pack, Minerva Rising, Bushiroad.
Hello, Serene. Thanks for joining me in this Coffee with Bushiroad series. Yeah, I understand you have been with Bushiroad for like a couple of months now, at this time of shooting. Yeah, and you do marketing for Vanguard.
Yep.
Yep. Okay, so as you can see, we have prepared a little bit of snacks and coffee, tea, and some drinks for us. Yeah. So before we begin the interview, what would you like? Coffee or tea or just water for you?
Tea.
Tea?
Yep.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, all right, Serene. So you are the marketer for Vanguard. So maybe you could market to us, just a bit of the kind of work that you do on a day-to-day routine.
Okay, I do. As a marketer, I mainly do the marketing materials. Then, so there's like you manage the stuff that goes on to social media, and then you do newsletters, and then you also liaise with other departments like the design team, the video team, to make sure that you get accompanying materials to put together. I mean, they go together to present to fans.
Okay.
Content. Yeah.
So you actually do have to communicate with a lot of different departments for your job as marketing.
Definitely.
Okay.
Because I mean, as marketing is not. I mean, not everything comes out of the marketer alone. So like say for example, I mean the banners, definitely you need the design team, and then if there are video showcases, then there's a specialized team for that. So I mean, I think that's also one of the good parts of being a marketer, because I mean you get to work with many people while wearing many hats. At the end, you get something nice to present to the fans and viewers. I think that's a nice end products that you can get out of marketing.
And then as the marketing in charge for Vanguard, which is one of our best-selling titles, do you ever feel like the pressure to perform, as compared to, let's say, you were to handle something else? Would you feel like, oh, I need to step up my game all the time because you're feeling all this pressure?
I would say half on this. It is natural to feel pressured to deliver more results as compared to other products. But at the same time, from a marketing standpoint, you have a lot of data to work with. So it's good that I'm thankful that I have more data and insights to look at and to see, okay, so from there, how can I improve? Or what kind of new things I can present to everyone. Yeah.
Okay. Now I understand as marketing, you deal with quite a bit of sensitive information, especially information probably from Japan. But is there anything that you can share with us? That how were you able to use like the data that you mentioned in order to do something like a marketing campaign?
Actually, for data, it can come in a variety. So say for example, you can use like sales statistics to look at how did each past product perform, and then for other initiatives, you can look at what kind of campaigns have been done before, how did they perform. They are not materials that spoon feed you answers, but it is something good for you to infer from and work something from there. Yeah.
Okay, so I guess as marketing, you actually have to work a lot on data as well.
Okay, at least for this industry, it is not entirely e-commerce based. So I would say the reliance on data is still there, just that I personally, in my opinion, it is not as much as, So like say for example, if you're an e-commerce based company, most likely even your sales, everything, it's all online, and those data you have to rely on more as compared to non-e-commerce platforms. Your data is separated and you need to piece them together and figure out something.
Actually, you raise a very good point, because our industry, they don't deal directly with digital goods or even ordering online on a website. Because if we do that, you can easily track all the data, and then we find out how we can improve our services to our players and customers directly from the data that we can gather. I guess there is a challenge in our industry, like how to get the data from physical goods.
Yeah, it can be said that way.
I understand you held a previous job prior to joining Bushiroad as a marketing position as well. Are there any main differences between that and this one?
My previous company mainly dealt with e-commerce, and unlike in Bushiroad, which is more of a brick and mortar business model. So I mean, as a marketer, definitely it is something that I will adapt to and work out and see what kind of marketing strategies that I can execute to make sure that it is suitable and appropriate.
So what made you think of joining the marketing industry? Because you held your previous job as marketing, now you're marketing as well. And I guess you believe you are on the right track, or at least the right career path. So what made you decide to join the marketing industry?
I would say marketing has been something that interests me for a long time already. And I can safely say that the marketing industry is one of the industries that can handle my wild imagination.
By wild imagination, you mean like you come up with a lot of creative ways to do like different marketing campaigns, hold different, I don't know, promotions or something like this. Could you define like what a few instances where your imaginations actually help you with your career?
In this sense, I would say it is easier when ideas come to you pretty easily. Of course, not all are usable. I mean, they can be just really random ideas, but who knows? I mean, one day they can be useful. And I mean, of course, I try not to limit myself to certain methods of delivery and the kind of content that I can present. But of course, I mean, there are many factors into play here. So, I mean, I can be creative for all I want, but I still have to conform to the rules and standards set by the company as well.
Oh, definitely. So I suppose how one would imagine it is that the company guideline kind of like draws the boundaries, and then as long as you're within that boundaries, you're free to run wild, in that boundary.
Yeah, it can be said that way.
And I do agree that I think the marketing industry is a bit less strict and rigid regarding how far you can take your certain projects to.
Like, it doesn't restrict too much on how you can do a certain thing. Yeah. So I think that is one aspect that I like about the marketing industry.
And then why Bushiroad? Like, what made you think of joining like Bushiroad as a marketing?
I would say Bushiroad to me is it plays a big part in my life, even before joining the company. Because I've been playing Bushiroad's games way before, just many years before joining the company. So, of course, when I got to know about this opportunity, I was like, ooh, why not?
What were the Bushiroad games that you played before you joined?
Love Life, School Idol Festival, and Bang Dream. So that mobile games.
So those are the two main Bushiroad games that you play before you actually decide to join Bushiroad.
Yeah. At some point, I played the Symphogear game as well, but that's only in Japanese. Yeah. Then I realized I have too many games to handle, and I decided to filter a bit. At some point, I would say I'm quite crazy about it.
Okay.
I can safely say that Bushiroad can be my national anthem.
Wow.
Because when you start the game and then Bushiroad, and so it's something that you hear every day, multiple times a day.
Wow, that's impressive.
Vanguard is it's something that I have seen people play, but I have not tried it myself. But ever since I have started on this role,
Hello,
Hey,
we're
back.
No
Nice
cat this
little
time.
break there. Yeah, no cat this time. Fortunately or unfortunately, depending on how you feel about it, I suppose. But yeah, we had a little bit shorter of a break than I think might have been anticipating, which is, I don't think anybody's really complaining about. Can get into the action anew all over again. I think Let's see. Do we have our next players ready? If not, it should be very, very soon.
Yep, we got
Let's
a
see.
couple.
Actually, yeah. Let's
Looks like we do.
go.
Oh, wow.
We're trucking
We're
right
going
along.
in. Round 6, guys. Round 6.
Wow.
With
Okay. So
Revengers.
Revengers. Okay. This is personally for me, this is even more of a throwback. Like I mentioned earlier about how I have a little bit of a connection to Shadow Paladin, especially with Revengers. Revengers, I have a lot of history with. So this is actually very exciting for me. How do you feel about Revengers, Orange?
I like it. I think it's a meta call deck. I think you choose between playing Revengers or playing Luard. I think both decks have their ups and downs. This deck is pretty strong. It's a very Vanguard focused deck versus Luard, which is more Rearguard focused. You pretty much just slap a whole big board, swing with Vanguard again, and swing with Vanguard again. So you can ideally just kind of get the same amount of force markers and just keep going and going. We do see the new addition. We have one Revenger there all the way to the left, the very first one. Don't know its name, but it's one of the newer cards that's been added. I guess it's just like an extra item for the Revengers list. But overall, this deck can go very aggressive. Hitting crits under this deck is very scary.
That's Drag Ruler Phantom right there, which is kind of interesting. You typically want to see that in a Mordred build, but it is an Abyss Dragon and it is also a Revenger, so works as a target for raging for sure. But going against our Revenger player here, we have Royal Lover, but playing Gold Paladin.
It's actually a very familiar name. We've seen his name in the past before. Very good player,
I think even last year when I was casting Premium,
this person's big into Premium.
Came up. Yeah. So
but it looks like we're playing Liberators.
Liberators with the Gurgit going on, yeah, for sure. Got what is that? Prominence Core, got the Holy Shine, and Gurgit with the Mock Slash. So, just Gold Paladin things, making lots of markers and swinging a bunch. A strategy near and dear to my heart.
Oh yeah. This deck can pop off very quickly, and honestly, the Liberator Bluish Flames isn't even like a bad target. Like if you happen to miss Gurgit, writing into that isn't any worse, to be honest.
Yeah, definitely. But I think our players are ready. So we can go over whenever players are ready and get into this Paladin v Paladin match.
Exactly.
Okay. Got Royal Lover on the right here, playing that Gold Paladin just like that. Looks like we're still setting up, maybe doing a little bit of a power shuffle right here on JM's side.
Yep. Sometimes you need that little power shuffle. I'll make sure your cards aren't sticking together or being funky dories. This is a good way to kind of clean it up a little bit. So yeah, we'll be going in here. Though this is this isn't Superior Ride Golds or anything like that. So it's just kind of more of like a normal game plan. So I'm kind of wondering, with all those grade 3s in hand, Shadow Paladin going just swing with Vanguard over and over again. This is kind of what Shadow Paladin wants to see. It wants to see more Glass Cannon decks because I feel Revengers really punishes Glass Cannon type decks.
Absolutely.
Which I believe Golds, is, especially with the Holy Shrine, is a little bit more in that area.
Yeah, Holy Shine can help spam some markers to the board, but we saw Luard last round, different Shadow Paladin archetype spamming a bunch of markers to the board, but Revengers aren't a stranger to that strategy either. The constant raging form re-rides or even just any other Revenger re-rides that you get just results in more and more markers, making those additional Vanguard swings just that much more potent. So honestly, it could whoever got the die roll here is going to play huge into how they play out these beginning turns here.
Yeah, exactly. We'll have to see. This honestly, the only thing that you should be worried when you play into Revengers is how much counterblast are they at, because they do have the reverse, which allows you. Sorry, not counterblast. How much damage they're at, because at 5 damage they pretty much unlock their full 3 combo. So sometimes pushing this deck too fast can hurt you. Sometimes you don't want to. They do have to do they have another. They don't have to be a 5 damage, but they can choose to be a 5 damage, and they have the ability to pretty much rewrite into reverse. And if not, they can still lock stuff, but it's just a little harder to do. So pushing this deck early they can just have 3 Vanguard swings, and there's just nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, it's one of those things that if you're going to push very aggressively and try and go for it like that, you need to be confident that you can close it out that turn. Because if you don't, it is just going to turn right around and you're going to pay for it. It's going to, the Shadow Paladin is not going to let a mistake such as letting them live go lightly at all.
100%. So here we're starting off. So Joseph is a very funny card to ride because it has an on ride upon skill, which you can pretty much stack the top card, which I love. I love this. One of my favorite cards to ride into with golds.
Yeah, and we have JM riding into the Rinnal as well, which is kind of a fun ride target. Well, if I'm remembering its skill correctly, I believe it can kind of work on Vanguard as well, but I could be wrong in that.
Oh yeah, so here we have something Revengers can do is
Oh,
they have
wow.
a bunch of on hit pressure,
Yep.
and here we have exactly that happening. So it forces
Double
you if they do
Rinnal,
want to
yeah.
take it, yeah, because you don't want to have your opponent find all those Revenger cards and find all the rewrites, because that's essentially what they're looking for is more rewrite targets. So
Yep.
very scary. And the other thing is you do want counterblast as well, because most decks have a really good turn 2, and they want their counterblasts. So having to deny yourself the counterblast while also one passing potentially is really hard, because that was swing for 16. So looks like we're thinking here what to grab for the on hit. But yeah, this is very this is my least favorite part about facing this deck. I don't really mind facing it, but I hate the on hits.
Yeah,
it's just it's so aggressive. Like this double search is so good, and it's any Revenger unit, so you can just grab anything you want. And you know, like I said, in V, counterblast really matter. So these on hits are super big.
Yeah, getting that double Rinnal as well, like having that on hit on the Vanguard, but then also the fact that it works when it boosts as well just puts even more pressure. And then especially this early in the game, you have to think, oh, am I gonna drop like as much shield as I need to ensure a no hit here this early in the game? You know, before you've seen your pieces, before you've gotten the chance to really pop off or maybe farm some hand, you're really kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place of like, do I minus myself super hard, or do I let my opponent plus super hard? You know, not a good decision to make in either case, which is just all the more in favor for JM here.
I agree, and that's the other thing is if you do guard early, that means you're dropping shield, and that's a crit by the way. But that's awesome.
Yep. We see a crit coming down on the Fallon swing.
I was gonna say, if you're dropping shield early, which means you have a harder time guarding the multiple Vanguard swings. So it's kind of like as you said, it is a rock and a hard place. You need to make a decision early. Do I want to guard here or do I want to guard later? And making a decision is super hard. We also have so that's that grade 2 right there actually has an on hit as well. So fun fact. So you can look at top card to call it, which is what just happened.
Not deciding to calling it to the back row just because we did see a couple or at least one defensive on JM's side there, so not really much utility in calling to front row. Just leaves it as an open target, especially you probably want damage to go into your grade 3 turn, especially since Royal Lover is the one on the play here. So doesn't want to give them any opportunity to deny them that CB, although it looks like they're just going to guard it anyways. So maybe I'm
on hit happening.
Yeah, that's fair.
The on hit is still active.
Yep, it's still in the back row. We might have ridden over the one on Vanguard, but we still have the one in back row. See the Gurgit coming down here, ideal ride target right there. Although maybe you might have wanted to see a Holy Shine
would have
here.
been better.
Yeah, to try and get those markers start pumping up.
Ooh, I love seeing that card. Sorry, that's a really old card back there. So
yeah, I can't quite see what it is.
It's a grade 1. It says whenever your Vanguard or that is grade 3 that is placed, you pretty much put into soul and draw a card, a call card, I believe. So
Brenius. Yeah. Okay, I know the card you're talking about.
Yep. Very good card. It's just so sneaky. You can call it like early on, and then it kind of activates skill. Very nice little card. And it
replaces itself, opens up a circle for any multis with Mock Slash right there. Gives you plenty of opportunity to leave a circle open and then plus on top of it while also creating some multi attacks.
Exactly. I like that card. It's very underrated. It's also super old card. Yeah. At least for me, it's like that card's like ancient history to me.
I think I remember playing it. I think that card came out in maybe 2018. Like the V reboot was still very fresh, and I think I was playing Garmor with Mock Slash.
Wow, that's crazy.
Hard to believe as much time has gone by. And Mock Slash, it's funny too seeing Mock Slash still as a card in this day and age.
Yeah, that's also an old card. You're right. So here we have the usual Gurgit, auto attack, counterblast, look at top 5, call 2, which is what we're going to be doing here, calling 2 whatever cards that you want. It could be anything. It looks like it's a Holy Shrine. Maybe we have a booster, and we do have a booster, and all the on-place abilities activate on top of getting the additional power if your opponent's on grade 3, of course. So here we won't be getting additional power off calls, but still, you still get the Dindrian effect here. You can so much draw a card, do some funny stuff.
Could also countercharge as
You
well
could, yeah.
within Drain. And I believe if Royal over here likes to get that countercharge, give +3 to it as well.
Yeah, it's just making the numbers just that much more annoying to guard through.
Sure. Going for the draw there.
I think the draw is
you know,
important.
yeah, absolutely. Like we were saying, one of the best things, one of the most powerful things you can see in any card game is something that says draw card.
Draw.
So honestly, we know when I'm playing Gold Paladin, whenever I see a Din Drain off of a top call like that, more often than not, unless you're just really, really starved for the damage to like do a play, it's wow, double Wonder Ezel right there.
Yeah. So this is interesting now. So we are seeing the Revenger person is at 4 damage here. Do you go to 5? Which looks like we are pushing to 5. Now the other thing is keeping in mind is that we are in Gurgit, which actually we were talking about earlier about Holy Shrine's probably ideal ride, but I actually think Gurgit's the better ideal ride just because that counter blast, look at top 5, defensively use it here because again, we could see 3 Vanguard swings coming through and it's gonna have a 4. Oh, that's a heal. So never mind.
Ooh, wow, yeah.
Still, we can still see a lot of aggression because this deck just gets stronger and stronger. So now we're... Oh, that's right. The on-hit hit. Oh, and that's a really good top deck, too.
Yep.
Wow.
I don't know if you could ask for something much better than Aglavale.
Yeah, that's so good.
Since, if I remember right, I think Aglavale needs to shove a grade 3 into Soul. And, you know, we saw that grade 3 off of Gurgit either way. So
Aglavale shoves anything into Soul, which is the best part about it. And it gets the power on top of that. So it's just a very nice little attacker there.
Nice little 10k beats or plus 10k beat stick right there.
So looks like we're taking that as well.
Yep, still pushing them to 5.
Yep. I think Royal Over just doesn't care. Or Royal Over's like, you know what? You can just go. Enjoy your 5 damage.
Yeah, it's a pretty... I mean, as long as Royal Lover is able to, you know, kind of stalwart this turn, 5 damage is a pretty comfortable position for you to have your opponent in, you know. Just makes it so that everything needs to be guarded, and even if there's a lot of plussing that goes on, a lot of hand that is built up, you're likely going to shred through that very, very quickly.
I agree, and I think something else to note here, Jim has 1 to 6 Royal over here, and that's going to be tough. This is going to be all reliant on the drive checks. I think the drive checks are going to carry this very, very, very much because healing could actually screw this up too. If Jim heals at an even point here, he's gonna lose that ability for that 3rd restand. Well, but we'll see sort of what happens here. I know there's like a locking ability, but I'm pretty sure it's an act phase skill. So I think you have to do it that way. But if you have 5 damage, you're perfectly fine. You can just party.
Yep, just go for it. Especially you know, like pushing with this, when you the thing with like triggers, like you said, it could come really down to these trigger checks. But one thing that's kind of like, you know, a bit of a thorn in the side for Raging Form is that you can't really stack those triggers on your Vanguard and carry on to the next swing, is just because of the nature of it rewriting. So you really want to see not only just see triggers, but you want to be seeing at like them on every drive check if possible, because like I said, they're not going to carry over.
They're not going to carry over, but you want to make those rear guards as big as possible. That's sort of kind of where the pressure is. But I'm with you, because you're rewriting, you are losing the ability. That's why you always put the force marker on the Vanguard to kind of not completely lose out on it.
Yep. Let's see. Still building up a board here. You know, JM here. It seems like, you know, they've got to play this very, very smartly. You know,
yes, because
they got pushed very, very hard, and so they're swinging with the rear guard column there first. Got the Rinnel right there. You know, the Rinnel on a rear guard column and on the Vanguard.
Yes.
Yep, guarding that right there. Royal Lover is in a very comfortable position to start taking some damage, but you know, why take the ones where the pressure of the rear guard booster making it for more pluses to your opponent, you know?
Yeah, exactly. I think here it was pretty smart to probably block a little bit. I would even block this Vanguard just like they're doing, and the reason being is we actually don't want that on hit happening, and the next whatever Vanguard swing is, it won't have it anymore. So and so it's because the booster's gone already. And here we are. So we're going to get rid of 3 using the skill here. You do need to retire specifically 3 Revengers to then be able to rewrite another one, which is what we're going to see happening here. And because I believe when you ride again, you actually get another Revenger out from the deck again. So that's what's going to happen here.
Yeah, the pseudo limit break ability on Raging Form there.
So here we go.
Able to get another rear guard, so guaranteeing another
Another
re-ride.
restand. Yep.
Mhm.
Pretty much restand. I call it a restand, but it is a re-ride because you don't.
Yeah,
get
yeah. Re-ride, restand. It's functionally the same. Yeah.
just less pressure with the triggers, as we
Mhm,
talked
mhm.
about. So here we are. I believe that's the grade 2, and I think that grade 2 will call a grade 1, if I remember correctly. I don't remember all the cards. I know the newer skills. I don't know the
think
older
it
skills.
does. Yeah, it's like the Claudus combo.
Mhm.
I believe one calls the other potentially.
Yes,
It's been a while since I've used these cards because I play Revengers mostly in premium. So
Oh yeah, that makes sense. But I think it's gonna call another card out, which is what you want because then you want to be able to get rid of 3 more and then restand again, and then maybe have another restand. After that.
More
Who knows?
bodies to feed to Raging Form.
Exactly. It is really like that. Now that I think about it, you're feeding to the re-ride.
Yep. So you have Claudus here. It says right here. What does it say? End of your
Put into
turn if your Vanguard
soul.
is grade. Yeah, combos put it to soul, and then you can call. You can draw a card. If you have Dorant, you can countercharge. So it's not gonna call anything out. But it is, like we
Oh,
said,
it's a
it's a
booster.
body. Yeah, it's a
It's a
body
booster,
to
I
feed
see.
to Raging Form.
That's actually really interesting. So going for the booster, pretty smart. I actually haven't seen someone do this play yet. Normally, when
Yeah.
I face this type of deck, I always see the booster pretty much gone, like permanently.
Yeah.
But oh wow, that is a defense.
Wow,
That just
yeah.
made this even a little bit easier to deal with. But you can honestly like take this. It's just exactly
Yeah.
what's
The
happening
Rinnel's
here.
gone. You don't have to worry about that anymore.
Yup. Putting all effects on the Vanguard, but it's no guard anyway, and then that's a heal, but it's not gonna go off here. So
Yeah.
now thinking probably do we yep, we were going for it. So sometimes you may want to think
Yep.
about is even worth retiring at this point, but you might as well still have 5 damage.
Yeah,
Now we're
yep.
going into the reverse.
The Raging
So
Fall.
here we
Mhm.
go. So this is Raging Fall, and because we do have the 5 damage now,
Yep.
it can restand as long as there's no heals that go off here.
Yep.
They need it at the end of battle. So at the end of battle attacked, yeah, you counterblast 3, and then choosing to take it. Okay.
Wow. Yeah. I guess it really kind of comes down to what they have to guard with here. 5 cards at hand, it looks like.
So here we have the discard. Now, to be fair, we haven't seen Gurgit's skill used yet. So that's
Oh,
something to
that
keep
is
in
also
mind.
very true. Yeah. So I think Rurlever probably sitting fairly comfortably. Like, yeah, you got pushed to 5, but your opponent's also at 5.
Also at the 32k base.
Yeah. And it's looking like they're kind of debating on what to pitch for the skill here.
Yep.
I think that's where the question about the hand size came from too, because you want to make sure that you're really pushing. Like if you're not pushing damage, you're at least getting cards out of the opponent's hand, which ultimately is ideally just going to work in your favor, so that way you don't have as much to deal with on the crackback.
Exactly.
But there's that Gurgit skill coming in. I believe that's what's happening right now. Yep.
That is.
Wow.
It is. And
Wow.
very good guard too. That's a,
Yeah.
that's a straight no pass potentially. I don't know. That's a 43k attacking Vanguard. What looks like there's a little extra power on it because it is this
Yeah.
one's a direct restand, so this isn't a re-ride. So any triggers that go on it will just straight go on a Vanguard here, which is where the aggression kind of comes from. But still,
Yeah.
I think there's more than enough to guard with here. Having the double defenses plus Gurgit's skill.
Yep. Yeah, Gurgit sitting at a cool 32, 47, 52. So
Yep. Just casual 52. It's fine.
Yep.
I think we're actually going to guard a little bit more. I think it's still because I'm pretty sure that was a 2 pass.
Yeah, that's 2
I'm
to
pretty sure this
pass.
is 2 drives, so that should make it a no pass.
Yeah, just absolutely just wanting to guarantee that this is not
Okay.
where the game ends here.
Whew, wow, that was 2 triggers too.
Very, very smart move there then, I think, guarding that way.
Yeah, I'm a little confused.
Oh,
I
wait.
saw damage get taken.
Yeah, maybe
they 2 to passed.
they 2 to pass. Oh, and they hit the 2. They hit the 2. Wow, that is actually okay.
I wasn't
Misread the
expecting that.
situation
Oh my gosh.
a little bit, but wow. Okay, yeah, no.
yeah, we like hard went over that. we like
Wow.
we completely missed that. Like because I thought that was I thought they were going for the no pass because that makes sense, right? It
Yeah,
makes sense
yeah.
to go for the no pass, but that was a Wow.
That's what kind of can happen when we can't hear the players, we kind of just have to
Yeah.
infer on what's happening. And so it kind of looked like,
It
that
looks like a no pass. There were so many
yeah,
cards.
it was so many cards,
Wow.
finally activated that Gurgit skill, but yeah, that Raging Fall was just really big. And then,
Yep.
double trigger on the
It
drive
was a double
checks.
trigger. And that was how many Vanguard attacks was that? That was one Vanguard swing into another Vanguard swing into the restand, which then restood it. That's 4 Vanguard swings.
Yeah, I
And it
think that
still
was,
wasn't enough.
I think it may have even have been 5.
Was it 5?
Because
Because
I
it was 2
think
rerides, and then it
there's
was
2
into the
rerides
reverse.
and then the Raging Fall, yeah, which I think restood as well. So, yeah.
That's a lot. See, that's what I'm talking about. That deck, it's a very Vanguard-centric deck, and that's why I was saying it's
Yeah.
more of a meta call. Like, if you think you can, because you can pop off even going first, right? You can just kind of go crazy. And into Glass Cannon decks, it does start hurting. It's very possible that Royal Over Results was also holding too many grade 3s, which also could hurt.
That's
So,
true. That's true. There was a lot of grade 3s, and we don't know what was in the hand, but with a high grade 3 count in the deck like that, you
Yep.
do run the risk of running into hands that just have like less shield than you would like to have, especially
Exactly.
going into a deck like Revengers that we said 5 Vanguard swings. It's a lot, and none of them lose drive. None of them lose drive. So
yeah, I
very,
think that's the
very
craziest
scary to
part.
deal with.
It's like different Overlord, pretty much. Just different. For me, it's like a different form of Overlord and also like Revere. It's just a different variation of pretty much that. But yeah,
Yeah.
that was
Yeah.
insane to watch. I actually wasn't expecting that. I really thought we were going to see. I thought the Gurgit player was fine. They were at
Yeah,
1
I did too.
damage.
I
What
thought
was the
it was
worst?
going to be
And they had
another
2
turn.
defenses. What's the worst that could happen? You're sitting
Yeah.
at a 32k base.
I think that speaks to how strong Revengers are too. That your opponent's on a 32k base has the ability to call cards from the top of deck to guard with,
Yep.
and you still swung through it.
Yeah, exactly. That was that's why I was like, oh, that's a no pass. So, there's nothing to worry about there. There's no way that they're gonna break through all that, right? Oh wow. Whew.
Yep. Well, I think after that, we've wrapped up round, what was that, 6? I think
that was
round
round
6. So we will toss to a break here, I think, and when we come back, I will be subbing out, and we'll be back with Orange and Fuzzy for our round 7 game. I think we have 2 more rounds left, so we will take a brief break. I don't want to say a short break. We'll see how long it ends up being, and we'll be right back with you guys.
Bye, guys.
Hi, Honda.
Hi, Julius.
Thank you so much for taking out some time out of your busy schedule to join me in this Coffee with Bushiroad series.
Yeah, sure. Thanks for having me.
No problem. So, could you tell me a bit about the work you do in Bushiroad?
Well, I do sales and logistics, but I'm mainly on the logistics side.
Okay. Well, I'm going to ask you a lot more questions regarding that because I think your work is mainly a lot of people don't see or don't understand what goes on behind the scenes in what makes the games possible.
Yeah.
Because I think there's a lot of logistics and transportation involved. But before that, we're going to dig right into our pastries and coffee and tea. What would you like?
Coffee, please.
Coffee? Coffee for you? Okay,
Sure.
cool. If you can smell this, it smells good.
Wow.
Yeah, this smell really wakes you up. Yeah.
Fragrant.
Yeah. Go ahead and help yourself to whichever one that you like.
Alright. Which one we like?
No, you go ahead.
Me?
Yeah,
Sure.
I'll pick whatever that's remaining.
Alright, so I'll go for this.
I'm a good host.
You want?
So Huanta, I understand that even before you joined Bushiroad, to work for Bushiroad, I think you played a lot of Bushiroad card games.
Yeah.
Yeah. What games do you play?
I play mainly Weiss Schwarz, Vanguard, and a little bit of Buddy Fight.
Oh,
yeah.
So you actually play our 3 main titles.
Yeah.
Oh, when did you start playing?
For Weiss, I started playing I think somewhere around 2008, 2009 kind of time when it first started out in Japan. Yeah.
Wow, that's like almost 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Wow. And then for Vanguard?
Vanguard, I think I also started when it first came out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. So you actually played Weiss first.
Yeah.
How do you get to know Weiss Schwarz?
So there was kind of like a community get together to learn the game. Like they brought some Weiss products from
Japan, so I brought it over to Singapore, and they actually promoted the event, like come down to learn, and they actually sell some of the stuff they got in Japan. So yeah, that's how I got wine of Weiss, and I started learning, and I liked the game.
Which Weiss Schwarz titles are you currently enjoying?
I'm really enjoying the Fujimi Fantasia set right now, especially the deck with 8 standbys. It's very interesting. And also, I really like playing Goblin Slayer, especially the Goblin Slayer deck. The overall card advantage and the abilities is very flavorful. It's gonna be a huge. It has made a huge impact in the game itself, and soon English player can get their hands on the series. You know, it's coming out in English. Yeah, for Goblin Slayer.
Wow, I think players can really look forward to that. Yeah. Do you still remember your very first deck? What title was it?
It was Fate Stain Night Trial deck.
Wow.
Yeah, it was so long ago.
Yeah. And ever since then, you just continued
Yeah.
playing the game. And now, right now, you are actually working for Bushiroad.
Yeah.
Wow, this is kind of like, it's coming to a full circle.
Yeah.
What's your favorite Vanguard clan?
My favorite clan would be Dark Irregulars.
Oh.
No. I love the overall theme of the deck, artwork, card abilities. Like soul charging, it thins your deck. So, deck thinning is very important in card games. You get to draw into more important cards, or it might go the other way. Like, it makes everything looks exciting. Yeah, that's about.
That's your favorite?
Yes.
Ever?
Yeah.
Okay. No, back then when you are playing Bushiroad card games, do you actually think that you would, or maybe you hope that you will be able to work for Bushiroad?
So, thinking that I will be working for the company would be no, but hoping that I would is a yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And back then, maybe you thought, maybe it would be great if I can work for Bushiroad one day.
Yeah.
Do you have like a job position in mind, or do you just, as long as I'm working for the company that produces these great card games for me, I'm fine with that?
Everyone would want to have a part in creating a game, so maybe a development role would be good. So that's what I think that every card gamers would want when they play the game or they like the game a lot, is to have a impact on the game, on the development side, like card abilities, like you want to make cards that you love. Yeah, I guess that's it. But I didn't expect like I'll be working in other aspects of the company. Yeah.
So how did you actually get the opportunity, to work for Bushiroad?
So I was already before my national service. I was already going around helping to do demo sessions, maybe helping out at events. So when I came out of national service, I actually did part-time in Bushiroad. I was waiting for my university application. So after that, it has a bit of waiting. So I was doing fine in Bushiroad part-timing. Unfortunately, on the day I received a call from the university, I didn't get in. So I was kind of very sad, this kind, like very disappointed. But luckily, there was an opening in the sales team, and I seized the day and I applied for it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. So Manta, what's your day-to-day like in the office?
So I start out the day with replying emails. After that, arranging shipments to distributors, packing of PR cards and sending them if there's any. Other than that, I also handle office shipping. So it's intercompany shipment. It's not like business-wise.
Yeah. So you actually have to do a lot of shippings of PR cards,
Yeah.
to our shops around the world.
It's mostly to our distributors and our overseas offices, and then they'll ship it to the shops.
What are some of the challenges that you faced during the course of your work?
Yeah, prior to shipping, there's a lot of layers of work, a lot of steps to be done in the production cycle. So if something were to happen, like maybe before shipping, I'll have to rework, reschedule all the shipments, or even rebook because it's already very last minute. Yeah, and it kind of snowballs into like this gets delayed. If this gets delayed, something after that might get delayed too. So I have to plan out everything, make sure everything goes smoothly out.
Definitely. I think it's inevitable that something will go wrong down the production line, and then I think you will have to come up with a lot of different ways, adapt, just kind of like deal with all these last minute changes.
Yeah.
So kind of like putting out fires.
yeah, exactly. Putting out fires.
Yeah. That sounds like a lot of work, and I guess it must be so demoralizing, for a part of your work to be undone, and then you have to do it all over again.
Yeah.
How do you get over that?
You need to be patient. Like you can't rush over things because it's a long process, and you need to be resilient because you can't crumble in your work halfway, and everything will snowball. And once your work is overdue, more works will come in. Work is never finished, so you kind of like you have to do it now, slow and steady. But you just have to keep going through the motion, keep pulling through it. It's kind of everyday challenges. Yeah.
Wow. This reminds me of a quote. I think it was, "If you're going through hell, keep going." Yeah. Because I think that makes a lot of sense, and I think it's kind of similar to what you just said. Because if you're going through hell, why would you stay there?
Yeah.
Just, keep going forward. Yeah. Then you can get out of there as soon as possible.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great point.
True.
Yeah. Since you play so much of Bushiroad card games, do you think that has actually helped you in your current job?
Yeah, that actually helps me a lot in the sales side of my work. Having knowledge in the products itself helps me better sell the product, so I can pitch better. I can pinpoint the unique points, the strength of the products, and I can explain it to my distributors. I can even explain it to my colleagues to make them understand better. Yeah, it's kind.
Yeah, that's good because when you're playing the card games, maybe 10 years ago, you never expect yourself to be landing a job in the company that make the games that you play. Yeah. And you did, of course, you never even expect that just by playing card games that would actually help you in your career. Oh, so really, I'm happy for you.
Yeah, thank you.
Besides arranging logistics for for shipping to our distributors, I mean, you also handle the logistics for our regionals in Singapore.
Yeah.
When we have an event, we actually have to pack everything and then send it to the venue.
Yeah.
How's it like? What's the challenge in that?
Transporting all the stuff that we need, all the event items to the event hall is not really a very difficult task. But sometimes events they need things last minute, and you have to make a rush for it. And when you're rushing for time, sometimes you forget where it is, or you can't find it. You get very flustered. It's one of the few examples I have.
So yeah, you reminded me, and because I think recently I keep seeing you flying for work, and I believe recently you went to Gen Con held in USA for a B2B conference kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I believe that a lot of your work are done through emails and telephone calls, talking to our distributors, and then you finally met them in person. How was that like?
Through emails, you don't really get to know them. It's all formal, it's all business. So when you get to finally meet them and get them to know on a more personal level, so it's very satisfying to know, okay, so now I get to know more about this person, and we get to work together even closer. I think that's very satisfying.
How were they? Were they nice to you?
Yeah, they took great care of me.
Did they bring you around for good food in USA?
Yeah, We went went for meetings through dinner. Yeah.
Meetings and dinner.
Yeah.
I would like that.
Yeah.
So you get to travel a lot for work. I imagine that must be very exciting for you because I think, I mean, not a lot of jobs out there actually offer this incentive, this slight perk of being able to travel for work. How's that like for you?
So I enjoy meeting new people and people, our fans, card game fans. So I think that's one perk that I really find refreshing when I travel for work, even though I'm tired, but you know, all the smiles on their face, like when they play the tournament, give me a sense of satisfaction. And just being able to travel for work is a blessing. So I'm very thankful and very grateful for this opportunity. Yeah.
But I imagine at the same time, it must be tiring. Of course, it's enjoyable on one hand, but you know, especially if you fly long hours to from Singapore to US, you know, like about a 20 hours flight, give or take. I imagine it must be tiring, and then you have to, you know, help out with the events, attend some conference.
It's kind of like giving back to the community. You know, you're helping the game grow, and you're helping yourself grow too. You know, you go through the tiring days of work. After that, you get to recover. You know, it's all the experiences you get. It's very memorable. And flying overseas means I get to work with colleagues that are overseas that I don't get the chance to see them. So getting to know them better is very rewarding. Yeah.
So is there any important life skill that you actually have learned in the course of your work?
Yeah, definitely. And as I've emphasized earlier, it's being patient and resilient. You know, things might not seem worth it right now, and as time goes on, it will add up. So small adjustment matters, I guess. Small feats matters. So maybe you go for an extra sale, maybe it's just very little, but each time you go for the extra sale, you know, it adds up to be a lot. Yeah, so you have to be patient and resilient because you're not always gonna get it. Yeah.
Is there anything that you can share with us, you know, for anyone who might be interested in joining the sales or logistics industry?
So the sales and logistics industry is very big. You know, there's the consumer side, the business side. So if the industry is this big, there's a lot of job opportunities for you to, you know, work there and gain some experience.
What are the skills that you think are important in sales and logistics? I imagine probably driving might be one of them.
I guess sales and logistics, driving is important. Maybe if you have prior experience in maybe forklift, if you have a license in forklift, it's very easy to get a job in warehouse. You know, they need forklift drivers. You have to be very practical in logistics because logistics is a very heavy on numbers, and also sales. There's also very heavy on numbers and figures that you need to work it out.
Wow, thank you so much, Huanta, for sharing with us so much insights into the job that you do. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for having me too.
No problem. Miss, please. Description.
Hello and welcome back, and we have Fuzzy back here now. Hello, Fuzzy.
No, my name is
Oh,
Tyler.
no, you're Tyler. Hi, Tyler.
My identity has been changed.
Does that mean you grew a mustache?
Oh, no, I took it off. I shaved it off. You know,
Wow, Tyler.
I had to give in to peer pressure. You know.
Okay, now Fuzzy's back. Welcome back, Fuzzy. You ready for this next round? You ready for this heat?
I am ready to see some really crazy stuff. I know that we have been seeing some very exciting games throughout the entire day, but I think, as you guys have said, as these games and as the rounds get later and later, we start to see really, really more intense back and forths, and it's stuff I really like to see.
Exactly. We are indeed getting to the heatier, and that's not a word, but it's getting more heated and it's getting more intense, and that means we're going to see even more intense gameplay because now these players are truly starting to understand, like, I'm about to top, which means I'm about to potentially win a Chrono Jet, which means I got to do the best I can. Every card that gets put on that table matters, and it's exciting.
Yeah, and it's like, it's so interesting to see too, right? We're looking at all these different types of decks that are going on, and yeah, we're seeing a lot of variety, which is very nice. The Steam Maidens are for sure popping up, but we've got a lot of people running for contention on top of it.
Oh yeah. So it looks like it's gonna be got some bracket updates we gotta do. So in the meantime, I guess we can kind of discuss more about the formats for now. I know you mentioned earlier some like analysis on what you believe are like the best decks and what you think is kind of sort of what is your opinion the best few decks in FIFA Premium right now?
Well, I mean, of course we've got the Boogeyman on top of that, right? But you know, there are other decks that combat it really well. So Luard is definitely one of those examples. I think we saw earlier on stream with Man Long really piloting that deck to its full potential. You know, the amount of force markers that deck is able to generate is no joke. And then as it was shown, that can snowball into unguardable numbers with their large rear guard swings. So that's definitely one I would want to consider. One near and true to my heart, I think something that you can relate with me, Orange, is I am a fan of Ange. That is definitely one of the more prevalent V decks that I like to run at the moment. And the ability to generate a massive amount of multi-attacks, the ability to accumulate multiple force markers, you know, the Tiro reride plays or Relenka, depending on how you want to build it. You know, there's multiple lines of play there. So that's definitely another top contender. And I believe if I were to throw in a couple more, you know, it's interesting. Those all at the moment are like force-centric decks. But if you want to expand upon it a little further, you know, there's also the Excel decks that do really well. I think we saw Leopold. That's definitely one of my more like dark horse picks at the moment. I still think Leopold is an amazing contender when it comes to just being able to generate a large amount of advantage. So I think if I had a top four, those would be it. It'd be Steam Maidens number 1, Luard number 2, number 3 Ange, and then Leopold number 4. But what about you, Orange?
Interesting. So for me, I kind of fall under the same category. I think it's definitely Maidens as the top best pick. And after that, I think it tosses between Luard and Ange, just depending on situations, because the situations do vary. Who goes first, who goes second, what you see, what you don't see. I think Luard's a little bit more high roll, where Ange is like a little bit more consistent. So, but Ange has like a lower ceiling when it comes to trying to finish off games. So I think those two are kind of like neck and neck with each other. And into Maidens, of course, they kind of just fall under the same category of like who goes first, who goes second, what are you seeing, what you're not seeing. I think Maidens is still a little bit more consistent, has a better time into those decks, but I think that it's more 50-50 in terms of who can win and who can't win. So those are definitely my top 3. As for a fourth pick, there's like this kind of weird realm right now in V where there's like 5 decks, I think, that all have like the exact same like outcome, but they all do different things. So as you mentioned, Leopold is one of them. Vanquisher is another. I also think Night Rose is actually in this
Night Rose,
well. Yeah, exactly. And I'm trying to think. There's actually one more. I think it's Davos. I think that's the other deck that also kind of floats into this area. The reason being is because all these decks are good. They're all really consistent, and they all kind of do their thing, and they all have insanely good win cons. Like Night Rose just says, "Okay, 4 Skull Dragon Shacks. What are you gonna do about it?" Leopold says, "I have a huge board, and I'm just setting back triggers. What are you gonna do about that?" Davos is also restanding, multi-attacking, a lot of pressure as well, right? And then like Vanquisher is just an insanely strong on grade 3 turn deck. The deck just farms like crazy. Like they all just have all this stuff that they do, and they're all really good with the stuff they do. So I think all of those kind of fit into that 4th slot for me. I don't even know which one's like the best out of the 4. I think they all kind of do the same thing. So I recently have been thinking more towards Night Rose, because strangely enough, like that deck has been feeling really consistent to me, but it hasn't really been showing results as much. So I'm kind of with you on the great nature. I think Leopold probably fits better into the category, but just mainly because of analytics. Like if you look at the charts and the data, I definitely think that's probably the deck that should be there. But I really wish it was like something else almost. But I don't know.
Well, I mean, you say that. Night Rose brings up a really good point, right? It has all good things going for it. It has the ability to filter. It has the ability to multi-attack, the advantage of also being a protect deck, so be able to get those Sentinels on demand. And then, it doesn't have to be just Night Rose. If we're talking about Grand Blue as a whole, Ghosties, I think, has been showing a very nice contention as well. I believe, like you said earlier, there is a top 8 Ghosties in the EU bracket. So that would be a very exciting list to take a look.
I hope we see more of it. It's actually like I've been testing it a lot recently, and aside from the same consistency issues that Rose has in terms of like you kind of want to see certain pieces at certain peaks. Like there's certain things you have to see. If you don't see them, the deck starts kind of falling off. So with that being said, you kind of want to see that kind of stuff, and when the deck pops off, it pops off like crazy. But we were just told about our standings, so let's go ahead and take a look at those.
Yeah, let's pop off with those standings real quick, shall we?
Oh, cool. All right. Good stuff. We're seeing kind of some similar names. We have some names that have been going up. I'll go. You want me to do the first 5? You want to do the last 5?
Yeah, sure. Go for it.
All right,
yeah.
Cool. So we got Dracon in first, undefeated right now. Second is Lazy's Tan, also undefeated. Yes, undefeated. We have third place Thortro, I believe. Man Long, who we just see on stream earlier, very, very strong player. Gurgitson still showing strong. Woo! Sorry, I'm getting a little excited. And then I'll leave the rest for you.
Yeah, of course. So in the number 6 slot, we have Blazing Ragnarok, which I believe was the player that we had earlier walking out with those Messiahs, actually. So that's really cool. Messiah still doing really well into the later rounds. JM as well is another name in 7th place. 8th place, we have 984 Smurf. Number 9, another notable name right there, Toby TCG from WCC. That's another notable name. And then we have Mr. World Champ himself, Musrak, coming in 10th place, squeezing it in there, making it 10th. But those aren't the only X1s in the slots too. I do have some later information. Yeah, we do have in 11th place, we have a Cardfight Hunter. In 11th place, number 12, we have March Ember Endoro. You got it. Yes.
Yep. Good name. Let's go.
Great name. Number 13, we have Michael from Seekers. And then number 14, we have T-Dub88. So all of those are your X1s currently, as well as your undefeated. So any one of them really have a very, very good contention with making it into the top 8 bracket for day 2.
Yep. Correct. So yeah, we're right there. We are one round away, aside from this one. After this round, we're 1 round away from literally the top cut here. So X1s can still make it in. It's very possible. They will make it in probably. So we'll be pretty much in a good spot here. But we also are getting ready. Very exciting stuff. I can't wait. I actually don't even know what I would want to see coming up next. We have seen so many different matches. I personally, what haven't we seen?
Okay, so if there is a Narukami still going around, that's definitely one of the decks that we haven't taken a look at with the Vanquisher engine. That is a notable one. I believe, actually, Night Rose as well. That would be another one that we possibly haven't seen. We have not seen Grand Blue yet. Let's see. We haven't seen a Kagero, but that's my dream, and will probably be only my dream.
True. You like that dream? Is there did you mention Murakumo? I think you did mention
that. Was Tai, but Murakumo would actually be a really fun one to see. I would love to see some Yasue action if we could.
Or Shirayuki.
Oh yes, Shirayuki.
I think this way the game we probably wouldn't see that, but one can dream and hope.
Hey, I'm dreaming and hoping on a Kagero dream, so dreamers are allowed to dream.
And hoping. There we go. Hoping and coping. That's gonna be my new slogan. Hoping and coping.
I have a sneaky suspicion, though, a small bit of my Kagero answers will be answered in some capacity, because I believe we are actually setting up for the next round here. And if we have any of the deck lists available, we can go ahead and
take a look at those.
Look at those, yeah.
probably will be here in a second. We're getting them ready. So let's go ahead and see what we will be facing here. So we're starting off with Gurgitson. Oh boy. Playing Steam Maidens, not playing Golds. Now that I think about it,
the name is a lie.
The name isn't real. But yes, we do have Yuri-san playing Steam Maidens here, keeping it very, very traditional. Actually, this is probably the best version of the deck right now. This is exactly how I think you'd want to build this deck if you were to compete. Yuri-san actually really nailed it here. So props to him. This is aside from triggers, because some people change up the triggers with the Heal Guardian, which he is running. Some run for pure, some run extra draws. Aside from triggers, I think the normal deck part is like exactly what you want. What do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. This is what I would consider one of the bread and butter, right?
Streamlined.
That's all. Yeah, completely streamlined. But if it works, don't break it.
Exactly. Why break what's broken? What's not broken? I guess it is broken. I don't know. Deck's good.
He's been doing really well with Wolfram all day. All right, and our next, oh my goodness, yes. Let us talk about it. So we have here Dragonic Overlord, the Rebirth. Oh man, this is awesome. All right, so to break down what we're seeing here, it looks like we're having a very cool Dauntless build over here. So what's really nice about this build over here is that I think you guys saw earlier on stream, Raging Fall, having that ability to just make a large center column with multiple swings and multiple restands. And in some capacity, that's what we're seeing here today as well. So we have the Dauntless Drive Dragon to enable the restand plays, and then via break riding onto something like Dragonic Overlord the Rebirth, locking the entire board down, you're able to instigate multiple Vanguard swings, which is creating a strong center column. And yeah, this is great. This is awesome. We've got multiple lines of crit pressure here. We've got the Lava Flow Dragons for the searching. We have the He Shots over here for multiple retire plays, which would be really nice. I'm excited to see something in Kagero because, in my personal opinion, right, having the ability to retire prominent rear guards in something like Steam Maidens can be detrimental depending on what combo piece you hit. So yeah, this will definitely be an exciting match to see for sure.
Oh, you definitely know your Overlord. I'm just gonna chill here on the Gurgitson side, casual Steam Maiden player.
I'm conflicted now. I have conflictions.
You can enjoy you can tell the world all about Kagero. I'll just sit back and go, yep, that is a bind zone. That'll be me.
I am more than happy to reveal what it is that we have going on here. So I will say for one thing though, very much similarly to how we've seen earlier games, it will be very interesting to see who goes first here, because on one chance, yes, some Gurgitson going first, you're going to have a lot of aggression going in for multiple attack plays, and something like Kagero, who actually really relies on getting those combo pieces into their hand to be able to pop off with multiple restand plays. For something like Kagero as well, it'll be interesting to see if they're able to survive those multi-swings.
Yep. I agree with you. I think this is just the usual kind of, in my opinion, a little similar to Revengers in the aspect of just a bunch of multiple Vanguard swings that you're talking about. Going second into Overlord is so scary, but the upside is Heal Guardians. But
yes.
We are playing Steam Maidens, so Steam Maidens has a lot less of those Heal Guardians and a lot more of those raw shields. But I think in this situation, Guri-san went first, right? And also, yes. I know you're excited about that ride. So
I'm sorry. So to explain my excitement, so that is the ideal grade 1 ride you want to see here for Kagero. So that is Dragon Knight He Shot. So it does have a rearguard skill where on place you can counterblast 1, soul blast 1, draw a card, and pop a backboard. However, the really cool thing is on the Vanguard, when you ride on top of it, you may check the top 5 cards of your deck, and you may reveal up to 1 grade 3. So able to fetch out the ideal grade 3 that you're going to need, such as Dauntless Drive Dragon, or if you really want to, just go right into the reverse if your opponent is pushing you into the later stages of the game.
Yep, exactly. And I think that decision making between the reverse or the regular is just so good, having to choose between either option. And actually, I think the reverse also adds a bunch of level of play into Kagero's pool with the Overlord copying skills that he does.
Right, so now we're going to go back into Gurgitson here. He's putting on a fair amount of pressure here. Oh my goodness, checking the critical trigger on top of the Alol turn and putting it onto the Lost Gear Dog Gate. So that's 2 damage coming out.
And that's
getting a defensive critical trigger.
Actually, no, it doesn't. It still hits.
No, it still hits a magic number.
Yep, exactly. What's interesting here is we actually didn't see any Antrahana plays We just saw vanilla stuff going on here for Kyrgyzstan, so hopefully they'll be able to kind of get that rhythm back. No bind zone, kind of scary. Not really ideally what you want to be doing. You kind of want to try and kill Overlord as quick as possible because it just ramps up with all the force marker generation and restanding and everything it does pretty quickly.
Okay,
so
this is going to be very nice depending on what we check here. So choosing to go into the Dragon Knight Farja here. So Farja has the ability that when it's placed on the Vanguard or the Rearguard circle, you may look at the top 5 cards of your deck, reveal either a Doha or a Garan to the from your hand and from the deck, and then add it to your hand. So the combination of cards of Doha and Garan help basically fill out the board for a free cost, so to say. So you know how Entrahana has the on place counterblast 1, search for a Gear Cat, then call the Gear Cat, right?
Yep.
So it's very similar in something like Doha. So Doha says when it's placed, you may counterblast 1, search your deck for a Garan, and then call the Garan as well.
Yep.
So it has that. It does have that way of being able to accumulate a large board with minimal cost.
Yep, that's exactly correct. And I think the little engine that they put into the deck is actually pretty cool because normally people run a little bit more Steam aligned Overlord where they don't run all the extra side items. It's more just a lot of what is that? There's that one card that says like so fast, take a card from your drop zone, put it bottom, draw a card or something like that. Like I don't know, just
that one.
Kind of cards.
Yeah, so that one is Tord Cannon, and I believe they're running the Tord Cannon as well.
Oh, okay.
So,
wow, they just got everything in this deck.
Yeah. This is a nice list. It's a very nice list.
Very,
all right, so as we explained earlier, he is using the Doha to fetch the Garan, and he's going to be calling the Garan onto the backboard circle behind the Doha. Very interesting thing here is that if the Garan has boosting a Doha, it does have an on-hit effect, so Gurgwitson is going to have to take that into account. Otherwise, it's going to allow the Kagura player to draw a card. Also calling down another Garan, interesting. So he's going for some aggro there, calling the Lost Gear Dog 8. That's actually really good because now that he went into the Lost Gear Dog 8, Gurgwitson does not have a board, and that's going to be able to proc the continuous spill of Doha, allowing a pseudo guard restrict and your opponent not being able to call normal units on the Doha Garan column.
Interesting. I'm just listening here. You know so much more than I do.
This is Kagura. It's just
it's your.
They're just fire dragons, you know.
It's also your baby. It'd be like me with Grand Blue right now. So interesting stuff. So I mean, I actually sometimes I forget about this guard restrict. I've faced this deck a couple times, and I'm like, oh, that has a guard restrict on it. Excuse me, what? But
Absolutely.
we did go around it just a little bit. Triggers do go around it, luckily, because it does shut down all your grade 1s and 2s and 3s pretty much. But you can still do other stuff. I think it even shuts down the grade 4 the Elu in this.
Yes,
case.
it does. It does because Olo is a normal unit. That is correct.
Wow, it shuts down that 25k shield. Now that's beefy. That is a beefy shield to shut down. So here we are, normal Entrahana stuff, We're back on the Steam Maiden engine here, literally steaming our engine, making it nice and strong, getting our Gear Cat out. Now we're gonna see what we're gonna find here. That we do know that Kyrgyzstan's bind zone is a little rough right now. As far as I know, I don't think there's a single card bound in there. We saw a lot of misrides into cards that aren't as useful for the bind zone here, but maybe we'll catch up. Maybe Gear Cat will help us here, which I don't think it did, but it's okay. Reinnovate Dragon can help us, right? We'll find something.
Yeah, Reinnovate is actually really nice here. Being able to successfully grab necessary cards and put them into the bind zone. Gurgwood is literally building himself a ladder right now. He is getting those climbs in as Steam Maidens does so well.
Yep. And the nice part about this is that there was a grade 2 stuck in that soul, and Reinnovate just says, hey, let's fix that. And now we fixed it. So, but I don't think we have, so we have a grade 1, we have a grade 2. I don't think we have a heal to use here, and we don't have a grade 3 either. So this is very awkward because we don't have the heal. You know what that means? That means no countercharging, which is not ideal, but it's okay. Well, it's okay. Sometimes it happens. We are seeing Steam Maidens kind of in a worser situation than usual, but maybe it's not even a terrible thing. I think people are used to seeing this deck pop off like crazy, and seeing the other end of it is definitely what we're seeing here.
Yeah, to some capacity, right? I mean, and in Gurgwitsan's defense, though, he does have March in 2 damage scenario right now, so he is still putting on a fair amount of pressure regardless. The one thing I will say he has to keep in mind, though, is if he wants to put March to 4 to 5 damage, because if he does, then he's going to be opening himself up to the Rebirth's line of play, which can be potentially deadly depending on what Gurgwitson has in his hand.
Yeah, you are right about that. You don't want to push too hard, and it's very scary. And Maidens tends to push, but luckily enough, in a good way, in a bad way, I guess, because of the bind zone situation we are in currently, I don't think there will be too much pushing here going on. I think this is a 4 attack turn. maybe even 3. But I think we're trying to go for 4. I can't. There is a reanimate in there, so we're gonna be looping the 2 here into the reanimate. So pretty much just setting it up for next turn. It's probably gonna get retired, but it's there for the multi attack. And then here you just go in with Vanguard or go into it with Entrahana, whichever feels more comfortable.
I like the Entrahana play here. It just allows the ability to, just in case March gets a defensive trigger on what most likely will be a no guard on the Vanguard swing, just a way to successfully be able to at least get an additional attack in.
Exactly. And it's always swing with Entrahana always scares me. I just never know. Are there 2 triggers on top or 2 normal units? It's always like that.
Gotta take that risk.
Yeah, exactly. So here our bind zone is pretty decent. It's a 5 bind zone, so that's a 15k to the Vanguard. So that's 28 plus 5, so that's a 30k swinging Vanguard there. And the other column is going to be 23, 28. So all pretty nice numbers, all kind of magical and annoying to block. So very good stuff to see here. Might be a no guard here, to be honest. We just saw like a bunch of triggers come out. When through the reanimate, we saw a trigger come out, 2 triggers come out, and then through Entrahana, we saw 2 more triggers come out. So that was 4 triggers out of deck, like instantly off of just 2 plays. So not too scared to take damage here. Did hit a defense there, getting a nice little draw. This is the last attack for our Steam-mated player here. It's only 28, so it's pretty much blockable with the trigger, and then it'll be off to March's turn.
Oh, does he put Gergwitz on? Do you push March to 5 damage here? You are opening up the power of the rebirth. Okay, looks like March is going to guard it. Yep.
Yeah, they guard it. I don't think they want to be at 5 because Steam Maidens with no defenses is very scary. So I think this was definitely the safer option. Even though, yes, it opens up rebirth, like it's still scary because you're pretty much, unless you heal out of it, you're at 5. Oh, they're going straight into rebirth.
They go straight into it. Ladies and gentlemen, Dragonic Overlord, the rebirth has hit the field. Going for Force 1, very nice. So the wonderful thing about Dragonic Overlord is while he does have that restand play that we were talking about at Limit Break 5, he can also do an additional restand play before that. So
really?
So just having that ability to have a restand play, and I believe if I remember correctly, also have the ability to generate another force marker off of that restand play is really, really, really good. So for those at home who need to know, Dragonic Overlord, the Rebirth says once per turn at the end of the battle that this unit attacked, if you have 5 or more locked cards and you have 4 or more cards in your damage zone, so that's Limit Break 4, you can discard 2 cards from your hand, stand it, and get an imaginary gift force.
Yeah, exactly. I think Force 1 is actually a pretty good play here. I like the Force 1 option. I just think it's just restanding with an additional 10k is just really nice. It makes it really hard to block too. So, oh, that get retired? I guess it did.
Yes, that's another one of Overlord's skills. So when he attacks a Vanguard, you can Soul Blast 1, and for every 2 of your locked cards, you choose one of your opponent's rear guards and retire it. So the cool thing is that the cool thing about is that exactly it is not a 1 per turn effect. So off the restand, he can choose to do it again and retire 2 more units on top of it.
Wow, that's interesting. I didn't even know that. I didn't know you could just fully board wipe your opponent like that because that's pretty much what's gonna happen here. But, though I don't even know Gurgit's mines. Gurgit's like, yeah, they're triggers. You can have them. Okay, let's see.
Oh, 2 blanks here for March over there.
Going in.
And a nice defensive feel for Gurgwitz. Yep. Pushing them both to an even 3-3 spread here.
Can you restand a 3rd time?
Yes, you can. Because it says at the beginning of the battle phase, if you have 1 or more rear guards and locked all of your rear guards until end of turn, you can counterblast 1, discard a card from your hand, and stand the unit.
Wow, and then you could just do it again? Wow, you can. That's so crazy. I didn't even
And then you can use the effect again to retire the board. Although, to be fair, I believe he did it in a different order. I believe he actually used the first effect to get the restand, and then the once per turn effect, as I was stating earlier, to get the imaginary gift force marker was the other proc that just happened right here.
Interesting. Very interesting. Sorry, I'm amazed. I don't have as much to say because I'm just amazed.
It's the power of Overlord.
So it looks like we have here, do we have another ride? Another ride would be very helpful here. Looks like we do not have another ride. This is getting quite interesting. So it looks like we're straight up going into Elu's bind effect, binding a card from drop to then call a card out. Only 2 counterblasts here, but we can go from the 1 into the 2, or if we choose, we can, go into Go into Entrahana again if we want. We got a couple options. Looks like we are going into the Entrahana, using the Entrahana skill here. So then again, search for the Gear Cat and then get potentially maybe a heal or something. I feel like Gurgisan is digging to find another piece, just anything to help this bind zone right now, because we really need it. A 3 or a 0. Actually, mainly a 0. I think a 0 is definitely priority here. Preferably the heal.
I agree. I think yeah, and Uluru here would actually be very ideal for him. Just be able to instigate more of those multi-attack combos for sure.
Oh, okay. Okay. Kyrgyzstan had it in hand, so we're good. So we have the 0 to 2 combo going on here, which is what we'll see here. So pretty good. This is honestly not too bad. We still get a skill going off. We could go off with the go all the way up the ladder. I think we even have the 3 in the drop, so we could always bind that too. So we have full combo, at least enough to do stuff, which is good. So here it is. We're gonna go into the counter charger here and kind of set up swinging in.
Absolutely. What'll be interesting, though, if he chooses once again to go for that Entrahana before going in for the Vanguard swing, just to give himself maybe potentially more options to put himself into the bind zone for grade 3 or even a grade 4.
I think it always, to me personally, I think it always comes down to what you see with Gear Cat. Like, my opinion is if you enter Hana into Gear Cat and the top 3 cards is like something trigger, I would not swing with Hana first. So because you just know that you already lost 2 triggers essentially, and then now we have going Alu's skill, which is again the binding. We found at the grade 3 here, which is good because now we can recall that grade 3 out, and it looks like swing with Vanguard first, so it's possible that maybe there were all 3 normal units off the Gear Cat. So hoping to hit some triggers here after seeing quite a bit already. So I think the chances are low, but still the number is high.
Absolutely, we're looking at 6 cards now in the bind zone. So that plus 15, I believe, is now plus 18.
Yes, it is a plus 18, so this should be, I think, 33. Oh, no, sorry, not what am I saying? Yeah, it is 33. I'm pretty sure it's 33.
So now March has to decide here if he's going to want to PG this particular attack. It is fairly large. It's one of the larger attacks for sure, and checking a critical trigger would mean the game over for March.
Yes, exactly. But good, keeping it safe, nice little perfect guard, and then there's Uru into a PG. That's pretty nice actually, putting the effects on the in Toronto, which is good, making those numbers and on top of drawing cards. And we already know that our grade 2 over here is already swinging for a nice solid 29, which is a magic number. You can't guard it with just one trigger. You always have to guard it with like a trigger and a grade 2 essentially. Or if you have 20k shields, you can do it that way as well. So very interesting. And again, now we're going back to that whole situation of 5 damage. Is it worth giving that 5 damage here or not? I know Gurgisan's going for it, so I don't think Gurgisan has a choice. I think he's trying to shred that hand as much as possible.
Right. One thing that I should correct myself, I believe I did say 5 damage. I meant to say 4 damage.
Is it 4? Okay.
It is 4 damage, yeah.
So swinging is 23, and then Entrahana will actually be pretty high over there. Entrahana's gonna be 28 plus 6, so Entrahana will be 34 swinging in, and another card to hand.
Yeah, just creating these large amounts of pressure for March over here. I mean, if I were in his position, though, I agree with just being able to guard that 23 and possibly taking the Entrahana hit here, putting himself to 5 damage. You do have that cushion, quote unquote cushion, of being able to check multiple triggers on the restand play for Draconic Overlord. Depending on what he checks, though, he could cushion himself by checking a few heal triggers and putting himself back down from a dangerous position.
Exactly. So here we are, not a draw, so that's always good. So a little extra healthy hand there. Using Entrahana's skill here, definitely grabbing that Nabu, definitely putting that right in there, perfect like that. Yes, nice, solid. Good choices. Good choices are being made here. No triggers at the top this time, so. It looks like we're ending with a 9-card hand, I believe. And if I'm not mistaken, going over to Kaguro's side, they're just going to be restanding their Vanguard 3 more times again, right?
Oh, yeah. One of the beautiful things here is that the only thing you got to worry about is the center column.
Spooky. Because they're just, at this point, you just call...
Okay, very nice. Sorry. Okay, so March decided to call here the Torrid Cannon Dragon, which is nice because Torrid Cannon specifically says that you can counterblast 1, shove a normal unit back to the bottom of your deck, and then choose one of your opponent's rear guards and retire it. Very nice because in this current board scenario, you're only going to be getting a few retires off, because depending on what March has in his soul, it does require a Soul Blast for the retire effect to happen. And then it looks like he's also using Airmo's effect to refund that cost. So Airmo is that grade 1 that he called down on his right side that says when something is retired, you can retire it to countercharge 1 and draw 1 card. So it essentially makes Torrid Cannon a free cost.
Interesting. So here we have, what would be the ideal board state here? Like, what do you want to do here? Just walk 5 again and just
Exactly.
Okay.
Very much, as you said, you're going to want to try and call a few guys onto your board to try and retire more of the problematic units, and then depending on what you have in your soul, you're going to want to. Oh, very nice he shot. You're going to want to try and recuperate some of that losses through those restand plays, like you said earlier. He shot is going to be able to snipe a unit from the backboard and draw an additional card on it, so that Gear Cat's probably going to be going, and it is.
Goodbye, Gear Cat. It was nice having you.
It'll come back.
Yeah, probably.
All right, here we go. Luck 5. Overlord is online. An additional few restands is going to be coming online. And of course, at the end of the battle, there's one of two scenarios that's going to be happening here. Either he's going to be getting the imaginary gift force play, or he's going to be getting the just additional restand play. Either or seems fine in this scenario.
Wow. Scary. I'd be scared. That's a 33k attacking Vanguard.
Although Gurgwitson is in a very healthy position, right? We did see earlier that he checked that Uluru and the perfect guard off of the drive checks, so he does have a comfortable amount to guard with.
I would almost probably... So this is one of those things where it's so hard to know which Vanguard to take, but I think I would take the first one. Or actually, no, it kind of depends because the numbers just get bigger and bigger. So it's kind of like up to you how you want to do it. Where do you risk it? You know, because like you take it now, hit a couple defenses makes it easier. But now at this point, so here we have the the restand happening. That this number's gonna be bigger. So it's just it can get bigger, especially if they hit triggers. If they hit triggers,
yes.
it's just really hard to guard. But if you have a PG or something, it's useful here because you can technically take one and then PG the last attack if you have the resources, which is I think what we're seeing here. So drop in the PG. Let's see what our checks are going to be like. Stripping
down that 9-card hand. Looks like, a crit trigger on...
This is what's scary. So what's scary, you never know which Vanguard to take. Like, do you take this one or do you take the next one? So I think even in this situation, it probably would have been better to take this one, go to 5, and then PG the third one, But it's so hard to know because it's all down to what the triggers are being hit. Because now this got even bigger because now it's going to be swinging for 53k.
53k with an additional crit. Gurgwitson is in a comfortable position with 3 damage, but if March checks an addition, if he no guards it and March checks a crit, it's going to spell game over. But no, we see a PG coming down from Gurgwitson, so he manages to successfully live what might potentially have been game.
Yes, exactly. But only 3 cards in hand, and
and it would have been. That was a crit on top of it.
I mean, we haven't seen that many triggers coming from March's side, so to be honest, it's to be expected. I think Gurgwitson was actually thinking there was going to be like a double crit scenario there on the second Vanguard swing. And I think that was the fear. That's why the double PG went in. But now it's kind of scary. No counterblasts are open, so you can only theoretically do just a couple attacks because you will get the heal guard. The heal will refund you a little bit, but with no board state. No board state and no re-ride, only on Nabu right there, and the Gear Cat, which isn't gonna Gear Dog, which isn't gonna do too much here. Is this enough to push Overlord? What do you think?
I mean, it's like you said, right? Little bit of only a minimal amount of attacks that are happening here at the moment. I will say that March actually did a very good job stripping away key attackers for Gear Chronicle. So one thing about Steam Maidens that I've noticed is that, you do rely on those rear guards from time to time. And depending on what you're able to retire, it can be very detrimental for your opponent. So
exactly.
I think it's like you said, Gurgwit has to go all in on this play here. He's putting everything on the line.
Yep, exactly. And I mean, honestly, that was kind of smart. So I think Gurgwitson's aware of kind of Overlord's hand a little bit since we did see so many of the drive checks. So went in for the Nabu there because some people would even, swing with Vanguard first and then put everything that they have on the Nabu. But I think he was trying to get as much shield out so that way this swing right here will be more lethal.
Oh, we see a trigger check happening here on March's side. Very big Ulu column, if I do say so myself. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 cards currently in the bind zone. So big beefy center column, like you said earlier, Skull Dragons.
Yes, that's pretty much what it turns into. I've seen that bind zone hit 20, and it gets so big. It's like 100k, especially if you have a Gear Cat behind it. But you are right. The losing of Gear Cats here, I think, is really hurting Gurgwitson's tempo. I think the tempo would have been so much faster. The game might have already been over if it wasn't for the retires.
However, we do have to determine if March has that perfect guard in his hand to be able to successfully block this. Otherwise, this is a very large column that might not be able to be guarded. He's taking it. He's no guards it. March needs a heal trigger to be able to heal. It is not. Game. It is a rebirth. Oh, and Gurgwitson takes it with the Steam Maidens, crushing the power that is the rebirth.
Oh wow, what a game! That was actually a very neck and neck game. That didn't feel very like again. It didn't feel like Steam Mains was like really overpowering. It honestly felt like a pretty even match. I will say one thing though, at least in that match particularly, Kyrgyzstan was actually very behind on the setup, and because of that, it was giving March kind of more time to catch up and pretty much do like all those restands, which was pretty risky. But so because I actually was getting a little worried there, I was like, I don't know if Kyrgyzstan can win here. Working off of pretty much no CB, the bind zone is kind of all the stuff that you don't want to see in your deck, and just not having the full pieces to kind of just keep shredding the hand. But still, it was a very good game.
Absolutely. I mean, I think it goes to show too is that even though your setup is minimal, if at least you know what you're doing with the deck, there is so many lines of play that you could do and recover from, as we saw with Kyrgyzstan, being able to successfully do what he was doing with just the one force marker and with minimal amount of effort. But also not to write off March as well. March did a fantastic job piloting the power of the rebirth. One thing, like I said earlier in the match, is that I just love the idea of being able to retire the entire board from something like Steam Maidens, trying to snipe off their key pieces and seeing if that makes any sort of detriment to their play. So honestly, it could have been anybody's game, and I think both of them played it very, very well.
Oh yeah, well, 100%. And you got your Kagero match, and you got to cast it. You even got to cast it.
I'm gonna have like a achievement unlocked.
Yeah,
a
really
little trophy. Yeah,
that's really exciting. I casted a Kagero match. Oh. Alrighty, well, looks like we're going to be going into our final round here shortly, but in the meantime, we're going to take a short break. You guys will be not seeing my beautiful face, you'll be seeing Ty and Fuzzy's beautiful face once more for the final round of BRO for Top Cut. Don't forget there's a day 2 as well, so but yeah, we'll see you guys shortly.
Who is this guy and why are we interviewing an intern? We don't have time for this. Let's get it over and done with, alright?
Oh, are we ready to go? Okay. Hey guys, and welcome to a very special episode of Coffee with Bushiroad. My name is Matt. I'm the TCG Marketing Manager for Bushiroad International. You may already know me as a Bushi Matt, or the intern that posts a couple of memes on the Cardfight Vanguard Twitter account. So anyway,
am I going to get fired?
This is going to be a bit of a special episode of Coffee with Bushiroad. Instead of having a host with me today, as you can see, I asked you guys to send me questions that I should be answering on camera, which is, I think, a mistake, but we're going to roll with it. First question is, how did you come to be known as the Bushiroad's intern? It all started with a post that I put on the Vanguard Twitter that was like, I think it was the 4 cards that defined you, something like that. And I basically put in the effort to like reply everybody. I think people didn't expect the level of replies that they were getting, like the kind of jokes, or I guess maybe like the kind of like responses that they were getting were kind of unexpected from like the Vanguard Twitter account, and it kind of blew up from there. And now I got approval to have like my own account, and that has like 1,700 followers now. So thank you guys for that. And yeah, that's how I became. That's my origin story. Why did I start working in Bushiroad? Honestly, it was because I love card games. And people tell you, oh, don't stop playing games because it's not gonna get you anywhere. Well, guess what? Guess what, Mom? Alright, so what is your favorite deck in Vanguard and Weiss Schwarz? Vanguard, probably like my Revenger deck. That's like one of the decks I really played with a lot back then, and I still have the deck. I really, really love it. So yeah, probably the Revenger deck. For Weiss Schwarz, let's see, maybe Goblin Slayer.
I have a question. So, what do you do to become so tall? But it's not because I'm jealous. I'm just asking for a friend.
Genes, I guess.
Like, do you like have special supplements? Like, do you drink a lot of milk when you were a kid?
It's part of the. Oh, do I have to answer this? Okay. Well, I not really. No, I just I guess I just lucky. I didn't have to do anything special. But anyway, yeah. So I was saying Goblin Slayer for Weiss Schwarz. Yeah, again because I played the deck a lot and I really enjoy the mechanics of the deck.
Do you like play basketball a lot?
No, and that's kind of I got the question a lot, but yeah, I don't really.
So like skipping ropes and.
I did skip a little bit when I was younger, but I was already pretty tall for my age when I was doing that. Is this really part of the? I don't see this in the list though. Do I have?
Yeah, it's part of the version.
Oh, it is. Oh, okay, sure. What is the best part about working in Bushiroad? Wow, best part. I mean, there are a couple of things that really are pretty amazing, like getting to travel and meeting everybody. I think that's one of the biggest joys that I have. Being able to see people enjoy the game like around the world is quite amazing. Another thing is, of course, I think you guys already know because I've been doing this a lot. We get to get like a couple of cards sometimes, because we get like samples and stuff like that, and then we have something that's called a complete set, which is basically a single copy of every card that we release in a booster pack, and then we get some of these things, and then we get to build decks to play in the office, which is quite a lot of fun, to be honest. We did like a couple of remote fights and stuff like that, events where we get to play the players online. That was really fun. We do gunslingers. We used to do gunslingers also at events where we would play with players on the spot. That was really, really fun. So so we do get to build all these decks and we do get to try all these things. It's quite a lot of fun. Yeah. Alright, so what's the worst part about working in Bushiroad? Can I say that on camera? I don't think I can say that on camera. Okay, but actually I can think of something that is that's okay for me to say. Basically, I don't get to play in any tournaments anymore. That's actually kind of sad because as I kept playing games, I realized that I had this like small competitive spirit fire that reignites every time I watch everybody play at events or like online events. Because online events, I'm there the whole time as well, making sure the stream's okay. I'm the one that's replying on the stream. I'm the one that's checking the stream, helping out at the back end also with the event itself. And every time I watch people play, I'm just sad that I can't participate in any more Bushiroad tournaments. But I'm here on the other side, so they're still kind of okay. But at the same time, I wish I could play competitively also. Because it seems like a lot of fun, right? Like you guys have like teams nowadays, and then everybody's like it's really like a festival atmosphere at the event. So I really miss that. Will there ever be a cameo of you in the Vanguard enemy, sort of like how Daigo used to appear every now and then? If so, what deck would you be using in the show, and who would you want to fight against? I don't think there's ever going to be a cameo of me. I'm not on the level of Daigo. Right? Daigo's like a superstar. I'm not on that level. But it is cool to see people like Daigo appear, people like Tanahashi, Hiroshi appear as well. Those are really, really cool.
Hey, I heard you met your girlfriend here in Bushiroad, who's now your wife. Do you care to share more about that?
No. Will there ever be virtual tournaments like Bro in addition to in-person events? I'm not sure when this video is going to be posted, but I'm pretty sure Bro is already being announced. So, of course. I mean, online tournaments, digital tournaments, remote tournaments are very, very, very important, I think, now that we are in this day and age. And I think COVID just accelerated the idea that there are a lot of people that have no access to major tournaments, and I think online tournaments give those players an avenue to be competitive, like I said, or even just to play casually with your friends, right? Like you can join a tournament and still be casual in that sense, and I think it brings a different experience and a different kind of enjoyment, and bringing that to more people, I don't think it's ever going to be a bad thing. So if we can keep doing it, I think it's a good thing. I would love to keep doing online tournament. I think it's very fun. I mean, of course, we do have to stay online for quite a long time, and unless you guys, you guys may not know, but like I'm there for most of the. The only one that I'm not there for is really the US times, because if I stay up for the US times, that would mean I have like 2 days no sleep. I would love to be there though, but that's just how it is, right? But yeah, I do think we should be continuing online tournaments, at least for a good while. I do think it's very important. Yeah. So are there any future plans for working with community-run tournament organizations? So our stance on this has usually been for any organization to pair with a store. The reason being, our main business model is of course selling at brick and mortar retail stores. We want to support our brick and mortar stores as much as possible. So as far as possible, we would like anybody who wants to run like their own tournaments, community tournaments, even if you are like a constant TO, to try and approach stores and get support from the store. So basically, you approach the store approaches us, and then we can provide the support from there. So I think, of course, this is still something that we've been doing because, of course, we want to support the stores, right? Like I said, but at the same time, we do understand that there's a lot of people who may want to get this support and they don't have a store nearby. So we have to explore these kind of scenarios. I guess it could be a more on a case by case thing, but as far as possible, we want to work with TOs through stores. Which deck would I be using in the show, and who I want to play against? I would take Ren's Revenger deck, and I want to play against Ren. Okay, because I really love the Revenger deck and I really like Ren, so I want to play against Ren and I want to use his deck to beat him. Alright, I'm gonna lose probably because Ren has this insane plot armor throughout the series, up till probably like the last couple of fights where he will lose like an important fight. But like I really like Ren, so it's
like. Do you have any tips? Like, do you bring her to like a dinner for a first date, or like do you go to like amusement park? Like what do you say to her?
Sorry, director, can we get this guy off the group, please? Like, it's not really question.
Wait, but it's
I
not
don't know what he's
description.
Besides games from Bushiroad, what other games do you enjoy at the moment? Oh, okay. I actually do play a lot of games. I'm quite an avid gamer. I'm playing right now. I'm playing TCG. I'm playing PCG also. I'm playing did I miss anything? I think that's pretty much it for now. Yeah, there's quite a lot of things, to be honest. Right, so best and worst thing that happened to you in Bushiroad. Best and worst thing that happened to me in Bushiroad. Best is probably this, right? Like getting to become kind of like a meme in the community. I know it's very strange to for that to be like a goal or like a best memory, but honestly, it gives me joy to be able to interact in this manner with everybody, and I think some people are able to derive joy from that as well. And to me, that's quite magical, quite special. And I do believe in making sure that the community is engaged and happy. It definitely helps with for the company as well. I think worst thing that happened to me in Bushiroad, I don't think there's a bad thing that happened to me in Bushiroad. Worst thing that happened to me in the company, I honestly can't say that I can remember any. Maybe I don't get to keep the cards that we play with. I don't know. I guess. How often do you how often do you skirt the line of saying too much when interacting with the community? All the time. Okay, but most of the time when I'm posting emojis, guys, it doesn't mean anything. Alright, when I post emojis, it doesn't mean anything. Or does it? You'll never know. But I always try to tease people. I guess maybe it's not a good habit, but yeah, it's just I'm a fan also, right? So like I said, I joined the company because I play the games. So I love like getting this first information as a player. So I understand this information, getting it as an employee, and then getting it as a player. There's like separate excitement. So sometimes when like new card effects get shown, or like in fact before it gets shown officially, when we get it internally for like development, sometimes like I get the stuff from the development team just to look through in my spare time or during lunch or something like that. It's the same excitement, and I want to share everything with everybody, but I can't, unfortunately. So all I can do is occasionally drop some small teasers. That's about it. Yeah, I love like trying to give a teaser, but I don't think I can give away too much. Yeah, it's not worth my job. I want to make you guys happy, but it's not worth my job. Hamburgers with or without pickles. What are you? Why are you eating the hamburger without pickles? You have to eat it with the pickles. It's part of the experience. It's the whole package. You know what I mean? Like, you eat it without the pickles, are you really eating a burger? I don't think so. Personally, I don't think so. Okay, but it depends on what burger it is, right? Like, yeah, so yeah, I'm for pickles. I'm team pickles for sure. I did used to like them though, but that's because I didn't know what I didn't know. My parents took the pickles out of my burgers all the time, and then one day I was just like, I'm a big boy now, right? 12 years old, I can handle the pickle, alright? So I ate it and I loved it. I realized, but adults are not always right. Okay. Yeah.
What about pineapples on
Why
pizza?
Why is this guy still back? Why is he still here? Can we?
Because
No.
I have burning questions as well.
Pineapples on pizza?
Yeah, is that a yes or a no for you?
No. When will you get promoted from being an intern, or are you the eternal intern? Well, I'm not the intern anymore, but I mean, it might have been a revelation for some of you. I don't know, but I guess in a way, I'm always the intern, right? Like for you guys, I'm always going to be that guy, So I don't think so. I may get my promotions internally, but I think in everybody's heart, I'll still always be Matt the intern. So for promotions, do you have to beat your boss in a card fight, or is it just a fist fight like every other workplace? It's a combination of both. Every time we take damage, we actually take damage, if you know what I mean. Yeah, but it's fine because not a lot of people can beat me in office anyway, so good luck. Whew, okay, that's the end of all the questions. We made it, yay! Alright, just want to say thanks to everybody who sent us questions. I know we couldn't cover everything, and I'm really sorry about that, but we do have limitations on what I can say, what I can't say, and how long this video can be before you guys click away. So yeah, we probably couldn't answer all your questions. But anyway, thank you guys for watching. I really hope you guys enjoyed the video, and I'll see you guys sometime soon in an event or a tournament or something. Yeah.
Wait, we're filming Coffee with Bushiroad, right? Wait, how he doesn't have... Did you not get him the coffee? Oh my god. Okay, hold on. Someone get him a coffee, please.
Here we go. Cool. At the end is interesting timing, but okay, sure, cool. Yeah, Coffee with Bushiroad.
Yep, we have a coffee.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Are we good? Are we good? Can I go? Okay, yeah. Thanks.
Can I have the coffee back?
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Bushiroad Rumble Online 2023 for the NALA region. I am here, Buzzy Paradox, and of course, I am here now with my good old friend here. Oh, wait, no, over here. Yeah.
There we go.
Tyler.
Yeah.
Say hi, everybody.
Yes. Hey, I'm back. I'm back again. You couldn't get rid of me for too long. Yeah, no, I was sitting there in the background. I was very hyped for you, seeing that Kagero got to get featured on stream. We may not have gotten the Glendios like we're talking, but I feel like, you know, Kagero is probably a pretty good trade-off for that.
I have overall been a very happy guy. Okay, I have gotten a lot. I've gotten to Spike Brothers, I've gotten to see Messiah, I've gotten to see Overlord. So a lot of the decks that, you know, I had some very strong feelings towards in terms of the meta play, we got to see, and that's more than I could ask for sure.
I think we could potentially see a little bit more Spike Brothers, because we did see them go up against that Mystery Flare deck, which
very true, yeah,
performed very well. Like so well that there wasn't much counterplay going on in that game. So and in fact, I think when we jump to standings here in a second, I think that name is still up there. I can't quite remember who it was, but I think we've been seeing them stay pretty high in the standings, which is exciting as well.
Well, then how about we take a look? Then we'll see. We'll see the last bracket for the final round of Swiss standings right before everything here ends for our Swiss round. So yeah, let's take a look. All right, Ty, if you want to go ahead and take the first 5 over there.
Sure, yeah. So starting us off, our only undefeated going into, I believe this is round, who is this, round 7, 8? I can't remember. They're starting to blur together at this point. But we have Drakon at a 7-0, very, very impressive. Next in second place, we have Lazy's Tan. After that, we have Blazing Ragnarok. Fourth place, we have Gurgit-san. Very exciting. And then fifth place, we have Man Long. I think these are all people that we have seen at one point or another on stream today, which is very exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. So just goes to show that they're doing really well for themselves overall. So for number 6, we have 984 Smurf. Number 7, we still have Musrax up there. He's climbing and he's doing really well for himself. Then we got number 8 over there. We have T-Dub 88. And then we have 2 X2s who have the potential of bubbling, and we have Thortle over there. And then we have Wind Up Hero. So, you know, we do have, as you can see there, a couple of X2s happening. So there might be a potential for a squeeze in, but we'll be able to see once the final round plays out, and we'll be able to check out the top 8 final standings. I am excited. There's a lot to see here, a lot to digest.
Very, very close to seeing what our day 2 is going to look like, what that top cut is going to look like. So, but you know, our players, they can't really rest on their laurels just yet. You know, we still got one more round. Maybe our 1x1 is probably sitting pretty comfortably, but it's still anybody's game. You know, there's plenty of X1s, a couple X2s that still have a shot, like you said. So, yeah, you know, there's still very, very highly competitive to see who's going to get and make it to day 2 tomorrow.
Absolutely. And I think, you know, if anything goes to show, we're going to be able to see some form of variation, you know, whether it be, like we said earlier, I believe Blazing Ragnarok, who's currently in 3rd standings right now, is playing Messiahs. So we've got some interesting things coming in. You know, that might be a potential for a top 8. I think almost guaranteed top 8 at this point. Then we see, I thought we saw earlier, we saw I believe in the lower ends of the brackets, we still have Spike Brothers fighting their way up there. So, you know, there's potential for so many different types of variations here. Yeah,
absolutely. There's still a lot to be excited about. And then, like, especially, you know, a lot of those names we've seen in the earlier rounds featured on stream, and we got to commentate a lot of those games. And it's kind of exciting for me to see, like, those names still popping up, like, very consistently in that top list, like, doing really well for themselves. So it's going to be interesting to see, you know, maybe there's a shakeup after this too. Maybe we see a decent shuffling as well. Like I said, you know, it's still just about anybody's game right now to see who's gonna make it to that top cut tomorrow. So
the bubble indeed is a mysterious thing, that's for sure.
No one quite understands how it works.
The bubble tickets.
Yeah, exactly. So how
have you been feeling overall most of the day, if you don't mind me asking, Ty?
You know, I've been feeling pretty great. You know, it's been very fun because, you know, like I've said, you know, I'm mostly on the premium end of things when it comes to like my experience with Vanguard, where I spend most of my time. I play all the formats though. V might be my least favorite though, so that's why it's been kind of very exciting for me because, you know, I'm still aware of everything that like happens. And so getting to see like everything, all the decks that we've gotten to see today, there's been a handful of things that I personally would never probably would have thought we would see, not only featured on stream but doing as well as it is. And so that's been honestly just gotten me hyped to play the format more, especially as we're, you know, today is also the start of the Springfest season as well. We got Springfest rolling out from here on as well. So yeah, I think there might be a weekend or two that I sign up for V Premium.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm excited to go to my locals next week. Maybe play a couple rounds of V. That's going to be pretty exciting. And then yeah, like you said, we got Springfest going on as well. So you know, we've got a couple of more different types of tops happening throughout the weekend. So yeah, actually, for those who are watching at home, you know, maybe you're itching to play some Cardfight action. Well, there are Bushiroad events happening that are not just online. There are going to be Springfest seasons throughout the season, so definitely check on those. Maybe see if there's one in your area and pick up some games, play some fun games with your friends, create a team, and see how well you guys can take it.
Yeah. Honestly, Springfest is one of my favorite events just because it's one where, you know, there's no worlds invite on the line. So, you know, you can kind of take it a little bit easier. It's also a team event too. So it just kind of has like, you know, you bring your homies with you, you show up to an event and you just like, you play some games, you have some fun at the very least, which I think is the most you could really ask for in all honesty.
Fun fact for the viewers at home, I believe Ty and my interaction, our first interaction was at a Springfest. We both fought each other round one, I believe, for Premium Springfest. So there you go. Just goes to show that your round one opponent could potentially be your co-caster in the future.
It's just the way it goes. It's exciting though. And I know, you know, especially, you know, we've got BRO going on right now for V Premium. And then, you know, I guess too, we got Triggers going on as well. So I'm sure there's a lot of data that you're going to be sorting through this weekend as well.
I'm ready. We've got that. We've got the WGP for the JP side of things. I'm excited to see how, in the terms of the Japanese meta, how that's going to be developing for standard. There's so much happening within the next couple of months for these seasons that we're just going to be able to see how the meta just engrosses, not just in the V Premium space, but, you know, just in the meta space overall. It's going to be great. It's going to be a good time.
I think it's something I'm excited about too, because, you know, BRO really kind of came out of, you know, a couple years ago through COVID, you know, when COVID happened, obviously we couldn't be meeting together in person as much. We couldn't be going to those events. So BRO kind of came out of that. And I'm really glad that it's still continuing, especially too, because, you know, we just wrapped up with Worlds a little over a month ago, but it's like, it's right back into another season. You know, now we're into Springfest. We got BRO going on. It just feels really good to kind of like be back into everything full swing, because like before, you know, we just had BRO, and as fun as it is, you know, it was kind of like, all right, we have BRO, and then it's kind of quiet for a little bit on the tournament front. But now it's just like there's not a lot of time to rest, it seems like. You know what I mean? There's just always something going on.
Plenty of Vanguard to be had, that is for sure.
Absolutely. I think on the background, we're just about ready for our final round of Swiss here. I'm honestly kind of curious what we're going to be seeing in this last round, because everything's been fairly different so far. You know, we brought it up quite a bit, but like, you know, we expected to see the Steam Maidens, and they've been there, but not nowhere near as prevalent as I was expecting, and that's been very fun to see. But I think we have our matchup ready. We can go and take a look at the decks we have going here. Oh wow! Okay. So we have TW88 here playing Grand Blue. Of course, the round where Orange switches off.
Where is she?
Right. But it looks like just a very standard kind of like Night Rose build going here. Very, you know, honestly, a lot of this looks very familiar to me as a premium player. I experience this quite often. So, you know, we've got our Skull Dragons, got our Beatrices, Night Roses. I don't know if there's anything too spicy for me to point out, unless you notice anything there, Fuzzy.
Well, just taking a look at it overall, I mean, one card to definitely take note of probably is the Sea Strolling Banshee. Now, that is a card that I haven't seen as many Grand Blue players play in the long scheme of things. I think people tend to play a couple more cards, such as the, oh my goodness, the Seaside Navigator to help fill out the drop zone in the early game. But, seeing other lines of play is definitely very interesting to see for Grand Blue. And I'm excited to see if they're going to be able to do the double, triple Skull Dragon shenanigans. But let's see what they're going to be going against. And it looks like, okay, so we have Musrax over here, Mr. World Champ himself, rocking it out, of course, with the tried and tested Steam Maidens over here.
Yep, Musrax obviously very, very prominent Gear Chronicle player in the community. Almost always working on some sort of Gear Chronicle build, and honestly, it's a good time to be a Gear Chronicle player in all 3 formats. So, not surprising at all.
It's funny that you say that because I joke with my friends. We call it the year of the gear.
Yeah, 100%, absolutely the case. But I think with that out of the way, I think our players may be just about ready, and we can get into our final round of Swiss for the V Premium format of Bushiroad Rumble Online 2023.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, on the left, you have Musrax playing the tried, the true, the tested Gear Chronicle Steam Maidens. And then on the right, you have T-Dub88 rocking out the Grand Blue Night Rose.
Yeah, and looks like T-Dub on the play here and getting that Sea Strolling Banshee ride, which is very, very nice to see. I think that's one of your more ideal ride targets, being able to selectively mill something from your deck straight to your drop zone. So you can just get started right away getting whatever piece you want in the drop zone right from the get-go.
Absolutely. And I believe that's looking at the drop zone over there. I believe he grabbed a Greed Shade, if I'm not mistaken. So
I think it's a Greed Shade or a Ghost Ship. I can't quite tell. It's a little bit dim, but I'm sure we'll be finding out soon enough.
It might be a Ghost Ship now that you're saying it, because I would actually agree, because being able to have the ability to call something like a Ghost Ship in the early game just allows that large amount of pressure. And of course, refunding that itself with a free draw. So definitely a smart mill on T-Dub's part.
Yep, and now over on Musrax's side of things, looks like he's ridden into Illul Alul, one of the Illuls, I think it is. So I think that was a Gear Cat that he saw off the drive check. Skull Dragon going to damage for T-Dub, not necessarily what you want to see, but I think when we saw on the list, there's 3 there. So there's still plenty of opportunity to see a Skull Dragon at some point.
Absolutely. Okay, interesting. Having to ride the Greed Shade here, unfortunately not the best ride you want to see here for Grand Blue, because while Greed Shade may be a powerful card, that milling effect to discard a card from your hand to recoup a card from your drop zone is only on the rearguard circle. It is not on the Vanguard circle. So
you much would rather see a Columbard to ride here. So instead, it's a little bit of a struggle right here, but we did see that he got the crit on the drive check there, and Musrax going flipping up 2 triggers on damage. So if there was ever a time to see 2 defensive triggers, it's on the turn where you only had 1 attack anyway.
Oh yeah, absolutely. All right, now cracking it back over here to Musrax's turn, having to ride the Naboo here. Not the most ideal grade 2 ride, to be honest, but I think, if you have something like a Gear Cat at the backboard, it's not going to matter as much because you're just wanting to set up the bind zone, set up your hand anyway. So just instigating the multi-attack and really trying to put on some pressure here.
Yeah, definitely. Seems like there's some debate. Dropping a Heel Guardian here, opting for the 10K, it looks like. So just shutting down some of that early aggression right here, which is ideally what you probably want to have.
Ooh, but a draw trigger coming out from Musrax makes it so it's still going to have to be guarded regardless, because that is still going to make it at least a 27K column coming in for Musrax.
Yep. At the very least, you can drop just a single card guard here, which otherwise would have been probably a 2-card guard. So still conserving some hand, but ideally you would have rather have not had to lose any hand. But you can't always get what we want.
All right, so now coming back to T-Dub's side of things, I'm wondering if he has if he does go in for the Night Rose play, what exactly his line of play here. Because on one hand, you do want to try and push at a large amount of aggression, but for something like Night Rose, you definitely need to have that ideal drop zone, right? I would think something like
absolutely.
Columbards, a couple of Greed Shades in there, get your Skull Dragons going. And I mean, I'm not seeing that much of it coming out of T-Dub at the moment.
Yeah, there's not much of a drop zone going on right now, which is not what you want to be happening as a Grand Blue player. Of course, Grand Blue has many ways to get that bind zone going. It's just a matter of, does T-Dub have those? Is that in the hand, or is there a way to get to that board state where he can get that drop zone nice and full?
Absolutely. I think definitely, you know, you can get there, say for things like Columbard, like we discussed earlier, potentially if he has other Greed Shades in his hand. Calling down the Dancing Cutlass. Okay, this is interesting. While it is and he puts it into the, okay, yeah, that's...
Wow, immediately calling over it with the Columbard.
Yep.
Triggering the Columbard. Let's see what he's going to go for here.
Very nice, because with Dancing Cutlass now being in the drop zone, you're going to be able to instigate that counter charge and free call. So something that you like to see.
Yeah, definitely. And then getting the another copy of that into the drop zone to get that skill to pop off. At least making sure that you know, Night Rose isn't just going to be a vanilla swing right now. Getting the Ghost Ship.
Calling the Ghost Ship. We like to see that. Ghost Ship being able, not just a large beat stick, but having the ability to refund its cost by retiring itself and then drawing a card. And now also using the Dancing Cutlass. So that's really nice. So Dancing Cutlass, by doing it in that sort of motion, he was able to not only call himself a free unit through the Columbard, but able to refund the Counterblast cost to be able to use Night Rose's effect.
Yeah, absolutely. And it seems like he got a Skull Dragon off the mills right there too. So definitely where you want that card to be. See.
All right, a nice Heal Guardian coming down from Musrax over here and choosing, like previously, to also opt for the 10K, very much like T-Dub in the earlier stages.
Turnabout is fair play.
Yes, it is. However, because of Ship's effect, this is going to be an additional power coming in from it. So that 10K won't matter as much. Musrax is still going to want to have to guard it. He does opt to use it guarding with an Olol. And now going in with the Night Rose play, he's going to counterblast 1. He's going to be able to revive 2 units into the same column, not the same row for those who are not aware. And just choosing to call down a Ghost Ship. And looks like a Dancing Cutlass as well, which is fine. You know, once you know. Ghost Ship is still fine here because you're going to be able to refund that cost again and another additional draw. We do like to draw cards here in Cardfight Vanguard, and we like to be able to try and live the turn that's coming up, and drawing cards will help to try and prevent that.
Absolutely. Like I was saying earlier, one of the strongest abilities you can see on a card is something that says draw a card. So,
exactly.
Especially in a game like Vanguard, where more cards means more shield, means more pieces, means more cards on board. Very, very potent. Seeing a Sea Strolling Banshee off the drive check and a crit right after that.
Yep. Musrax guarded with his quick shield over there, so that most likely went all the way to the rear guard over here. And then with the additional power, that is 2 damage coming in. We're looking at a potential, let's see here, 24, 34, I believe 40k coming in from T-Dub with the Ghost Ship with 2 damage, but Musrax choosing to use his Uluru over here to guard and also set up his bind zone.
Yep, and I think T-Dub opted for calling the Ghost Ship. Yes, he's drawing the card there. So honestly, best thing you can do at this moment. I mean, you know, a Steam Maiden turn is coming up, so drawing as many cards as possible is just going to kind of help insulate you against whatever aggression is going to be happening on this turn.
All right, speaking of aggression here, so we have, of course, the one, the tried, the true, the tested Steam Maiden Olo coming down onto the board, opting to use his World's promo Force Marker over there.
Yep.
So you like to see that little bit of bling rocking out.
Just flexing a little bit.
Yep. And then looks like he's getting in ready for his setup here, calling down the Reinnovate Winged Dragon, trying to build up that bind zone, build up that ladder. Like we were explaining earlier, that climb that Steam Maiden is so prevalent with.
Just makes for a series of very, very just solid attacks, especially when you can just abuse the single force marker that you have just to make sure that everything you're swinging with has at least a little bit of a 10k buff on there.
It'll be interesting to see how he chooses to build up his string of combos over here. More than likely what seems to be happening is he's going to opt to choose to call down the Olol as well as the Uluru here off of the Reinnovate Wing effect, which is nice. I mean, you definitely want to see Uluru just to be able to refund it, get into the counter charge, grab the Olol. It is definitely one of the more standard plays to do, but I would I personally believe, the ideal play in this situation.
Yeah, definitely. Honestly, Reinnovate is a really, really good piece right here too, because I'm not seeing too much of a bind zone on Musrex's side. So having something like Reinnovate to just kind of get that jump started is always going to be welcome. Oh wait, no, actually now I'm seeing the bind zone. I think it's below his drop zone there.
Yep.
Actually. Okay. Yeah, I was getting
It's funny
confused there
'cause,
with the location.
Yeah, we've been used to seeing it on the front board.
Yeah,
I believe all day today. So having it in the backboard is something to take note of.
Yeah. So this Reinnovate is just gassing him up even more instead of getting it kickstarted.
Absolutely. Okay, so choosing to swing it with the Olol here, very nice here, because even though if T-Dubs on the other side decides to get a defensive trigger, at least this made some sort of attack. So that means, there is some sort of fair trade here when it comes to the overall crit pressure or possibly trigger pressure that might be coming on Musrex's crackback.
Getting a nice little ping of damage right there. The Alo going back to bind and calling out an Elo.
And then that Elo is actually not too bad when it comes to its power. I believe that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cards in the bind zone. So by itself, it's a 20k. And then the Vanguard.
Yeah, swing at the Vanguard now. Let's see.
Once again, Skull Dragons. Musrex is saying, "Oh, that's a cool Skull Dragon that you have. I can do that too." But as a Vanguard.
Exactly.
All right, T-Dub choosing the PG here.
Very interesting.
Yeah, because one would assume that if he wanted to take the hit, right, he would want to try and comfortably put himself to a lesser amount of damage, and by possibly no guarding on the Vanguard. Even if he does get a crit trigger pushing him to 4 damage, at least he might have some sort of cushion when it comes to putting something onto something like an Olol. So yeah, it interesting play to say the least.
Yeah, definitely. Dropping the power on that Uluru on rear guard. Swing with that now. I believe that's probably a 25k swing right here.
Yep, 25k coming in, and with the potential once again to climb, because I do not believe he used the Steam Maiden effect yet to grab himself an additional climb. Getting a defensive draw here, very nice.
Yeah, very, very nice. One of the probably better triggers you want to be seeing on defense. Getting that extra card can just kind of help defend here, especially when, like I said, this climb is going on right now. But I think T-Dub's probably in a pretty secure position in any case, especially, dropping that PG early. I think, playing a Protect Clan like Grand Blue, you're probably kind of okay. It's like, drop a PG here, I'll get more.
Okay. I actually really like this from Musrax. So, seeing that the fact that he wasn't able to successfully get an additional attack in with Olu, he chooses to go for the Gear Cat instead. And then using the Gear Cat's effect, he was able to try and potentially filter out more cards out of his deck and then just make it into a booster. So what he trades off in an additional attack just makes his additional column be able to hit, which is very interesting.
Yeah, no stranger to seeing some kind of unexpected, maybe slightly unorthodox, but still very, very solid plays from Musrex here, especially when it comes to playing Gear Chronicle as usual.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. All right, and putting it back into T-Dub side of things, he was able to reroute into another Night Rose, so he was able to get himself an additional Protect marker. Very nice, and he has the Beatrice as well.
Okay.
Yep, so he's going to be able to set himself up very nicely over here, depending on his attack pattern, because one potential play he can do here, right, is we could try and get those ships back out onto the board. We could start trying to draw more cards, and then with Night Rose's effect, we're going to be able to instigate another column, potentially calling out, depending what he has in his drop zone, a ghost ship, and then behind the ghost ship, we can probably call down a Beatrice, and then using the Beatrice's effect, we can call down an additional unit just to be able to try and generate more attacks.
Yeah, and we do see the ghost ship coming out here. I believe this is like 3rd time, maybe 4th time on the board this game. Just generating like a solid beat stick and just generating a good amount of advantage for T-Dub here.
Drawing cards, always good.
Absolutely, absolutely. Got some contemplation going on for Musrex here.
Yes.
Trying to decide which of these hits are going to be the ones to take.
Yeah, because these units are also all getting +5 through Night Rose's effect. So that +15 was now a +20 coming in. No defensive for Musrax, going down right to 3 damage. And looks like he is choosing to go in with the Beatrice column. That entire column actually gets +5k because it's +5k to Beatrice herself and then +5k to the Sea Strolling Banshee. So making very, very large pressuring numbers. I think the one thing to take into note here, though, is that as powerful as those may be, you know, Night Rose herself doesn't get the additional 5k. So there's a little bit of cushion room there.
So he's taking this one as well. Again, no defensive, not probably what you want to be seeing right here. You want to see something to try and kind of cushion these hits, cushion your hand when you have to guard. Because I can't, well, maybe not. Musrax has a pretty decent hand size here. Looks like we're going in with the Night Rose now.
Ooh. Sorry, one thing I actually really wanted to take into account there. So, you know, it being the Sea Soul Banshee that was boosted, he was able to use the effect to discard cards and, you know, retire the unit and draw an additional card. So, hey, look, more draw power on top of it.
More
You'd like to see that.
Yep. And then calling the Beatrice back out just gets him another call, and he's getting the Storm Ride Ghost Ship that we've seen so many times already right back onto the board.
With a Sea Strolling Banshee on top of it, so the potential to draw even more cards. Gets a heal trigger. Now, it's not going to proc here because I believe T-Dub is at 3 damage to Musrax's 4.
Yep.
So it does not proc, but, you know, 10k to something is still really nice. Being able to generate a little more pressure onto the additional columns that are coming in.
Yeah, and now, like, you know, taking those 2 hits that Musrax did, that is something to like keep in mind when you're playing as well. That, you know, your opponent can't heal if you have more damage than them. So if you're gonna be like, ideally you want to be kind of like being aware of that, keeping track of that, and if at all possible, putting yourself to a higher damage count. In certain instances, at least in this instance, just high enough to prevent that heal from going off.
Absolutely. I believe, in a nutshell, that is damage mapping at its finest, right? You want to try and put yourself in a position where you're not at a disadvantageous. Oh,
wow.
In a scenario like this, preventing double heals. Oh my goodness.
Absolutely beautiful, actually.
So I think Musrax actually made it a 2 to pass, and Tito put it all on Van.
Wow, very interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
No defensive for Musrax here, getting pushed all the way to 5. Kind of getting into an uncomfortable position here, I imagine, especially with no defensives. But he's still got a pretty decent, maybe a few cards in hand. So we're just gonna have to see if he can make it out of this turn here.
These are plus 10Ks coming in. Yep. We have the plus 5K from Beatrice, the plus 5K from the Sea Strolling Banshee itself. So we're looking at 28K. So Musrax is going to need a ops to PG here. Okay. And he's going to.
I believe he pitched a PG for that PG as well. So probably in a bit of a desperate spot right here.
Expending those resources like that. That's insane.
Yeah, well, of course, you know, depending on how things go, you know, you may not need 2 PGs if this is the last turn of the game, right?
Very true.
If things can go the Musrax's way here, this could be a worthy sacrifice. Just pitching the PG for the PG, just as long as it means you're still alive, you still have another turn, you still have another shot to try and close out this game.
Very true. And now that you actually say that, we do have to take into account Musrax does have 5 counterblasts to work with here. So there are multiple lines of play that we can see here. Choosing to go for the Entrahana here, and I believe he's searching to see if he has any more Gear Cats left in his deck. Because one thing you can do, unfortunately, is you can counterblast and fail to search, and that's just a waste of a counterblast, and you definitely don't want to do that.
Yep. Looks like he does have the cat, though. Getting that right here. Helping to fill that board, which is honestly just that alone, just getting the cat in general to fill up the board is pretty great, considering just how much T-Dub had pushed and eaten through that hand. 1 card that can turn into 2, maybe 3, very, very valuable right here.
Yep. One thing I would like to also note from Musrax's side, his ladder is getting increasingly large. There are multiple lines of play that he can do here. We do see the Uluru pop off over here, so there is a way to actually get that out of the bind zone and start that climb with a high amount of counterblast to work with over here too. So we can see, you know, that potential climbing from 0 all the way to 3, potentially even 4 if he has the specific cards to do so in his bind zone. The question then remains, with T-Dub being at 3 damage, is that enough of a cushion to survive all of these attacks that are about to be coming his way? We did see a lot of draw power happen through, the Sea Strolling Banshees, through the Ghost Ships. So it does leave a fair amount to cushion with, but is it enough? That is the question.
Yeah, definitely. It seems like he's taking a second trying to figure out the line here, because there's definitely potential here, but you want to make sure that you're doing the most efficient, the most the most possible, really, especially when getting pushed as hard as he did that last turn. This could be the last turn that he has, and that if he doesn't close it here, it could be over.
Very much, because you're staring at the barrel of potentially plus 20Ks, plus 30Ks, depending on what he calls out of his drop zone. Something even larger, depending if T-Dub has stuff like Skull Dragons into his drop. So yeah, I think I very much agree with you, where Musrex might be going all in here.
Yeah, we definitely know that there is at least one Skull Dragon. It seems like Musrex may have asked. Definitely, T-Dub was going through the drop zone there and flashed that Skull Dragon right quick. And it looks like, oh wow,
okay, we have a Uluru and an Ulu column, so we're gonna definitely see a couple of multi-techs happening there.
Absolutely. Wow.
Yes. So there are multiple ways we could do it here. We could go Ulu, then using Ulu's effect, we can go to either Aulu, or we could go for an Entrahana play to try and filter out some potential cards we can need, and then using that we can also go into Uluru off another swing with the Gearcat boosting, because Gearcat in itself also has the additional power with as many cards as Musrex might have in the bind zone. So yeah. You like to see this. This is a very interesting line of play here. Choosing to go with the Vanguard swing here first. Interesting. I would be of the position that you might want to swing in with the Uluru first, depending on what you might get off your drive checks. But we'll see here, yeah?
Yeah. I guess might be, whatever triggers might be checked, may want to be slapping it down onto that Uluru column. I guess we'll just have to see what he flips up right here. A blank and a blank, unfortunately. So I guess it wouldn't have made much of a difference at this point. I believe the Uluru can still threaten to hit.
Yes, boosted by Gearcat. Yes.
Yeah. So we're just gonna have to see what happens here. This is the point of the game where it's just kind of some just pokes that are just enough to hit, which means it's kind of especially if you have a lot of high shield in hands, do I drop this shield on this small hit? But this small hit is so easy to guard, but I want to save my, there's a little bit of a kind of a mental exercise you have to do there to be what's the most optimal way to guard this turn here?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, definitely another thing to take into account is that we didn't see that rewrite happen on Musrex's part, and that is something that in the later stages of the game, you definitely want to see being that steer if you're a Steam Maiden player, because having the ability to multi-attack is one thing, but having the ability to multi-attack with larger numbers in the later stages of the game when you need to push is very prevalent.
Let's see, he's climbing, I believe, to a grade 2 here.
Yep, so there's 2 lines of play I could potentially see here, either the Owlol or the Entrahana coming down. I could definitely see the Owlol being one line of play here, just being able to, because like I said, you have those 3 counterblasts to be able to work with, so you do have multiple lines of play for that multi-attack, and that's exactly what we see here. He's slapping down that Owlol, going to be trying to instigate more multi-attacks. If he has an Olo in the bind zone over there, that's going to be a very large column that's going to be coming in, because Olo itself is going to be getting power through her own effect, and then the Gearcat itself also being able to get power through its own effect. Yep, and then using that effect, will he be able to call down that Olo? We do see the Olo come down on board. So a very large push here by Musrex, doing as much as he can, trying to strip as many cards as he can as a T-Dub and push him to a fair amount of damage. T-Dub taking the hit over here, pushing himself to 4.
Because we did see T-Dub in these previous turns, just an absolute, just a very large amount of that storm or ghost ship abuse just to get a bunch of cards. So he's sitting on a very stacked hand. And it's going to take a fair amount of pushing from Musrex here to try and eat through all that hand that he's farmed up.
Very interesting. Okay, so opting to swing in with the Uluru column afterwards, and now using Uluru's effect since it was not procced previously to go into the Ulo, then using the Ulo is also able to boost with the Gearcat. So you're looking at potentially here 18 plus 8k boost, 26 more with the amount of cards in the bind zone. Ooh, and Skull Dragon coming out of
Another
T-Dub's
Skull
damage.
Dragon. Yeah, I believe that's been 2 Skull Dragons that have gone to damage. Now, he does have 1 in drop already, so there's at least 1 Skull Dragon there. But, you know, losing 2 of your 3 to damage in 1 game is a bit rough for sure.
There comes down the Olo. Using that Olo effect, he's going to be binding himself another grade 3, more power coming in. This is Musrax's push. He's going to probably be using Olo's effect. He's going to counterblast 1, get himself that Olo back from the bind zone, back onto the board, pushing as fast as he can. He knows what he sees his line of play here. He sees what he needs to do. Will it be enough?
Yep, we've got the he's got T-Dub down to 5 too, so everything is to be guarded from here. It seems like T-Dub's still sitting on a fair amount of hand, but we'll see if it's enough to live through these swings here.
We have here what I believe to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 cards in the bind zone, if I'm not mistaken that correctly. And you know, if it is 10 cards, that's plus 10k plus the additional force marker. So that's plus 20k, and that hits a magic number.
Absolutely, yeah. I think that's at least 30k or 33k.
33k, yeah. So T-Dub has to be very careful here how he wants to guard it. He does have that secondary protect marker that he had from riding the Night Rose on the first time. Yep, leaving T-Dub with only, I believe, 2 cards in his hand, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, but you know, maybe I can't quite tell. But you know, as a Grand Blue player, you know, your drop zone functions as a second hand, ideally, you know, in the best of circumstances. So, you know, starting a turn with 2 cards may not be that bad, actually.
True. There are multiple lines of play we can do here, right? We could simply do a nice swinging in with Night Rose, reviving that Beatrice column, getting himself more of those cards on the field, like you said, but opting to go for the Negro Bone over here.
Yeah.
Negro Bone, a very good option here, being able to res himself a free unit by tucking another unit back in there, and opting to go for that Skull Dragon. And if your drop zone's big, well, then Skull Dragon's going to be big too.
Yep, exactly. And it looks like he's proccing a second Negro Bone as well, which, you know, like I said, you know, when you're Grand Blue, your drop zone is a second hand. So, you know, dropping a bunch of cards to just survive, not that terrible, especially with something like Negro Bone in your drop zone. You're able to create an instant board with 2 very big beat sticks here. And then, you know, you're going to be able to get even more after the Night Rose swing by calling more from drop, which can turn into even more calls from there. So it's going to be interesting to see how Musrax can guard here.
Yeah, I believe there was 22 cards in T-Dub's drop zone, if I counted that correctly. So that Skull Dragon is getting plus 44,000 power.
Plus 44.
Plus the additional 5k from Night Rose. So we've got a 29k column coming in at one end, and then just big coming in at the other end.
Very, very big number. Yeah.
It's one of those things that I just really like when it comes to Night Rose. When you say how big, and you just say it's big.
Yeah, it's big. Probably you need a PG.
Yeah.
if you're asking and you don't have a PG, that's probably the problem. Let's see here, swinging in with that big Skull Dragon.
Looks like Musrax is taking it, and that is
no
it.
heal. That is the
no
game
heal
right there.
T-Dub taking it over Musrax with a very powerful, just big. It's just big.
It's just
Skull
big.
Dragon. Skull
it's
Dragon.
Just big.
It's
you
just
need
big.
A PG. Yeah. And unfortunately, you know, in the T-Dub's previous turn, we did see how Musrax pitched a PG for the cost of a PG. You know, it's some of those. That's some of the difficult decisions you have to make in games sometimes, right? Like at the moment, definitely was worth it because it meant that Musrax got another turn and did a very, very solid push. You know, was able to like throw a fair amount of attacks there, but you know, T-Dub really from the very beginning just started farming draws. You know, got the Sea Sterling Banshee ride right off the bat, hit that, dropped the ghost ship right into the drop zone, and then from then on, I think that same card hit the board about 5 or 6 times, you know, and that's 5 or 6 draws that you wouldn't have had otherwise. So that alone was probably exactly what T-Dub needed to even make it through a matchup like this with a deck like Steam Maidens.
Yeah, it's like you said, hey man, if it draws a card, it must be good.
Yeah, exactly.
But not to also knock off Mustrax, he did an amazing turn, if I do say so myself. At 5 damage, being able to do multiple lines of play. We not only saw multiple Ulu swings, the Aulos coming out, the Ulos, then refunding those, using the Ularoos to reinstigate that climb once again, basically having 2 successful climbs off of 5 damage. So, very nice lines of play. But unfortunately, like you said, just the drawing, the accumulating of those PGs, it just wasn't enough.
Yep. And especially too, like the extra rewrite of the Night Rose got that extra protect marker as well, and a little extra PG. So yeah, no, there was a very, very skilled play on both sides, but the odds just played out in T-Dub's favor today with all that ghost ship spam.
The power of the ship, baby.
Alrighty, well, that is our final round of Swiss. That's it. We've made it through Swiss. I think we probably have one more break queued up, and then when we come back, we can go over our standings and see who all the faces, or I guess I should say hands, that we'll be seeing tomorrow for our top cut. So we will be right back.
Stay tuned.
Cardfight Vanguard. Something is trying to cross over to this side. Chrono Drag, huh? How did it get here? Chrono Jet Dragon? Are G units back too? Special Series Stride Deck Set Chrono Jet. Bushiroad.
Oh, she might be on mute, but that's okay. I believe what she's trying to say is, hello, everyone, and welcome back to BRO. It's all right, Orange, I got you. No worries.
We made it. We made it. It's been 7-8 rounds. It's been a long day, but we're back.
Yeah,
Bushiroad Rumble Online format, V Premium. We're here today. We just finished our rounds. Very exciting stuff. We are now going over pretty close to that top 8 cup type of bracket, trying to see exactly what's going on. But we got a couple things to talk about just to kind of remind you guys. We talked about it before, but we're gonna bring it up again. We can talk about the format here coming up to see how that's looking like for all Bushiroad events for BRO. Once we get ready.
Yeah.
There we go.
We've got our schedule here. So right now, we've got V Premium into Weiss Schwarz will be our next event in May. So you've got your same 2-day split. And then our third week of BRO, I believe this is standard. Yeah, standard in August. Yes. So you have standard in August coming up, and then finally we will have premium in November. So a lot of events for us to look forward to all throughout the year.
Absolutely. And just to remind everyone, of course, we did go through those rounds of Swiss here, best of 1 format. And, the days for most of the card fighters has ended. However, for the 8 that will be advancing, there is a day 2 to be had. So if you enjoyed what you saw here today, some more card fight action will be around tomorrow as we play out the top 8 cut. I am very excited to see that.
And then let's not forget about the prizes. First, second, third, and fourth place. If you are in fourth place, you get a certificate. Third place will be getting 1 Chronojet in the V format, that's plus a booster display and a certificate. If you are lucky enough to get second place, you get 2 Chronojets, and you get also a booster display and a certificate. And for all your family members and anyone else out there, your cats and your dogs, if you get first place, you get 4 copies of the Chronojet Dragon, along with a booster display and a certificate to hang it up on your fridge.
I was going to say, I don't know about y'all, but that's going straight on my fridge.
Yeah. I think I might put it on my mom's fridge. It's been a while since I've given her. It's been a while since I've given her something to go up on the fridge, something to be proud of.
Here you go. Here's a piece of paper.
I made it.
She gives you like a little gold star sticker to put on it too.
Yeah. And if I'm lucky, she might give me ice cream. So.
Oh my God! Yes.
I think just for you, Ty, you should have put it on your cat's fridge. Just your cat.
Oh yeah.
Your cat will love it.
I have a double-decker fridge stack, one for each cat. Exactly. I might have to cut the thing in half and then kind of hang one half on the top fridge, another on the bottom fridge. That way, there's no favoritism. They both
absolutely, yeah. You have to make sure even distribution for sure.
Yes, absolutely. Can't play favorites with the kitties.
So I gotta ask you, 8 rounds, a lot of V Premium today. How we feeling?
Pretty good.
Yeah,
I think overall it's been pretty exciting. It's been good to watch. A lot of very interesting matches there. I saw that Grand Blue match.
Oh, yeah. We know you were definitely excited for it.
Yeah.
And then also that honestly, we little birch chirping here and there. We got an interesting top 8 coming in. Once we get all the results in, it's going to be very interesting to see. I'm actually very excited. I feel like other people are going to be excited too. It's very. I just like it. I like it. I can't wait to see how the final results are going to be.
I think that's how I'm feeling too. It's been a lot of fun today. As 8 rounds is long, but it's been very enjoyable. And like I've said before, it's just got me hyped to play V Premium, which not for any reason of disliking the format, but when you have a locals, everybody's got their preferences. Not everybody plays things. So my locals tends to be more premium and standard. But yeah, after today, it's been very, very entertaining seeing just all the representation, all the games that we've seen today. Some very, very interesting, very hype plays as well. So yeah, no, I'm excited to start building in V Premium now. So it's been very productive for me.
That's exciting.
We're gonna see some hero action come out of Ty. I'm calling it right now, everybody. Stick around for Ty Fighter. He's gonna introduce his hero deck profile coming to you real soon.
Honestly, not too far off from what is probably going to happen.
I expect you to be on Heroes. I wouldn't even be surprised.
That's how we do. Now I think I think we're just about ready with the standings potentially. I'm not sure. It seems like we might be
I'm seeing something.
going that way. Not quite. All right, so
quite, not
we're
quite
getting
yet.
close.
Almost.
We're getting close.
Almost.
We're chomping at the bit, ready to see what this top 8 is going to be. You know, we wrapped
Sorry,
up.
we're
this
just
round.
getting excited.
Yeah.
We want to see what is going to be topping everybody.
Yeah,
I'm sure
yeah, we
y'all are
wanna
just as
know,
curious, just as curious, just as excited as we are. Get that stats, get those info. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
It
definitely.
is the last one for NA, so you know
Yeah.
everybody already knows what the other two are tops
Yep.
are. But we don't have this one. Oh, for the pie charts.
Yep. Yeah, exactly.
Pie chart guy is even here.
Top 8 is imminent, and we're just chomping at the bit.
Nah, you're gonna probably see me tweeting a couple things out come this stream. And so yeah, stay tuned for that, I guess.
maybe a little bit more than just a couple. I would
yeah,
venture to
maybe
guess.
we'll see.
Because we've spent what is it 3 BROs going on this weekend, and then I believe it's Toronto, BSF all going on as well. I'm not sure about on the Japan side of things. I know you do some Japan pie charts.
Oh yeah, WGP coming on this weekend as well. That's going to be really interesting because I believe for them the Messiah deck set just came out.
Yes, yeah.
So that's going to be really interesting to see how well that plays out in that current meta space. Yeah, a lot of info coming. Very excited to see that. Of course, also one thing I want to add too is that, you know, for those who are watching at home, you still want to see some more Cardfight action. Well, guess what? You can stick around. You got the AO stream happening soon as well. You know, after that, you know, maybe you're feeling a little sleepy. You want to take a nap. You wake up and guess what? Oh, look, EU is on. You can watch yourself some EU top 8 too. So there's so much more card fighting to see, so much more to enjoy. Exactly. And I hope you all stick around.
Yeah, AO is actually happening soon.
Yeah, it's been a very, very stacked weekend for all things Vanguard, which has been very, very exciting. I'm looking forward to, you know, once we wrap up here, once we close out, kind of seeing how like every other region their top 8s have set up. I'll be looking forward to those pie charts, Fuzzy, to see all those things. And then, you know, like I said, the BSF as well. So there's lots and lots of tops going on this weekend.
Absolutely. Anyone who tops, you're more than welcome to PM me on Twitter.
Oh my gosh. Tell me all your lists. Give it to me.
Give me the information. Give me the data.
Well.
All right. So I believe with that being said, we are all set up with the final top 8 bracket. Who is making it to day 2? Y'all excited to see it?
Let's see.
I am.
Alrighty, wow.
List.
So
what
I guess I'll take a few names here, and then we'll just kind of go on down the line. But starting off, Drakon still sitting at the top of the list here, 8-0. Very, very impressive to see today. In second place, we have Gurgitsan, rocking with a X-1 record, nothing at all to be to scoff at. And then in third place, we have 984 Smurf. Fuzzy, why don't you take it away from there?
Yeah, you got it. All right. So in fourth place, as we saw on the last round, we see TW88's X-1 going to be advancing to day 2 as well. And then on fifth place, you have Laziest Tan going in 6-2 as well. So a very nice record there for them. And then in sixth place, we have Wind Up Hero 6-2, a very nice record as well. And I think if you want to take away Orange, the last bits over there in the bracket.
Yes, sure. We got 7th place, which is Jim. And we saw them actually earlier on stream. And then and we also have Manlong in 8th. And then we also saw them on stream. And at 9th we have Blazing Ragnarok. And then 10th we have Moosebrax. And obviously currently right now the top 8 will be what we'll be seeing tomorrow. So that's really exciting. And also congratulations to everybody that has performed today and has done their best. Very exciting stuff. So also along with that, if I think we're ready, we also could show sort of what it'll look here. Once we get the regions going, we're gonna see kind of who's gonna fight who's gonna battle it out. all that kind of fun stuff here. So I'm very excited. I think it's nice to see some familiar names here. I've seen 984 Smurf pop up quite a few times actually now in the tops area. Seeing Gurgison up there is also insane. I do not remember. I don't know exactly all his records, but I actually think this might be his first BRO top. I could be mistaken. So that's really exciting that he officially made it into the top singles brackets here. So very exciting stuff.
Yeah, a fair amount of these names we've seen featured today as well. I think there's only one or two that we haven't seen at least once on stream today. And so, a handful of them we'll be seeing on stream tomorrow as well as we go into the top cut for tomorrow. Get a little bit of a break here. You made it through Swiss. Congratulations, everybody. You can rest easy for a little bit, maybe about 12 to 15 hours. You can rest easy until it's time to get right back to the grind and trying to show what you're made of here.
Yep, exactly.
Absolutely. But I think with that being said, we can go ahead and show the people what is going to be going on tomorrow when it comes to the top 8 bracket, who will be fighting who, and who has the potential to be taking it all. So why don't we take a look at that?
I don't think it's quite done. I think they're finishing up a little bit. It's okay. It's okay. Fuzzy's just getting excited. Fuzzy
I'm just so excited. Okay, there's so many stats and there's so much information to look at. Yeah, I'm data hungry, everybody.
You are data hungry. It's okay. We'll have it soon. But I'm really looking forward to tomorrow. I think everybody fought really hard today. So props to everybody who has fought. Whether you are not on the top charts or not, you have done if you made it or not, you have done your best. And that's okay. There's always next time, and there's always room to watch, and it gives you room to take breaks because this stuff is very, very tiresome. And as fun it is to top, it is also tiresome to top. So
yeah. And I think here we go. Yep. Looks like we have our bracket for tomorrow. So it looks like Draken going to be going up against Man Long in one of the rounds here. After that, we have Gurgit-san against Jim, 984 Smurf against Wind Up Hero, and then T-Dub88, who we just saw in that last round, going up against Laziest Tan, who we saw earlier on in the day. So got that to look forward to tomorrow.
Yep, that it is. And that was our top 8 bracket for BRO 2023. So many familiar names that we've seen throughout the day. Lots of different decks, if I'm not mistaken. I'm pretty sure there's some. Isn't there an MFD in there somewhere? I don't remember the name.
Yes, we do. We have our MFD in top 8. So
which is pretty wild.
In the year of our Lord 2023, MFD is topping in V Premium.
It's back.
The Steam Maidens will fall so MFD can rise.
It's back. The extra turn boy is back. I am almost curious to know how the brackets, like how the rounds went, just because that deck. It's just that kind of reminds me of Poets almost. You kind of just do your thing and just blow out people before they get to do their thing.
Yep.
So I'm kind of wondering like where in the line that all fell. But
that was
otherwise very exciting.
That was exactly what we saw when it was on stream. Is that just rode up, did their thing before the opponent really got to do much else about it. So
well, let's see if they were able to do it all again tomorrow. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, I think that's where we're gonna leave y'all because. Yeah, we've got a fair amount of card fighting ahead of us, and we're going to rest up. We hope you do as well, and we hope, of course, you're going to stay tuned tomorrow to check out that card fight action right here on Twitch. And, of course, AO coming up as well, EU coming up. Stick around for those. But, yeah, that's going to be doing it for us. Ty, Orange, any last-minute words before we call it?
Yeah. Thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you for being here with us. Throughout the entire event, and do not forget there's always so much more to do, and shout outs to everybody that's been either telling me thank you for casting all that kind of stuff, or just in general for everyone that's been rooting for everybody. You guys are awesome. And also your locals, do not forget about your locals. They do great things to get you here. So there's that. Ty, anything from you?
Yeah, it's been very, very fun, especially, casting a format that I'm probably the least familiar with. Still enjoyed it very, very much. I know I've got quite a handful of Twitter notifications that I need to be getting back to. So once we're wrapped up here, I'll be getting back to some of you. But yeah, no, just thank you to everybody for watching. Thank you for being here with us today. And thank you to all of our players. Congratulations to everybody that topped. And yeah, like Orange said, shout out to the locals. And I guess from there, I'll just leave it to you, Fuzzy. Why don't you any shout outs from you?
Shout outs to locals as well. I mean, yeah, absolutely, right? We got to support the local game stores. That's what it's all about, for sure. I think I'm going to leave it there. You know,
we got one more thing that we gotta bring up here. Do not forget about top 8 tomorrow. It's best of 1. It'll be starting, I believe, around 12 again for the Eastern time, folks. Do not forget about that. So stay tuned for that. We do have more. We just saw those beautiful players, but guess what? Tomorrow we get to watch them perform their hearts out again, because tomorrow's a brand new day. Day 2, baby. Day 2.
Yeah, and we do have the AO region starting up. Their top 8. So we got the, we might be wrapping up here, but the Vanguard action is not slowing down one bit. So it's full steam ahead. Got some top cuts to go to, and I believe we may even be dropping all of y'all off to the AO region as well. But I think that being said, that should be it. Should do it from all of us here. Thank you all for being here, and we will be seeing you all tomorrow for day 2 of the NA/LA region of Bushiroad Rumble Online 2023. It's been a long day. We'll see you there.
Bye, guys.
Bye, everybody.